Mysterious reward. Cao Yang responded excitedly, hearing the voice in his mind. Use. Ding. Mysterious reward unlocked. Received a master servant contract automatically bound to the mutated female zombie, Shen Wanying. Tip: as the master you can command your servant's actions at will, and the servant will unconditionally obey your orders with absolute loyalty. Ding. Attribute panel activated. You can view your own and your servant's attributes through thought. Cao Yang was so excited that he was momentarily stunned by the continuous prompts in his mind. Earlier he still felt a bit regretful because whether face or figure Shen Wanying was nothing short of exquisite. Her smooth skin was like creamy white jade, not at all like a zombie. Maybe it's because she mutated, so she's different. From boy to man, Shen Wanying held a special meaning for Cao Yang. His heart was reluctant to let her go, but without the power granted by the system, if he didn't give up, he would die once she woke up. Now there's no need to worry. The master servant contract solves everything. From now on, Shen Wanying belongs to him. The goddess in the hearts of tens of thousands of teachers and students, the ultimate female teacher who was indifferent to wealthy tycoons and elites with no scandals at all. Now she has become his private treasure. This feeling is simply too dreamlike. The key point is it's the apocalypse now. Shen Wanying is both pleasing to the eye and powerful equivalent to him, gaining an ultimate female bodyguard. With excitement, Cao Yang summoned Shen Wanying's attribute panel. Name: Shen Wanying. Race: mutated zombie. Strength: 23. Agility: 25. Spirit: 10. Stamina: 25. Rank 1. Abilities: virus immunity, regeneration, super speed, movement, tear. Virus immunity, immune to zombie virus of rank 1 and below, has strong resistance to virus above rank 1. The higher the rank, the lower the resistance, improving with rank increase. Regeneration has decent self-recovery ability. After injury, can quickly recover. The more severe the injury, the longer the recovery time, and the more energy required. Super speed movement can burst into terrifyingly fast movement in a short time, achieving the effect of short-distance teleportation. Tier special ability ignores defense to instantly shred the target. Note: a healthy adult male has 4 attributes of 10 points, female 8 points. Cao Yang was stunned, his eyes wide like saucers. Looking at the entire attribute panel, it's just one word: invincible. An adult male's 4 attributes are only 10 points, but Shen Wanying's, except for spirit, are all above 20. More than double the attributes of an adult male, plus the nearly teleportation-like super speed movement and the ignore defense tier ability. No wonder more than a dozen people were instantly torn apart. This is simply not something ordinary humans can withstand. To put it bluntly, no matter how many ordinary people come, they all die. Just cannon fodder. Ding. Contracted: Shen Wanying. Gained ability: virus immunity. Subsequently, each rank you raise will unlock a new ability. Acquired abilities synchronize with the servant's rank. Along with the crisp system prompt, a scorching energy surged through his entire body, seemingly transforming his physique. A few minutes later, the scorching sensation faded. Cao Yang blinked and curiously summoned his person. Name: Cao Yang. Strength: 10. Agility: 11. Spirit: 12. Stamina: 10. Ability: virus immunity. Compared to Shen Wanying's overpowered panel, it's average. The 4 attributes are ordinary, all above the average line, but with the extra virus immunity ability, which grants immunity to rank 1 and below zombie virus. With this ability, as long as he isn't scratched or bitten by a zombie above rank 1, he doesn't have to worry about infection. This ability greatly ensures his life safety. Moreover, this ability can grow. His ability is bound to Shen Wanying. The higher her rank, the stronger the virus immunity. Ding. Master Servant contract bound. From now on, Shen Wanying's evolution method will be determined by the host's nurturing. Please choose carefully, host. Cao Yang wasn't stupid. After a little thought, he understood the meaning of the system's words. As everyone knows, zombies evolve by eating humans. Mutated zombies are certainly no exception. Before the contract, it didn't matter how Shen Wanying ate. But now that the contract is signed, Shen Wanying has become his person. She can't still be eating people, right? That would be too outrageous. Cao Yang himself couldn't accept it. The system solved his worries. From now on, what Shen Wanying eats and how she evolves are all up to him. To avoid messing up her cultivation, he must be careful and explore gradually. Closing the panel, Cao Yang pounded his lower back. He was still young with strong recovery. After resting for a while, he felt much better. Looking at Shen Wanying lying on the ground, her jade-like body, reclining, her fair skin like the finest creamy white jade, her perfect curves like an exquisite work of art. He crouched down, pulled her into his arms, and with the other hand picked up the clothes on the floor, carefully helping her dress. With the master servant contract, Shen Wanying was his person. No need to worry about her going crazy when she wakes up. Naturally, he should take good care of her. After dressing her, Cao Yang sat down against the wall, holding the sleeping Shen Wanying in his arms. Not long after resting, a slight movement came from his arms. Looking down, he met a pair of blood-red eyes. Compared to before, Shen Wanying's blood-red eyes were now much cleaner. The bloodlust and frenzy were gone. They were crystal clear, filled with confusion and curiosity about the unknown, like a blank canvas yet to be painted. Could the master-servant contract have restored her sanity? But her gaze didn't resemble the former teacher Shun, rather it was like a newborn baby. Cao Yang tested her current state and gained a general understanding. Now Shen Wanying could not speak, would absolutely obey all his commands, and showed an extraordinary attachment. This attachment manifested as when there was no command, her gaze would always stay on him, and her body couldn't help wanting to get close to him. After testing, Cao Yang pulled her to stand up. He hadn't eaten breakfast, and after fleeing and fighting, his energy consumption was huge. His stomach was already growling. Next, he planned to go to the supermarket for a good meal. Since the apocalypse erupted, he had transported plenty of supplies, but the food he received was pitifully little. Just one bread and one glass of water per meal, not even a sausage. He had never been full, living worse than a beast of burden. Now with Shen Wanying to protect him closely, even though it's past 3 in the afternoon, and zombies are gradually becoming active, he doesn't have to worry. Wanying, do your legs still hurt? Cao Yang wasn't sure about Shen Wanying's current state. Was she a zombie? She was very lucid, no different from a normal person, except for not speaking. She even fell asleep when tired. Could that first time of 2 hours have had an effect? Shen Wanying tilted her head, looking at Cao Yang. After a moment, she gently shook her head. No effect. No pain, or already recovered. Cao Yang didn't understand, but since she indicated no problem, they could go. He was starving. Leaving the classroom with Shen Wanying under the deterrent of her high-ranked zombie aura, the zombies along the way let out restless growls, but didn't dare approach. They reached the supermarket where they were attacked earlier. After so long, the broken limbs on the ground had disappeared, leaving only traces of blood and some clothing fragments. This is very abnormal. Zombies do eat living flesh, but they wouldn't eat so cleanly, not even leaving bones. When a corpse turns into a zombie, it leaves. Now all the corpses are gone. There might be other dangers lurking nearby. It's reasonable that mutated animals, zombie dogs, zombie cats, etc., have appeared. Cao Yang personally thinks it's very reasonable, and it's better that way, because then he would have something to feed Shen Wanying to speed up her evolution. Zombies need meat to evolve, right? On the way, Cao Yang considered beef and other things, but the best option would definitely be the meat of mutated beasts. But for now, he was still a weakling. Plus, cats and dogs usually move in packs. Cao Yang didn't want to risk his life, so he decisively chose to go somewhere else. Wanying, let's go. To another supermarket. There are plenty of supermarkets on Food Street. For safety, Cao Yang headed directly to the one at the other end of the street. Without zombies hindering them, the few hundred meters took only a few minutes. Huiyuan Supermarket. Cao Yang had been to this supermarket before. It is one of the largest on Food Street, covering several hundred square meters over 2 floors with a wide variety of goods. Fruits, vegetables, daily necessities, snacks, drinks. Everything is sold. Standing at the entrance, Cao Yang looked inside. Shelves were toppled. On the floor lay several corpses with smashed heads. The shelves near the entrance were mostly empty. It seemed that other survivor squads had been here during this time, taking away some supplies. Haida University covers thousands of acres with 70 to 80,000 teachers and students. There must be more survivors besides them, inevitably other survivor teams. Seeing the dozen or so zombies wandering inside the supermarket, Cao Yang entered with Shen Wanying. Turning around, he closed the glass door to prevent more zombies from wandering in. Then Cao Yang picked through the shelves, grabbing some bread, sausages, sauced beef, roast chicken, and a bottle of mineral water. He also brewed himself a steaming cup of instant noodles. Everything in the supermarket was free for the taking, so he certainly wouldn't shortchange himself. Unfortunately, too much time had passed. The boxed meals in the supermarket had already spoiled, otherwise he could have heated them up in the microwave. With the hot noodles, he ate eggs, ham, and sauced beef, devouring everything heartily. Finally, he enjoyed a bottle of chilled mineral water. After a hearty meal, Cao Yang felt reborn. Full of energy, the soreness in his lower back completely gone, as if he could do it all over again, without any problem. Full and rested after a few minutes, Cao Yang picked up his backpack, and before leaving planned to fill it with supplies. Then he would head back to Teaching Building No. 5. He wanted to retrieve his phone. When coming out to move supplies, they were not allowed to bring phones to prevent the phone from suddenly ringing while moving supplies and attracting zombies, which would cause everyone to die. With the phone, he could contact his aunt and sister. He couldn't go before because he lacked the ability. Now with Shen Wanying's protection, he definitely had to go find his aunt and sister. As for why he didn't think of his parents first, he was an orphan. When he was 7, his aunt adopted him and his 5-year-old sister from the orphanage, giving them a complete home and love. Shouldering his backpack, Cao Yang found a baseball bat from the shelf. He had originally considered a kitchen knife, but on second thought the knife was too short and would easily roll after heavy use. A baseball bat was better. Hefting the bat, Cao Yang turned to Shen Wanying beside him and said, "Wanying, retract your high-ranked mutated zombie aura a bit. Otherwise those zombies won't dare come close." Shen Wanying tilted her head, her ruby-like, beautiful eyes staring blankly at Cao Yang, as if understanding his words. After a few seconds, Shen Wanying seemed to understand. She did something, and the zombies, no longer under pressure, howled and rushed from all directions, knocking over shelves along the way. Indeed, movies are all lies. Zombies are not actors. Why would they avoid shelves? Complaining inwardly, looking at the dozen or so zombies charging toward him, Cao Yang swallowed his saliva. Wanying, make sure to protect me. Let's eliminate these zombies. Since the apocalypse started, he had never fought a zombie. That wouldn't do. He must have combat capability. Shen Wanying couldn't be by his side every moment protecting him. If encountered multiple terrifying mutated zombies, even if he couldn't defeat them alone, he should at least hold out until Shen Wanying finishes off the enemies. He could be not strong, but he absolutely could not be a coward who goes limp in the legs when facing monsters, someone with no resistance at all. Hearing Cao Yang's command, Shen Wanying's beautiful eyes flashed with bloodlight, her delicate and cold face turning ferocious. Her slender long fingers curled into claws ready to strike. With Shen Wanying's protection, Cao Yang had no worries. Seeing the charging zombies, he swung the bat and smashed it down on a zombie's head. With a powerful swing, the bat directly burst the head. Splattering blood stained Cao Yang's clothes. Watching the zombie fall, Cao Yang felt blood boil. He swung repeatedly, the bat hitting each time precisely on zombie heads. Beside him, Shen Wanying's arms lashed out, shredding any zombie that came close. The scene was extremely bloody, with severed limbs everywhere. At some point on Shen Wanying's slender fingers, half-foot-long blood-red claws had grown out of nowhere, reducing zombies to pieces wherever they passed. Under Shen Wanying's protection, except for the direction Cao Yang faced, all other zombies were torn apart 3 meters away, unable to get any closer. There were only a dozen or so zombies in the supermarket. After a few minutes, the battle ended. Cao Yang had taken down 3 himself. The rest were all eliminated by Shen Wanying. Looking at the bodies all over the floor, Cao Yang exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The feeling of battle was really satisfying. Having Shen Wanying's protection felt really good. Turning to Shen Wanying, who had returned to calm, Cao Yang praised, "Wanying, you did great." As if understanding the meaning of his words, Shen Wanying's blood-red eyes rippled and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, as if she was smiling. The curvature was very subtle. If Cao Yang hadn't been watching, he wouldn't have noticed at all. This positive change made Cao Yang very happy. At this rate, perhaps soon Shen Wanying would be able to communicate and interact with him like a normal person. He hugged Shen Wanying happily and kissed her. Then he took off his backpack and began to scavenge the supermarket for needed supplies. Chocolate, ham, bread, mineral water. Chips too, of course. He had just loaded a few items when a voice came. "Stop right there. Stop. Who told you to take things from the shelves? Put everything in your bag down. You can't take a single thing from here." The voice was irritable and urgent. Cao Yang paused, lifted his head, and looked at the several men climbing down from the stairs across a pile of obstacles. He was almost amused into anger. So there were still living people upstairs. They hadn't dared to let out a single fart when the zombies were all downstairs. Now that he had cleared the zombies, they came running down. Wang Huiyuan's fat body climbed down from the stairs, desperately clambering over obstacles, almost falling halfway. He was the supermarket owner. When the apocalypse broke out around 9 in the morning, most students were either in class or sleeping in dorms. There weren't many people in the supermarket then. Right after the apocalypse, he was quick to react. He and a few part-time male students escaped to the second floor, blocked the stairs with obstacles, then teamed up to kill the few zombies on the second floor. The group settled there. With food and drink and zombies unable to reach them, Wang Huiyuan waited for official rescue. Today was the same eat, play on his phone, post some show-off videos, sleep, when tired, until the growling downstairs woke him. Faced with this situation, he just cursed stupid zombies, always going crazy, turned over, and planned to continue sleeping. Over the past week, he had experienced this countless times. Most of the time, it meant they had found living people or animals. At first, he was scared, and now he just ignores it. But just after turning over, the zombie roars suddenly stopped. The downstairs was eerily quiet. Sensing something wrong, Wang Huiyuan scrambled up and crept to the stairwell to peek downstairs. The situation downstairs surprised him. The supermarket door was shut, the zombies outside were blocked, and all the zombies inside the supermarket had been eliminated. On the first floor, only a man and a woman remained. The man was frantically stuffing items into a bag. Seeing this, his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. If he dared to steal from his supermarket today, what might he dare to do tomorrow? Wang Huiyuan hastily called over a few part-time male students to bolster his presence and bolster his courage. He rushed downstairs, absolutely refusing to allow. If he dared to steal from his supermarket today, what might he dare to do tomorrow? Wang Huiyuan hastily called over a few part-time male students to bolster his presence and bolster his courage. He rushed downstairs, absolutely refusing to allow anyone to steal his supplies. Counting himself, there were 5 people upstairs. 5 against 2, the advantage was his. Though he lacked the courage to fight zombies, he was bold enough when it came to dealing with humans. Leading his crew aggressively to stand before Cao Yang, Wang Huiyuan wiped the sweat from his brow, his fat hand reaching out rudely to snatch the backpack from Cao Yang's grasp, cursing under his breath. Damn it, you little brat, learning bad things. This supermarket is mine. Did I give you permission to take things from it? Hand it over. His tone was overbearing and rude, his actions utterly disrespectful. Looking at the fat pig before him, Cao Yang wasn't about to tolerate it. You say the supermarket is yours. Just because you say so? Did you ask the zombies? When the downstairs was crawling with them, why didn't you come down and tell them? Now that I've cleared them all out, you come down and claim the supermarket's goods are yours. Screw you. You're afraid of the zombies, so you think you can bully a student like me. Does being a good person mean I deserve to be targeted? Watching Wang Huiyuan's reaching hand, Cao Yang's eyes turned ruthless. If you dare stretch out your claws, I'll break them and smash them to pieces. This is the apocalypse now. The law of the apocalypse is survival of the fittest. What I take is mine. He raised his baseball bat ready to strike when the scene before him froze and a crisp notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! An unexpected event has occurred. Faced with the supermarket owner's domineering behavior, please choose. Choice A: smooth things over, obediently return the backpack and slink away. Reward title: coward, 10 free attribute points. Choice B: screw you. What's in my hands is mine. Beat or kill the fat pig. Reward: a mysterious gift pack. Hearing the notification in his mind, Cao Yang was truly surprised. This was an unexpected bonus. Between choices A and B was even a choice a person could make. System: would anyone actually choose option A? I don't get it. Cao Yang asked with soul-searching sincerity. Host: you must believe in the diversity of species. The system's single sentence left Cao Yang speechless. Thinking of cuckolds, traitors, bootlickers, and sanctimonious hypocrites, he could only admit the system was right. He might be normal, but that didn't mean others were. Perhaps in some people's eyes he was the abnormal one. B. I'm going to beat this fat pig to death. As his words fell, the frozen scene resumed its flow. Just as Cao Yang raised his baseball bat, a flash of red light streaked before his eyes before he could even swing. Shen Wanying didn't care about any of that. Seeing the fat pig about to attack Cao Yang, she instantly flew into a berserk rage. Her half-foot-long blood claws swept out, tearing Wang Huiyuan's obese body to shreds. Without even a scream, Wang Huiyuan met his end. He never imagined he would die so suddenly. Blood splattered and dismembered limbs flew everywhere. The gruesome and horrifying scene left the 4 male students behind him weak with fear, collapsing onto the ground, trembling and unable to speak. Cao Yang. Lowering the baseball bat he had only half-raised, Cao Yang looked at Shen Wanying beside him, her beautiful eyes blood-red, and glaring fiercely at the 4 boys on the floor, as if contemplating whether to tear them apart too. He quickly moved to calm her down. No, forget it. These ones are fine. Wang Huiyuan, the culprit, was dead. These 4 students hadn't insulted him or laid a hand on him. He wasn't a murderous maniac who killed everyone he saw. Cao Yang's soothing words had an immediate effect. Shen Wanying's eyes cleared and the blood-colored claws at her fingertips vanished. Looking down at the 4 students, pale-faced and paralyzed on the ground, Cao Yang raised his backpack slightly. I'm just packing a few things. You don't have a problem with that, do you? The 4 students shook their heads frantically. Feel free. We're just part-time students. We were only called down by the store manager to make a show of force. You can take whatever you want. We don't mind. Good. A wise man adapts to circumstances. Ding. Choice completed. Reward: mysterious grand prize, a 1,000 cubic meter portable space. Hearing the crisp notification in his mind, Cao Yang was completely stunned, his mind reeling with exclamations of disbelief. A portable space, and 1,000 cubic meters. That was equivalent to a cube 10 meters wide, 10 meters high, and 10 meters long. Just how much could he fit in there? A backpack. With a portable space, who needed that piece of junk anymore? It held little, was heavy to carry, and was cumbersome and inconvenient. The key point was that with a portable space, he no longer had to worry about fruits, vegetables, or meat spoiling. Just toss them in, and they'd be preserved forever. Guaranteed to be just as fresh when taken out. His burning gaze swept over the shelves around him, and the grin on Cao Yang's face was harder to suppress than an AK-47. All these supplies were now his. With a portable space, who still used a backpack. Tossed the backpack away. He casually threw the backpack aside with a flourish. The 4 students on the floor were baffled. Dude, what do you mean? Didn't they say they had no objections? Why are you throwing away the bag now? Seeing Cao Yang approach with a beaming smile, the 4 students were terrified out of their wits, bursting into tears. Big brother, please don't kill us. I don't want to die. Why, I have an 80-year-old mother at home, and a 3-year-old child waiting to be fed. I don't want to die. Bro, we're begging for mercy here. Could you please not make me laugh? I've forgotten what I was going to say. The student on the far left had put on a mournful face ready to beg for mercy, but was completely thrown off by that one sentence the word stuck in his throat. Cao Yang almost laughed at the second guy. Seriously, what era is this? Are you using lines from a minor villain in a TV drama to beg for mercy? You're quite the little joker. Don't worry, I don't plan to do anything to you as long as you cooperate, Cao Yang said with a reassuring smile. The four nodded, frantically afraid that if they were even a second slow, Cao Yang would kill them. Whatever you say, big brother. We'll cooperate fully. Even if you want our. Well, grit our teeth and give it to you. Get lost. Cao Yang's face darkened. Do you know where the supermarket warehouse is? Oi. The four nodded in unison. Big brother, we know. Good. Knowing where the warehouse was all that mattered. Now you four go to the warehouse and bring out all the food. Stack it out here. They'll come by to collect it later. I want all the vegetables, fruits, and meat that aren't rotten. Cao Yang assigned them their tasks. 4 free laborers were not to be wasted. If he had to clear out the supermarket alone, how long would it take? The 4 students were stunned by the order. One of them seemed to realize something and exclaimed in shock. Holy crap. Big bro, did you awaken a spatial ability? Abilities were no longer a secret. Anyone with a phone and internet access basically knew about them. Cao Yang glared at the student who spoke. You talk too much. Are you studying for a PhD? Get moving and start bringing things out. Am I supposed to invite you? Oh, got it, big bro. The 4 students, startled, dared not say another word. They scrambled to their feet and darted off with impressive speed. Cao Yang didn't idle either. He led Shen Wanying and began sweeping through the supermarket. With the portable space, collecting supplies was incredibly fast. He would slap his hand on a shelf, and the entire shelf would be absorbed into the space. With a thought, the empty shelf would be ejected. Maximum efficiency. On the first floor of the supermarket, wherever Cao Yang passed, the goods on the shelves were completely cleared, leaving only bare racks. A massive amount of supplies was stored away in his portable space. In just over 10 minutes, the first floor was empty. Apart from daily necessities, stationery, and the fallen shelves, Cao Yang didn't leave behind a single edible item. The 1,000 cubic meter portable space was already a third full, packed with various bagged foods, chocolate, bread, spicy sticks, instant noodles, canned goods, and some fresh fruits and vegetables. The weight must have been several tons. After clearing the first floor, Cao Yang took Shen Wanying upstairs to continue their sweep. Compared to the first floor, the second floor had far fewer supplies, though it did have quite a few clothes and shoes. He glanced at the clothes on himself and Shen Wanying. He was okay. At most, he hadn't changed in a week and smelled a bit odd. But Shen Wanying's clothes were a different story. Her white chiffon blouse was stained red, her jeans had several holes, and her shoes were filthy beyond recognition. Time for a change. He picked out a few suitable outfits and undergarments for Shen Wanying and led her in. He didn't expect Shen Wanying to change on her own. Piece by piece, he removed her old clothes and personally put on the new ones. After a good 10+ minutes of thoroughly enjoying himself, Cao Yang finally led Shen Wanying out of the fitting room. Looking at Shen Wanying, now beautifully dressed by his own hands, appearing even more stunning and captivating, Cao Yang felt an indescribable satisfaction. Wanying, wait here for me. I'm going to change. Understanding his words, Shen Wanying nodded, watching him walk into the fitting room. He didn't bother closing the door or anything. He just took off his clothes and changed. What was there to hide? He was a grown man. In less than 3 minutes, Cao Yang had changed into a fresh set of clothes and walked out. They continued sweeping up supplies. This time it didn't take long, mainly because Cao Yang hadn't been completely ruthless. He had left some food for the 4 students as a token of appreciation for their hard work. Leading Shen Wanying to the warehouse at the back, he found that after nearly an hour of concerted effort, the 4 had already stacked over 100 boxes outside, along with piles of drinks and bottled water. Seeing Cao Yang approach, the 4 students stopped their work, their eyes filled with awe. An awakened individual was synonymous with power. They had all seen the completely cleared shelves up front. Big bro, these are all handpicked. We made sure the fruits and vegetables in the boxes aren't rotten, just maybe not as fresh. The rest are things like sausages and instant noodles. There are still 7 or 8 boxes in the warehouse that we haven't brought out. Do you want to wait? Cao Yang opened a few boxes to check. They were telling the truth. Apart from easily spoiled items like strawberries, the fruits were still reasonably fresh. The vegetables were just a little wilted, but otherwise fine. All right, bring them all out. Okay. The 4 students resumed their work. Cao Yang moved his mind, and one by one the boxes filled with supplies were absorbed into his portable space. After collecting everything, the 1,000 cubic meter portable space was over half full. This amount of supplies could feed at least 100 people for half a year, or even longer. Glancing at the digital clock on the wall, 1845, he realized he had been at it for quite a while. The sun was almost setting. Once it got dark, zombies would become more active and dangerous. Cao Yang decided to return to teaching building No. 5 as soon as possible. The supermarket is yours now. I didn't take everything from the second floor. There's still a fair amount left. Ration it, and it should last the 4 of you a month. Consider it your payment. Hearing Cao Yang's words, the four students breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes revealing surprise. They had thought Cao Yang would take everything, leaving only the scraps on the floor that weren't worth picking up. They never expected him to leave them a considerable amount. Thank you, big bro. Wishing you and teacher Shen 100 sons. May big bro have 80 in one go. Cao Yang. Teaching building No. 5 wasn't far from the food street, less than 2 kilometers away. The distance would have been even shorter if he hadn't deliberately detoured a few hundred. Teaching building No. 5 wasn't far from the food street, less than 2 kilometers away. The distance would have been even shorter if he hadn't deliberately detoured a few hundred meters for safety. With Shen Wanying as his protector, the aura of a high-level zombie kept the surrounding zombies at bay. It didn't take long for him to return to teaching building No. 5. On the 6th floor, Zhang Wei, who was on lookout duty, spotted Cao Yang and Shen Wanying returning empty-handed. Even from a distance, he immediately recognized Shen Wanying. Although he wondered why only Cao Yang had returned from the supply team, that was Shen Wanying, the goddess of every male student. Excited, Zhang Wei turned and rushed back into the building. As a loyal lackey, he had to go tell his boss, Qian Xiaohao, this great news. Teaching building No. 5 of 8th floor professor's office. The nearly 50 square meter office was very spacious, fully equipped with a desk, sofa, refrigerator, air conditioner, and LCD TV, as well as a separate restroom and washroom. The amenities were no less luxurious than those in a high-end hotel. This office was originally assigned by Haida University for professors to use during their breaks, but since the apocalypse broke out, it had been taken over by the students. The office was very quiet, carrying a heavy sense of an impending storm. On the clean, polished floor, several girls wearing only their underwear, revealing large expanses of fair skin, knelt. They were reasonably attractive, but their eyes were fixed fearfully on the young man sitting on the sofa. The young man had a clean-shaven face and was dressed in expensive casual wear that made him look quite handsome. His face was dark and expressionless, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Qian Xiaohao was in a foul mood. At noon, when the sun was at its strongest, he had sent Wang Hao, who had awakened his strength ability, out with dozens of people to bring back supplies. Supply runs like this happened roughly once a day, and they always brought back a good haul. Nothing had ever gone wrong in the past few days. He had expected today to be the same, but now it was almost dark, and Wang Hao still hadn't returned. Not just Wang Hao, none of the dozens of students he had taken with him had come back either. Teaching building No. 5 wasn't his personal fiefdom. Including himself, there were 3 ability users, 2 men and 1 woman. He had awakened a wind ability, and Wang Qian had awakened a lightning ability. Wang Hao, with his strength ability, was his right-hand man. Without Wang Hao, he couldn't suppress Wang Qian, who had awakened the lightning ability all by himself. This meant his life of unbridled indulgence and pleasure was about to end. He might even have to start kowtowing to Wang Qian. And that wasn't even the worst part. The fact that a supply squad could be completely wiped out, with Wang Hao, a strength ability user, unable to even escape, spoke volumes about the horror of the monster. Teaching building No. 5 was only a little over 1,000 meters from the supermarket Wang Hao had gone to. That was far too close. It meant the monster could, or perhaps already had, discovered them. He had considered the possibility that Wang Hao had betrayed him, taken the dozens of people, and gone off to start his own faction. But he dismissed the thought as soon as it arose. As a trusted confidant, he had never mistreated Wang Hao. Wang Hao could eat whatever he wanted and have his pick of women. He was second only to Qian Xiaohao himself, ruling over 100 others. Unless Wang Hao had been kicked in the head by a donkey, there was no reason for him to betray him. With one misfortune after another, he didn't even have the heart to toy with the women anymore. How could his expression possibly be good? Just then the office door was slammed open violently. Zhang Wei, his face flushed with excitement, burst in. Boss, great news. Guess who's here? Already in a bad mood, having a subordinate barge in without permission was the last straw, igniting the fury within Qian Xiaohao. He was about to curse him out, but Zhang Wei's words made him pause, a flicker of joy rising in his heart. Who? Wang Hao. If Wang Hao had returned, his biggest worry would be gone. His greedy gaze swept over the kneeling women, their pale skin barely covered by their underwear. Zhang Wei swallowed hard, not daring to stare, and spoke excitedly. No, it's teacher Shen Wanying. She's with a student from our supply team. I think his name is Shen Wanying. Hearing the name, a flash of delight crossed Qian Zaiheo's eyes. Teacher Shen, as Haida University's most renowned. Before the apocalypse, Qian Xiaohao had also pursued the goddess teacher with fervent passion, but like countless wealthy heirs and elites, he returned in defeat. As a rich second-generation scion of Haiqing, what beautiful woman hadn't he toyed with? Yet Shen Wanying was truly the one he adored. Noble and aloof, impervious to flattery, whether it was flowers, money, or any other advance, none yielded any effect, which only fueled his obsessive desire to possess Shen Wanying. It wasn't that he hadn't contemplated unscrupulous methods. He had always stopped at nothing for women, but with Shen Wanying he dared not. Not because Shen Wanying had formidable connections, but because her suitors were too numerous. Not just wealthy heirs, but also self-made tycoons. 1 monk carries water, 2 monks share the burden, 3 monks go thirsty. If he tried any tricks, her other pursuers would twist his head off. His father had warned him repeatedly that if he stirred up collective wrath, even he couldn't protect him, so he never dared to make a shadowy move. The more unattainable, the more he craved. Now that the apocalypse had descended, order had crumbled, and he had awakened supernatural powers. With Shen Wanying delivered to his doorstep, how could he not be thrilled? At this moment, thoughts of Wang Hao's life or death all faded into oblivion. His only desire was to possess Shen Wanying. Quick! Where is she? Take me there immediately. With bloodshot eyes and a frenzied demeanor, Qian Ziaheo's appearance filled Zhang Wei with even greater delight. Boss, I brought back such good news. Don't you think you should reward me with something? As he spoke, Zhang Wei's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the women kneeling on the floor. Qian Xiaohao paused following Zhang Wei's look, then grinned broadly. You want women? I'm giving all of these to you. Now take me there immediately. He had no interest in the vulgar women kneeling on the ground. Before the apocalypse, such common looks wouldn't even qualify to be his playthings. Now that Shen Wanying had arrived, he cared even less. Zhang Wei's heart surged with ecstasy as he hurriedly led the way. Boss, follow me. When I came up, they had just reached the bottom floor. They should be heading upstairs now. Meanwhile, after a thorough inspection confirmed no issues, Cao Yang and Shen Wanying smoothly ascended to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was designated for ordinary people or the workhorses, while the 4th floor was for women. Guards were stationed at the stairwell, and without permission, ordinary individuals were forbidden from going up. He was now heading to the 3rd floor teacher's office to retrieve his phone. Before departure, everyone's phones had been confiscated and placed under guard to be returned only upon arrival. Scanning the onlookers gathered around, Cao Yang remained unfazed as he approached the office door. Just as he was about to push it open, a burst of shouts echoed from afar. Damn it! Get out of the way, can't you see the boss is coming? Move it! His hand paused on the door as Cao Yang turned to look. A dozen meters away, the crowd parted as Qian Xiaohao, accompanied by Zhang Wei, rushed over in a flurry. Cao Yang wasn't surprised by Qian Ziaheo's arrival. With lookouts stationed upstairs and his own return having occurred some time ago, it would be odd if Qian Xiaohao hadn't gotten wind of it and shown up. Teacher Shen. Bursting with excitement, Qian Xiaohao hurried forward, but as he was about to speak, his gaze suddenly sharpened. It was then that he noticed Shen Wanying was standing beside someone else, and at a distance far too close. Their arms were nearly touching. He recalled Zhang Wei mentioning that Teacher Shen had returned with someone named Chao from the supply team. This must be the guy, right? Shooting a hostile glare at Cao Yang, Qian Xiaohao raised his chin slightly, his eyes dripping with contempt and arrogance. Get lost and stop being a nuisance. I have matters to discuss with Teacher Shen. Should I yield to him? What is Qian Xiaohao anyway? On the 3rd floor corridor, as news of Shen Wanying's arrival spread, more and more people gathered, cramming the hallway to the brim. This is going to be a show. Before the apocalypse, Boss Qian was chasing Teacher Shen. Now it's like a lamb walking into the tiger's den. Cao Yang is an idiot too. He knows what it's like here, yet he still brought Teacher Shen back. Now she's being snatched right in front of him. Don't say that. Maybe Cao Yang doesn't want to be a coward and plans to risk it all for his beauty. Oh, then he'll just rage and end up raging at nothing. Kicked aside like a stray dog by Boss Qian. If it were me, I'd have eloped with Teacher Shen and never come back. It's over. Teacher Shen is done for. As long as Cao Yang isn't stupid, he'll definitely avoid Boss Qian's wrath, or else he's as good as dead. In the corridor, the crowd of students huddled together, whispering among themselves, their eyes fixed intently on the unfolding drama. At the center of attention, Qian Xiaohao listened to the murmurs and flattery around him, tilting his chin up as he smugly watched Cao Yang, waiting for him to slink away in disgrace. Cao Yang heard every word of the gossip clearly. His gaze swept over Qian Ziaheo's face, cold and sharp. Should I yield to Qian Ziaheo's edge? He doesn't deserve it. Ding. Faced with Qian Ziaheo's humiliation, the divine selection has activated. Choice A: endure and retreat. Obediently step aside. Let Qian Xiaohao take Shen Wanying. Reward: title turtle, ability tortoise, shell shield. Choice B: rise up. Assertively embrace Shen Wanying to declare ownership. Make Qian Xiaohao scram immediately. Reward: a mysterious gift pack. The scene froze. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Cao Yang's heart leaped with joy. Another reward. As for the choice, did he even need to think? I choose B. Previously without a system or powers, he had endured. Now wielding the system, and with Shen Wanying by his side for protection, if he still held back, wouldn't activating the system have been pointless? With a cold sneer, Cao Yang raised his arm. Under the stunned, frozen gazes of the crowd and Qian Ziaheo's bewildered eyes, he pulled Shen Wanying's slender waist and drew her into his embrace. The force was so great that even the bell beneath her clothes was crushed out of shape. Qian Xiaohao was dumbfounded, unable to react for a long time, while the onlookers were equally shocked by Cao Yang's audacious act. Holding Shen Wanying's delicate form tightly, feeling her perfect curves, Cao Yang looked up, a wild and unrestrained smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You tell me to scram, and I scram. What do you think you are? A sharp intake of breath rippled through the crowd at Cao Yang's arrogant words. Their gazes toward him were filled with shock. At that moment, they felt Cao Yang had gone mad. He actually dared to risk everything for his beauty and provoke Qian Xiaohao. Ding. Choice completed. Reward: a mysterious gift pack. Hearing the crisp notification in his mind, Cao Yang didn't rush to check it. After a brief moment of shock, Qian Xiaohao had already snapped back to reality. Aya, you deserve to die. He'll kill you. Qian Xiaohao was losing his mind. Being slapped in the face and mocked in public, especially in front of Shen Wanying, drove him into a frenzy. He frantically channeled the wind energy within him, forming a translucent wind blade in his hand. Just as he raised his arm to strike, a bolt of lightning shot toward him from afar. Crackling. Lightning raged. The frenzied Qian Xiaohao's expression shifted drastically as he flung the wind blade. Midair, the blade collided with the lightning. The wind blade shattered and the lightning scattered. Both attacks dissipated. Interrupted by the lightning, Qian Xiaohao calmed down, his eyes turning cold as he stared toward the back of the crowd. In the corridor, the congested crowd parted on both sides as a slightly sturdy, plain-looking woman walked through. Wang Qian, the only female awakener in Building 5, had awakened the lightning ability. Watching Wang Qian approach, Qian Xiaohao's pent-up fury found no outlet as he growled. Wang Qian, do you know what you're doing? If Wang Hao hadn't gone missing, this wouldn't be happening. Damn it. Lightning crackling in her hand, Wang Qian showed no fear of Qian Xiaohao's threat. Without Wang Hao, she was the strongest in Building 5. What am I doing? I'm beating a dog. You got a problem. Say another word and it'll give you another dose of electrotherapy, believe me. Wang Qian was no pushover, either, her tone dripping with aggression. Lightning was inherently volatile, and having been suppressed by Qian Xiaohao and Wang Hao for so long, she was bursting with frustration. Qian Xiaohao was nearly choked with rage. The combined assault from Cao Yang and Wang Qian had made him lose face, completely shattering his authority. Yet he was utterly helpless. Without Wang Hao's support, he was no match for Wang Qian. If they fought, he would surely lose, and that would be even more humiliating. His venomous gaze swept over Wang Qian's face before settling on Cao Yang. He said coldly, "You'd better pray that Wang Qian stays by your side to protect you at all times, or else." Leaving behind a threat, Qian Xiaohao turned and left, unable to bear staying any longer. Watching Qian Xiaohao walk away, Cao Yang felt a bit frustrated. He had already stepped back and moved Shen Wanying in front of him. If Wang Qian had arrived just a second or two later, Qian Xiaohao would have been scattered all over. Pieces here, pieces there, a chopstick here, a chopstick there. Having driven away Qian Xiaohao, Wang Qian turned around, her gaze sweeping over Cao Yang's face with a hidden fervor. She hadn't noticed before, but among the surviving students in Building 5, there was someone so handsome, far superior to the few boys she had toyed with these past days. And with such a sturdy build, he was definitely far more impressive than those scrawny wimps. Feeling a chill down his spine from Wang Qian's burning gaze, Cao Yang knew exactly what she was about. Was she eyeing him? Hell no. He had no interest in a tank. Seeing Cao Yang's face pale, Wang Qian assumed he was scared by Qian Xiaohao's parting threat and reassured him, "Don't worry with me here, Qian Xiaohao won't hurt you. If you're afraid, come stay with me on the 7th floor in the room next to mine." Cao Yang's lips twitched as he refused without hesitation. "No need, Teacher Shen, and I will stay on the 5th floor. The 5th floor was empty with no one living there. Since it was just for one night, and he would leave tomorrow, anywhere was fine as long as it wasn't the 7th floor. Without waiting for Wang Qian to respond, Cao Yang pushed open the office door and pulled Shen Wanying inside. Among a pile of phones, he found his own, long dead from not being charged. Chargers were scarce. With over 100 people sharing 5, it was impossible to keep up. Now he had no shortage of chargers. He had grabbed several at Huiyuan supermarket, and he could charge it once they reached the 5th floor. Pocketing his phone, Cao Yang led Shen Wanying out of the office and headed upstairs under the envious gazes of the crowd. No one dared to stop him. Having slapped Qian Xiaohao's face, and with Wang Qian, an awakener, openly vouching for him, anyone who tried to block him would be insane. On the 5th floor office. After closing the door, Cao Yang plugged in his phone and waited for the charging indicator to appear before checking his reward. System, open the mystery pack. Opening the pack. Ice ability. Ding. Mystery pack opened. Obtain frost ability. Holy crap. It was an ability. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Cao Yang was overjoyed. This ability came at the perfect time, directly filling the gap in his insufficient strength. Once he fused the ability, even if Qian Xiaohao tried a sneak attack at night, he wouldn't just stand by and cheer like a useless bystander. As for whether Qian Xiaohao would come, buddy, it's a sure thing. After being humiliated in public with his beloved goddess sharing a room with another man, something was bound to happen. Cao Yang didn't think Qian Xiaohao, an arrogant and reckless rich kid, could tolerate it. Especially since in Qian Zaihao's eyes he was still a weakling. Without Wang Qian's protection and to ensure Qian Xiaohao would come, he had deliberately mentioned that he was resting on the 5th floor. With so many people in the corridor, someone was bound to tip off Qian Xiaohao. The trap was set. He would be disappointed if Qian Xiaohao didn't take the bait. Additionally, fusing the ability would make the journey to find his aunt and sister safer. Snapping back to reality, he looked at Shen Wanying standing before him, her beautiful eyes fixed on him without blinking. Her cold, stunning face grew more appealing the longer he looked, and he couldn't resist pulling her into his embrace for a kiss. A few minutes later, Cao Yang looked up. Shen Wanying's icy cheeks were now tinged with a rosy blush, and her crimson eyes held a hint of mist, making her even more alluring and captivating. Wanying, guard me, and don't let anyone in. Whoever enters dies. Understood. Cao Yang instructed carefully. He didn't know how long fusing the ability would take, or if any phenomena would occur. During the process, he would surely be defenseless, and if someone barged in, it would be trouble. He had to take precautions in advance. He didn't want to die before finishing the fusion. Blinking, the mist in her eyes quickly dissipated, and Shen Wanying nodded slightly in response. System fused the ice ability. With Shen Wanying guarding him, Cao Yang felt at ease. As the words fell, a chilling sensation enveloped his entire body. Icy currents circulated within him, and blue frost raged. The temperature in the office plummeted by over 10 degrees, and the floor beneath Cao Yang's feet even developed blue ice crystals. The frost spread relentlessly, and even Shen Wanying, who was closest, had a faint layer of white frost forming on her. Tilting her head without any visible movement from Shen Wanying, the frost on her quickly receded as if it had never been there. Within a few minutes, pale blue ice crystals covered the entire classroom, coating the walls, floor, and windows in a thin layer of white frost. On the 4th floor in the office, directly below, a few girls were gossiping about the earlier incident on the 3rd floor corridor when suddenly a wave of cold air hit. The chattering girls sneezed a few times and rubbed their arms incessantly. What the hell? Why is it suddenly so cold? No idea. Can the AC at 26 degrees be this cold? Damn, I'm freezing. I'm getting out of here. Wait for me. On the 5th floor. In the office, Cao Yang suddenly opened his eyes. The spreading frost surged back into his body like a tide, and the ice in the office vanished at a visible rate. Moments later, Cao Yang exhaled, releasing a breath of icy cold air. The frost power surged within him, filling him with elation. Only by awakening an ability did one understand how powerful an awakener was. Against ordinary people, without firearms, before his energy ran out, he could kill as many as came. Even if his energy was depleted, an awakener's physique was far beyond that of a normal person. System, open my personal panel. Name: Cao Yang. Strength 14, Agility 15, Spirit 17, Physique 15, Energy 10, Ability Frost Control, Skill Virus Immunity. Note: after training, in ordinary humans, 4-dimensional attributes max out at 15 points. Frost Control, a water variant ability that allows mastery over frost power with immense destructive force and freezing effects. These were his current stats. Apart from strength not reaching the human limit, his agility, spirit, and physique all exceeded or met the ordinary human maximum. And this was just his 4-dimensional stats. His greatest strength lay in his ability. Thinking this, Cao Yang closed the panel and raised his arm. Chills spread from his palm as a half-foot-long ice spike rapidly formed in his hand. The pale blue ice spike was as dazzling as crystal, like a work of art continuously radiating cold air. Forming this single ice spike consumed 1 point of Cao Yang's energy, meaning he could only fire 10 consecutive ice spikes before his energy ran out. Too little. System, how do I increase my energy? As someone from Xiaoyu, Cao Yang was born with a fear of insufficient firepower. Being able to shoot only 10 ice spikes, what was that good for? He needed at least 10,000 or 100,000 to be decent. Others might not know how to raise energy groping in the dark, but he was different. He had a system. Why not use a cheat? Just because it wasn't turned off didn't mean it wasn't active. Host, there are 3 traditional methods to increase energy capacity. First, slow accumulation. Awakeners. It would unconsciously absorb free-floating energy from the air, and over time the energy cap would increase. The second method is combat, extensive battles constantly consuming energy, and then recovering, slowly raising the energy ceiling. The third method involves crystals, special fruits, and mutated beast meat. Some zombies have crystals in their brains that can be absorbed to enhance the energy cap, which also works for Shen Wanying. Listening to the system's answers, Cao Yang mused that it felt oddly reminiscent of cultivation. The first method was the slowest, while the second and third could be pursued simultaneously. Crystals, special fruits, and mutated beast meat. It seemed he couldn't stay idle on his journey to find his aunt and sister. This question also resolved another doubt. how to nurture Shen Wanying, and his earlier thoughts were correct. A knock came at the door, and Cao Yang instinctively looked toward it. Cao Yang, it's dinner time. Sister Qian asked me to bring you some food, bread, luncheon meat, chocolate, and drinks. Can you open the door? Dinner. Outside it was already dark, indeed time for the evening meal. But, compared to the earlier single piece of bread and cup of water, this was a feast. However, for Cao Yang, who now possessed a whole supermarket's worth of supplies, he couldn't care less. No need, take it back. I don't want it. After sending the girl away, Cao Yang felt a bit hungry himself. He could skip eating, but Shen Wanying couldn't. Now, whether it was evolution or replenishing energy, she relied entirely on him. There was still a battle ahead tonight, so she had to be well fed. There was a water dispenser in the office. Once the water boiled, Cao Yang brewed a cup of braised beef noodles and enjoyed a hearty meal with bread, spiced beef, spicy strips, and eggs. After the main course, he had fruit for dessert. He gathered all the leftovers into his portable space, and now that he was full, Shen Wanying was still hungry. The goddess-like teacher had been staring at him with her beautiful eyes since dinner, not even blinking. She must have been starving. He blocked the doors and windows with desks, creating a sturdy defense that even Qian Xiaohao couldn't break through in a few minutes. That was enough time for him to prepare. Next, Cao Yang wanted to try other methods to satisfy Shen Wanying's hunger. Since he had neither crystals nor mutated beast meat, he had to explore new approaches. After all, trying wouldn't hurt. Cao Yang turned around, and Shen Wanying blinked her ruby-like eye, as if sensing what was about to happen. A mist of water gathered in her beautiful eyes, and her supple, elastic body proactively leaned into him. Damn it! Damn it! Cao Yang! Wang Qian! Bitch! They'll kill you all! Oh! They'll kill you bastards! On the 8th floor, the professor's office was in shambles as Qian Xiaohao, driven mad by rage, smashed everything in sight. In the corner, several women huddled together, trembling, covering their mouths, not daring to breathe. The current Qian Xiaohao was terrifying, his face twisted, eyes bloodshot, unbridled in his violent outburst. They feared being targeted by the frenzied Qian Xiaohao. At the office door, Zhang Wei shrank his head, his gaze darting between Qian Xiaohao and the girls in the corner. He always remembered that Qian Xiaohao had promised those girls to him, but now Qian Xiaohao was in a rage, and he didn't know whether to speak up. Yet he feared that if he didn't ask, Qian Xiaohao might forget, and he would lose everything. Zhang Wei was clearly somewhat clever, but not by much. After Qian Xiaohao vented and seemed to calm down, Zhang Wei crept forward a few steps, keeping a distance, and cautiously said, "Boss, have you cooled off?" Qian Xiaohao turned his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Zhang Wei, the murderous aura sending a chill down Zhang Wei's spine. "Spit it out." Zhang Wei forced a dry laugh, rubbing his hands together. Boss, you said earlier you'd give me those girls. Is that still valid? Rewards. If it weren't for this dog Zhang Wei, how would he have lost face? And now he dared to ask. A murderous glint flashed in Qian Zaiheo's eyes. He didn't care if it was Zhang Wei's fault. He only knew that Zhang Wei's information had humiliated him. Death. He deserved to die, just like Cao Yang and Wang Qian. He raised his arm, flicked his palm through the air, and a translucent wind blade shot forth, instantly filling the room with blood. A head rolled to the ground, its face frozen in disbelief, while the headless body spurted blood and collapsed with a dull thud. The stench of blood and the horrific scene made the girls in the corner shut their eyes tightly, trembling even more violently. Wiping the blood from his face, Qian Xiaohao looked even more ferocious. Someone. The office door opened, and a few men walked in. Seeing the corpse on the floor, they shuddered. Having killed a man, Qian Xiaohao calmed down considerably. Without even glancing at the body, he ordered, "Tell the men to get ready. After midnight, I want that surnamed Cao dead without a burial place." According to the information, by midnight Wang Qian would be tired and resting. Even if he made a move, by the time she reacted it would be too late. By then, with Cao Yang dead, no matter how furious Wang Qian was, she couldn't do anything to him. His ability to act so recklessly relied not just on his power and Wang Hao's support. His identity as a rich second generation and the influence behind him were the greatest deterrents. If Wang Hao were still here, he wouldn't have to wait until Wang Qian rested. The thought of having to wait until midnight, during which Cao Yang might do something to Shen Wanying, made Qian Xiaohao struggle to contain his madness. Damn it! Let you live a few more hours. In the 5th-floor office, unlike Qian Zaiheo's raging fury, Cao Yang was having a wonderful time. Rain battered the plantain, the waves of passion surged, and faint murmurs echoed in the office. For having merged with the ice ability, Cao Yang's physique had reached the peak of human limits. His young, vigorous body seemed tireless, and Shen Wanying, perhaps having tasted the sweetness, cooperated eagerly. Thunder and fire met, a perfect match. At 11 in the evening, the office fell silent. Cao Yang lay on the mat, holding Shen Wanying, whose skin was flushed pink, feeling utterly content. Shen Wanying, who couldn't refuse or didn't know how to, was amazing. She did everything he said, the dream partner every man longed for. With a thought, a pale blue screen appeared before him. Name: Shen Wanying. Race: mutated zombie. Strength 23. Agility 25. Spirit 10. Constitution 25. Rank 1. Abilities Virus Immunity Regeneration Super Speed Tier. The attribute panel showed no change. The experiment had failed. He wasn't the flesh of a Tang monk or a ginseng fruit. Aside from pleasure, he offered no help to Shen Wanying. This result was expected, and he wasn't disappointed. He had enjoyed what he wanted, and even if it had no effect, things would remain the same. Could he possibly abandon Shen Wanying? Obviously not. He adored her too much. With that thought, Cao Yang bent down and kissed Shen Wanying's pristine forehead. Shen Wanying, who seemed to be resting with her eyes closed, opened them. A hint of allure in her gaze, she tilted her head to look at Cao Yang, then propped herself up to sit in his lap. This movement was clearly a misunderstanding. Cao Yang quickly held her down. Tilting her head, Shen Wanying looked puzzled, as if asking, "Do you want it or not?" Patting the goddess teacher's exquisitely shaped waist, Cao Yang said, "Wanying, enemies will be coming soon. Let me help you get dressed first." At the word enemies, Shen Wanying became instantly alert. The allure in her eyes vanished, replaced by a fierce glint. Seeing her reaction, Cao Yang chuckled inwardly. He picked up the clothes beside him and carefully dressed her. Underwear, coat, stockings, each movement meticulous, as if handling a precious artifact. To Cao Yang, Shen Wanying's perfect body was a masterpiece of God. When it came to his own clothes, Cao Yang was much simpler. A t-shirt and pants done in 30 seconds. Compared to Shen Wanying's 10+ minutes, the difference was stark. Holding Shen Wanying, as he sat down, Cao Yang picked up his phone. After so long, the battery was full. There were many missed calls and messages from his aunt and sister. Cao Yang glanced at them. The messages were normal, describing their situations. His sister Cao Yang was lucky. She attended an all-girls school and had awakened fire abilities after the apocalypse. Now she had formed a small faction with her homeroom teacher, reportedly with 70 or 80 people. The girl had repeatedly wanted to run out to find him, but Cao Yang refused, citing the distance and danger. Haida University was in the south, while Cao Yang's school was in the north. Though not across the entire city, it was still over 10 kilometers away, and Cao Yang was genuinely worried. Compared to his sister, his aunt Han Yuehua was less fortunate. She ran a small company and hadn't awakened any abilities after the apocalypse. Instead, the company's security guard and a supervisor had awakened powers. Although she wasn't in immediate danger, both the guard and the supervisor coveted her, and they were held in check by their mutual rivalry. Fortunately, his aunt's company wasn't far from Haida University, about 3 or 4 kilometers in a straight line. If he set out early tomorrow, even with difficult roads, he could reach her in 2 or 3 days at most. He dialed his aunt's number. The phone rang for less than 2 seconds before it was quickly answered. A soft, alluring voice came through. He dialed his aunt's number. The phone rang for less than 2 seconds before it was quickly answered. The soft, seductive voice felt like an cleaning, soothing to the bones. But the nickname Yang made Cao Yang cringe. It was fine when he was 7 or 8 or even 10, but now he was 20. Still Yang. He wanted to curl his toes. He had protested before, but every time he did, his aunt would look at him with tearful eyes, as if refusing to let her call him. That meant he was grown up and distant. Cao Yang was at a loss. It was hard to imagine that this same aunt at work was a completely different person, cold, commanding, and stern. Such a contrast. Listening to her voice, Cao Yang gently stroked Shen Wanying's head, as if petting a cat. "And don't worry about me. I'm fine. How are things on your end?" "I'm okay here too, but I couldn't reach you, and I was so worried." Hearing his aunt's concerned words, Cao Yang felt a warmth in his heart. "And I awakened ice abilities today. He'll come pick you up early tomorrow with a friend. If nothing unexpected happens, I should reach your company in 2 days at most." "That's too dangerous, Yang. I know you." His aunt's words trailed off, and Cao Yang knew what she would say it was too risky, and she didn't want him to take chances. "And don't try to talk me out of it. I've decided I must come for you. I've grown up now, and I have the strength to protect you. Don't always treat me like a child. That's it. Take care of yourself, aunt." I'm hanging up. Before she could say more, Cao Yang ended the call. At Huayang Company, in the chairman's office, Han Yuehua sat on the sofa, staring blankly at the phone in her hand. Her slender, elegant eyes were lost in thought. The phone's wallpaper was Cao Yang's handsome, smiling face. "Grown up, huh?" A knock came at the office door. Han Yuehua put away her phone, and her dazed expression quickly turned icy. Her mature, delicate face became cold and commanding. "Who is it?" "Hee, it's me, Chairman Zhao Diyang. I noticed you didn't eat much at dinner, so I prepared some late-night snacks. Care to join me?" Hearing the voice outside, a flicker of disgust passed through Han Yuehua's cold eyes. "No need. I'm going to rest. Enjoy your meal yourself, Supervisor Zhao." Outside the office, Zhao Diyang's smile froze, a murderous glint flashing in his triangular eyes. Just then a voice came from behind him. "Supervisor Zhao, what are you doing outside Chairman Han's door so late at night?" Touching his balding head, Zhao Diyang turned around with a dark expression. A few meters away, a young man in a security uniform stared at him with a cold smirk. Seeing Zhao Diyang turn, Lin Fan grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. He raised his hand, making a sign with his index and middle fingers pointing at his own eyes, then at Zhao Yang, and grinned. Supervisor Zhao, don't try anything sneaky. I've got my eyes on you. Troublesome. Zhao Yang's face darkened. He knew that with Lin Fan here, he couldn't do anything. If it weren't for that damn security guard ruining his plans, he would have already won Han Yuehua over. Watching Zhao Yang walk away, Lin Fan also disappeared into the darkness. At Haida University, on the 5th floor, after hanging up, Cao Yang called his sister Cao Yang. After exchanging a few words of concern, he got down to business. Ying, do you know about crystals? Crystals? Aren't those things from novels? I cracked open zombie heads at first, but didn't find any, so I stopped trying. Cao Ying's voice was crisp with a hint of cunning laced with confusion. In fact, it wasn't just Cao Yang. Over at Haida, Chen Xiaohao and his crew had also tried, but found no crystals, and gave up. Either the zombie virus had just erupted and crystals hadn't formed yet, or they were all unlucky and those particular zombies didn't have any. The system had said that not every zombie had a crystal in its head. The probability was very low. Ying zombies do have crystals in their heads, but the chance is low. Absorbing them can enhance your strength. I've confirmed this. The apocalypse is dangerous, especially watch out for mutated zombies. At St. Rafia Women's College dormitory, hearing Cao Yang's words, Cao Yang, who was curled up under the covers, suddenly sat up. The blanket slid off, revealing her smooth, jade-like shoulders. Her white camisole nightgown was stretched taut over her chest, impressively full. Mutated zombies. Did you encounter one, brother? Are you hurt? Her delicate, pretty face was full of collagen, and her bright eyes were filled with worry. Cao Yang knew that Cao Yang was just an ordinary person without any awakened abilities. If he ran into a mutated zombie, wouldn't that be extremely dangerous? A mutated zombie. Of course he had. Hurt. Did losing a lot of vitality count? Cao Yang looked down at Shen Wanying, who was squinting her eyes, as if enjoying his touch, and a faint smile appeared on his face. I'm fine. I've awakened frost abilities. They'll go pick up Ant tomorrow, and after that I'll come find you. Remember to protect yourself, and don't be reckless or jumpy. Mind your own business. You make me sound like a little monkey. In the dorm, Cao Yang snorted, though her tone was defiant. Her face was full of smiles, her eyes curving into crescents, clearly delighted. After hanging up, Cao Yang checked the time. The two calls had taken over half an hour, and it was now past 1130 p.m. Almost midnight. Why hasn't Chen Xiaohao come yet? Can he really hold back? Cao Yang muttered to himself, opening a browser to search for crystals. Although many results popped up, flipping through them revealed they were all fake. He browsed major video apps searching for the keyword crystal, but found only sensationalist nonsense. Cao Yang guessed that someone must have discovered crystals, but hadn't posted online, likely planning to keep it quiet. No matter how low the probability, it was still worth it. With more people, the probability of success increased. Someone was bound to get lucky. If it were him, he wouldn't have posted the news about the crystal core online. The lives of others had nothing to do with him, and even if he did post it, no one would thank him, nor did he need their gratitude. In the apocalypse, no one would be grateful. Just because you shared a guide, they'd be more inclined to think he only needed to look after the people he cared about. After all, if the authorities weren't bothered, why should an ordinary citizen like him worry? Was he afraid that the security of the wealthy and powerful wasn't strong enough, and that enhancing their strength would only let them oppress ordinary people? After scrolling through videos for a while, it was already past midnight. At 1 minute past midnight, Cao Yang's finger paused mid-scroll as he turned his head toward the window, a hint of joy spreading across his face. After fusing with his ability, Cao Yang's senses had sharpened significantly. He keenly detected the dense footsteps in the corridor. Quite a number of people. Damn, finally here. I've been waiting for you. Thought you could hold out, huh? Turns out you were planning to strike in the dead of night. You really kept me waiting. On the 8th floor of Teaching Building No. 5, in the professor's office. Compared to Cao Yang's carefree ease, Chen Xiaohao was living a life of agony. Every second was an immense torment for him. To vent his fury and anxiety, he had tormented several women in the office for a long time. At midnight, the phone alarm echoed through the office. At that moment, Chen Xiaohao had never felt the alarm's chime so delightful. A knock came at the office door, and a subordinate's voice sounded from outside. Boss, it's time. The brothers are already gathered on the 6th floor. According to the report from the guys on the 7th floor, Wang Qian and a few men have been at it for hours and have now gone to sleep. Good. Everything is going as planned. Cao Yang, I want you dead. Chen Xiaohao shot up, his face twisted with venom and malice, his expression hideous. Striding out of the office, Chen Xiaohao led a few trusted subordinates straight to the 6th floor. These men were his family's bodyguards, trained from childhood, their loyalty unquestionable. Arriving at the 6th floor, the corridor was brightly lit. 40 to 50 young men stood in silence, the hallway unusually quiet. No one dared to speak, fearful of provoking Chen Xiaohao. Zhang Wei's corpse hadn't even gone cold yet. His gaze swept over the crowd, his face icy, a cruel, twisted smile on his lips. You already know what to do. Capture him alive. He'll slice that Cao guy into 1,000 pieces, make him wish he were dead, and throw him out to feed the zombies. His biting words carried a chilling menace, sending a shiver through the students in the hallway, their fear of him deep. Move out. At his command, Qian Xiaohao led the way downstairs, a throng of people following behind him. They stormed to the 5th floor with clear intent, just as Cao Yang had anticipated. Qian Xiaohao had long known which office he was in. Standing before the closed office door, Qian Zaihao's grin was savage. He raised his hand and gestured lightly. Break the door down. He wanted to burst in with overwhelming force, bringing boundless terror to Cao Yang. The bodyguards stepped back and kicked the door with all their might. Trained professionals, their strength was formidable. Qian Xiaohao could already envision the door shattering into pieces. But what followed was utterly unexpected. Despite the bodyguards' full-force kicks, the door only ended up with a few holes barely opening a finger's width. His cruel smile froze, and Qian Xiaohao stood dumbfounded. What the hell? Were the bodyguards messing with him? He didn't get it, but the bodyguards understood and turned to report. Young Master Qian, the door's blocked. Lots of stuff behind it. Qian Xiaohao understood, but didn't care. Blocking the door with furniture showed some cleverness, but not much. All schemes and tricks were laughable before absolute power. Everyone move aside. Let me handle this. Qian Xiaohao didn't want to waste time. He needed to finish this quickly before Wang Qian showed up and caused trouble. The bodyguards stepped back. Qian Xiaohao raised his hands, translucent wind blades forming in his palms. With a sweep of his arms, 2 wind blades howled and slammed into the door. A loud explosion rang out. The door, already punctured with holes, shattered instantly. Even the desks and chairs behind it were torn apart, but the entrance was still blocked. Seeing layers upon layers of desks and chairs, Qian Zaihao's face twisted with rage. Damn it. Is he crazy? Stacking so much furniture. Does he plan to never come out? He flung his arms repeatedly, each wind blade shredding through the obstacles, reducing the piled furniture to splinters. With the barrier gone, he locked eyes with Cao Yang across the debris-filled ground. Qian Zaihao's triumphant grin didn't last long before freezing, his face turning ashen and dejected. What did he see? Behind Cao Yang on the floor were mats and bedding in utter disarray. The water stains alone hinted at the ferocity of what had transpired earlier. No, Qian Xiaohao was shattered. His goddess was no longer pure. Cao Yang, they'll make you wish you were dead. Inside the office, Cao Yang held Shen Wanying calmly, waiting for Qian Xiaohao to break in without a hint of tension. The door was breached, and before he could do anything, Qian Xiaohao had already lost it. Following his gaze to the mess behind him, Cao Yang instantly understood. Turning around, Cao Yang's lips curled into a wicked smile. Quite moist. Those 2 simple words dealt devastating damage. Qian Xiaohao, like a madman, charged into the office, wind blade in hand. Die, die, die. They'll fucking kill you. They'll tear you apart and feed you to the dogs. As Qian Xiaohao and his bodyguards rushed in, Cao Yang condensed an ice spike in his hand. Just then time froze. Ding. Facing Qian Zaihao's midnight assassination, the divine choice has been activated. Choice A: beg for mercy, offer Shen Wanying to spare your life. Reward: title coward, all attributes 10. Choice B: perfect timing. Strike decisively and eliminate all enemies. Reward: ability healing art. Healing art. Cao Yang raised an eyebrow. Was it like the healing spells in online games? He wouldn't know until he completed the choice and received the reward. System: I choose B. As his words fell, time resumed its flow. Wanying, leave Qian Xiaohao to me. The rest, spare no one. His tone was icy, his gaze ruthless. Regardless of their reasons, whether voluntary or coerced, since they chose to move against him, they couldn't blame him for being merciless. Any enemy would be utterly destroyed. Hearing Cao Yang's command, Shen Wanying's eyes glowed with bloodlust, and from her slender fingers half-foot-long blood-red claws extended. A murderous aura erupted as Shen Wanying, like a blood-red phantom, bypassed Qian Xiaohao and plunged into the crowd. In an instant, blood sprayed everywhere, severed limbs flew, and screams echoed through the entire 5th floor. Meanwhile, Cao Yang faced the charging Qian Xiaohao. An ice spike shot through the air, clashing with a wind blade mid-flight. The wind blade shattered, and the ice spike broke apart. Facing a barrage of ice spikes, the biting cold forced Qian Xiaohao to halt abruptly, snapping him back to reality. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at Cao Yang, who held an ice spike. You awakened an ability. Damn. Had run into a sly old fox. Hearing the screams behind him, terror gripped Qian Xiaohao. The 2 little bunnies he thought had cornered were actually tigers in sheep's clothing. His entire night's plan had been a carefully laid trap. Hurling wind blades desperately to fend off Cao Yang's relentless ice spikes, Qian Xiaohao was losing his mind. He couldn't hold on much longer. Breaking through the door had drained a lot of his energy, and now, against a fully powered Cao Yang, his reserves were rapidly depleting. Cao Yang, on the other hand, seemed to be taking it easy, growing stronger with each attack. Qian Xiaohao stumbled backward. He couldn't take it anymore. The screams behind him had stopped at some point. A chill crept up his spine, as if some terrifying creature had locked onto him. The relentless ice spikes were overwhelming. Mustering his last strength to deflect the incoming ice spike, Qian Xiaohao, now completely drained, collapsed to the ground with a pale face. No, don't kill me. My father is Shen Wanying. Kill me, and he won't let you go. His men were all dead, his loyal bodyguards gone, his energy spent. As Cao Yang approached, Qian Xiaohao felt a fear of death had never known. Driven by the terror of death and the instinct to survive, he cast aside all dignity, begging for mercy, and even invoking his greatest trump card. Don't kill me. My father is Qian Wanhao, chairman of Wanhao Group, worth tens of billions. Our security company has thousands of veterans and over a dozen awakened ones. My father himself awakened the psychokinesis ability. He'll come for me soon. If you kill me, he'll never. As he spoke, Qian Zaihao's courage grew, his voice steadying, his eyes sharpening, as if reclaiming the pride of a young master. Facing Qian Zaihao's bluster, Cao Yang raised his arm, but time froze again. Ding! Facing Qian Zaihao's threat, the divine choice has been activated. Choice A: spare Qian Zaihao's life. Reward 1000 cubic meter portable. Choice B: if you don't root out the weeds, they'll grow back with the spring breeze. Ignore the threat and kill Qian Xiaohao on the spot, telling him your father. They'll kill you and wipe him out too. Reward 1000 cubic meter portable space. Hearing the system prompt, Cao Yang looked at Qian Xiaohao with a much softer gaze. This wasn't some arrogant young master. He was a veritable money-spouting deliverer. Look at how many divine choices had been activated since meeting Qian Xiaohao. 3 times. And what rewards had he gained? The ice ability, making him an awakener, and filling a gap. The newly acquired healing art, though untested, sounded promising. Now another 1000 cubic meter portable space. Had been worried his original 1000 cubic meters wouldn't be enough to loot a few supermarkets. No more concerns now. Qian Xiaohao was such a good person. If only more arrogant young masters like him showed up, he'd have everything. System: I choose B. Though the young master was generous, he still had to die. Every second Qian Xiaohao lived was unbearable. Time resumed. Seeing Cao Yang pause, Qian Xiaohao broke into a smug, arrogant grin. He knew it. Once he brought up his background, Cao Yang wouldn't dare touch him. No one could ignore the threat of thousands of veterans and over a dozen awakened ones. Cao Yang might be strong, but could he take on over a dozen awakened? Feeling safe again, Qian Xiaohao stood up only to feel a piercing chill before him. His pupils contracted as he looked up. Cao Yang's face was icy, and a half-foot-long ice spike rapidly grew larger before his eyes. No. How dare Cao Yang? Was he really going to kill him? Too fast, too close. Before the rapidly approaching ice spike, the weakened Qian Xiaohao couldn't even take half a step. A thunderclap rang out as 2 bolts of lightning shot in from outside, one aimed at Cao Yang, the other at the ice spike midair. Facing the incoming lightning, Cao Yang's expression darkened. Before he could swat it away, a blood-red phantom flashed, and half-foot-long claws tore the lightning snake apart. The other lightning bolt shattered the ice spike just as it was about to pierce Qian Xiaohao. The resulting sparks and ice shards sent him stumbling back until he fell to the ground. Lightning crackling, Wang Qian wielding thunder leaped through the door and landed in front of Qian Xiaohao. She had been awakened by the sounds of battle and screams. She hadn't expected Qian Xiaohao to be so bold, striking on the very night she had spoken up to protect Cao Yang. Fearing Cao Yang might meet his end, she hadn't even had a chance to try such a prime catch. She rushed out without bothering to dress properly, grabbing some random t-shirt and shorts. But the scene was nothing like she'd imagined. Bodies littered the 5th floor, severed limbs everywhere, not a single intact corpse. It wasn't Cao Yang who had been slaughtered. It was Qian Xiaohao. Cao Yang was an awakener. Seeing Qian Xiaohao on the brink of death, she couldn't stand by. Qian Xiaohao might be trash, but he couldn't die. If Qian Wanhao arrived with his men, Cao Yang would be hunted, and she'd be in deep trouble too. So even though she wished Qian Xiaohao dead 1,000 times, she still intervened. Standing before Qian Xiaohao, lightning in hand, Wang Qian said in a low voice, "Let's stop here. So many are dead. Your anger should be vented by now, right? Qian Xiaohao is a lone commander now, and he's learned his lesson. But he cannot die. I won't let you." Having brushed against death, Qian Xiaohao gasped for air, his face filled with terror. So close. Had nearly died. Thank goodness Wang Qian had saved him. Cao Yang was a madman. Had actually tried to kill him without a second thought. That kind of person was terrifying. He swore he wouldn't provoke Cao Yang again until his father arrived with reinforcements. Cowering behind Wang Qian, her sturdy back gave him an unprecedented sense of safety. A few meters away, Cao Yang stared at Wang Qian, who stood before Qian Xiaohao, his face darkened. He turned and gently took Shen Wanying's slender pale arm, examining it carefully. Seeing no injuries, he breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Wanying had moved too fast. He couldn't stop her in time. She had shattered the lightning with her bare hands. That was lightning. How reckless. Don't do that again. You might get hurt. Cao Yang cautioned her. Shen Wanying tilted her head, looking confused as if she didn't understand why he said that. Such weak lightning. Why couldn't she strike it? She didn't get it. After his warning, Cao Yang looked up at Wang Qian, and time froze once more. Ding. Wang Qian interferes to protect Qian Xiaohao, activating the divine choice. Choice A, spare Qian Xiaohao for Wang Qian's sake. Reward 10 free attribute points. Choice B, who the hell do you think you are to ask me for a favor? Are you a face fruit user? Kick Wang Qian aside and kill Qian Xiaohao. Reward 1000 cubic meter portable space. Choice C, so you're Wang Qian, huh? You think you can boss me around? You're everywhere. You want to protect Qian Xiaohao. He'll kill you both. Reward a mysterious gift pack. His eyes scanned the three choices. Without hesitation, Cao Yang said, I choose C. Qian Xiaohao had to die, or he wouldn't get the previous reward. As for Wang Qian, from the moment she intervened, she was already dead. Even if she hadn't tried to protect Qian Xiaohao, he wouldn't have spared her after dealing with him. Time resumed. The office was tense, everyone waiting for Cao Yang's answer. Under Wang Qian and Qian Ziaheo's anxious gazes, Cao Yang barked coldly, Wanying attack. Leave Qian Xiaohao breathing. Your father. He'll slaughter your father too. As Cao Yang's words fell, the atmosphere in the office grew heavy. Wang Qian's pupils suddenly contracted. She recoiled in shock, never expecting Cao Yang to be so ruthless and so resolute in his killing intent. If she stood in his way, he would eliminate her as well. Shen Wanying, however, paid no heed to such concerns. She only knew that once Cao Yang had spoken, Wang Qian and Qian Xiaohao had to die. Kill. Blood claws extended. Shen Wanying radiated a torrent of baleful aura, a faint crimson glow spreading around her as her body transformed into a blood-colored phantom that shot forward. Fast. Too fast. The eye could not even capture Shen Wanying's shadow, only afterimages were visible. Now she understood why so many had died. This speed is utterly monstrous. Qian Xiaohao, run. Wang Qian barked, not bothering to check if he obeyed, as she hurled the lightning coalesced in her hand forward. Just then several ice spikes shot through the air from the side, shattering the bolts of lightning mid-flight. Wang Qian's expression shifted, and she tried to fling more lightning, but Shen Wanying was already upon her. No. With a squelch, blood sprayed. Wang Qian barely uttered a single word before her body was instantly torn apart. Her head and half her torso flew into the air, limbs scattering wildly, as if she had been dismembered by 5 horses torn apart on the spot. On the other side, Qian Xiaohao had barely run 3 meters. He dared not look back. As the office door grew closer, a flicker of joy crossed his face. The next second, he felt a chill below his waist, and his vision plummeted. A familiar pair of legs appeared before him. After taking 2 steps, he collapsed to the ground, severed at the waist. His upper body crashed onto the floor, searing pain flooding his mind. Qian Xiaohao let out a miserable wail, thrashing wildly. Behind him, blood dripped from Shen Wanying's crimson claws before vanishing swiftly. High-level zombies are truly formidable. No matter what tricks you have, whatever ability you wield, instant kill. Cao Yang marveled inwardly as he stepped over to Shen Wanying, affectionately stroking her silky hair. Wanying, beautifully done. Hearing the praise in Cao Yang's tone, the corners of Shen Wanying's icy mouth lifted slightly. Her brief smile was dazzlingly radiant, even causing Cao Yang to lose focus for a second. Excellent. Wanying is becoming more and more human. This was all thanks to his diligent efforts. He had labored hard for it. He just wondered whether it would be a new personality that emerged, or her original memories that would return. His gaze fell on Qian Xiaohao, who was writhing on the ground, his wails growing weaker. Cao Yang kicked him, flipping him over. On the floor, Qian Ziaheo's eyes were venomous, fixed on Cao Yang, as he coughed up bloody froth. If you dare kill me, my father won't let you off. You won't live. Cough. Much longer. The pain I suffer today, my father will inflict upon you 1,000-fold. Absolutely. Humph. Cao Yang sneered. Your father? Don't worry, soon enough we'll slaughter him too, so your whole family can reunite in the underworld. You. Qian Xiaohao glared at Cao Yang, about to speak further, when an ice spike tore through the air and pierced his skull in an instant. Ding. Killed Qian Xiaohao. Reward 1,000 cubic meters of portable space. Ding. All who block the way must die. Killed Wang Qian and Qian Xiaohao. Reward mystery gift pack. Receiving 2 rewards in one go, plus the healing art from before that made 3. Exhilarating. He now had 2,000 cubic meters of portable space. Portable space was something he could never have too much of. Opening the reward interface, Cao Yang found the skill he had acquired earlier and began examining the details. Healing art consumes energy to heal injuries on oneself or others. The more severe the injury, the more energy consumed. Cannot regenerate lost limbs. Ineffective against curses, viruses, and other negative effects. Amazing, it was exactly what he had imagined. Survival capability 1. With the healing art, he could recover swiftly from any injury, able to both fight and heal his monstrousness skyrocketing. No more words fuse it directly. A faint warmth spread through his body, a life-filled energy circulating within. Nourished by this power, the energy inside Cao Yang slowly increased. A subtle aura of life emanated from his body. Beside him, Shen Wanying in her docile state suddenly sniffed, her eyes narrowing slightly. The life-filled energy felt extraordinarily soothing, and she quietly pressed closer. Looking down at Shen Wanying nestled in his arms, Cao Yang smiled faintly, pulling her into an embrace as he continued to gaze at the system interface. He had only fused the healing art. He still had a mystery reward to claim. Ding! Open mystery gift pack. Acquired ability Triumphant Form. What's this now? Triumphant Form State Type ability. When activated, restores the user's condition to its prime. Resets daily at midnight. The fewer the words, the more monstrous the ability. The simpler the description, the more absurd the power. After reading the detailed explanation, Cao Yang was utterly stunned. This ability was simply too monstrous. If the healing art added a survival skill, then Triumphant Form was like granting him an extra life. Upon use, it directly restored him to his peak state, without the additional caveats of the healing art. This meant that even if all his limbs were severed, he was poisoned with a fatal toxin, and his heart and head were critically damaged, as long as he had a single breath left, he could instantly return to his prime. Holy crap! This ability was utterly insane. To confirm he hadn't misunderstood, Cao Yang even specifically asked the system. Host, your understanding is correct. It was true. With the system's confirmation, Cao Yang's breath quickened, his heart pounding, nearly jumping up in excitement. The new ability was fantastic. Thank you, Wang Qian. Thank you, Qin Xiaohao. Without hesitation, Cao Yang fused it immediately. The fusion of Triumphant Form was uneventful, causing no major anomalies. After a moment, the fusion was complete. Looking at the two new abilities on his status panel, overjoyed, Cao Yang tilted Shen Wanying's chin up and kissed her directly. A few minutes later, Cao Yang lifted Shen Wanying in his arms and strode out of the office. The room was filled with corpses and the stench of blood. It was no longer livable. Hadn't Qin Xiaohao taken over the most luxurious office on the 8th floor? Now that Qin Xiaohao was dead, Cao Yang would take it over. He would enjoy the perks of a professor. Striding up to the 8th floor, he chased out the few girls inside, shut the door, changed the bedding, and pounced directly. Come, let's study some new knowledge. Throughout the night, crisp sounds echoed from the professor's office. Downstairs, everyone's minds were unsettled. The horrific screams from upstairs had been terrifying, with thunder raging, stirring the zombies outside into greater frenzy, their roars rising one after another. Everyone felt uneasy, unsure of what had happened, with no trace of sleepiness. In the office, Cao Yang leaned against the wall, a look of contentment on his face. In his arms, Shen Wanying slept deeply, her cold, beautiful cheeks flushed, traces of weariness lingering at the corners of her eyes. Gently stroking Shen Wanying's smooth back after the excitement subsided, Cao Yang finally had time to check his status panel. He vaguely sensed that his energy had increased, though it might have been an illusion from the fusion. A pale blue screen appeared before him. Cao Yang scanned it. The four-dimensional attributes were unchanged, with the only difference in the energy bar. Energy 15. It had increased by a full 5 points from before. It wasn't an illusion. Fusing the healing art had indeed boosted his energy. Excellent, the more the merrier. He could never have too much. After checking his attributes, it was getting late. Cao Yang closed his eyes, pulled Shen Wanying close, and drifted off to sleep. At 7 in the morning, Cao Yang, in a light sleep, was awakened by the noisy commotion downstairs. Though he had only slept a few hours, he felt no fatigue, full of energy. Cao Yang guessed it must be about the situation on the 5th floor that those people had discovered. Looking down at Shen Wanying in his arms, she was already awake. Her ruby-like eyes revealed affection, and her jade-like skin was flushed with a healthy pink. He took credit for her excellent condition. He kissed her flawless forehead, not in a hurry to go downstairs. Why rush? Breakfast first. Breakfast shouldn't be 2 greasy marinated eggs, bread with luncheon, meat, 2 bottles of milk, and an apple for dessert. After eating his fill, he tossed the trash out the window. The sky was just brightening, and the morning breeze felt pleasantly cool against his skin. He spent a while by the window, then turned back to the restroom. He changed Shen Wanying into a new set of clothes. The ones from last night were unsalvageable, drenched in blood. With Shen Wanying's combat style, if not for the large stock of clothes taken from Huiyuan supermarket, they would soon run out of clean garments. He made a mental note to stock up on more clothes whenever they passed a mall. Dressed, he took Shen Wanying's hand and headed downstairs. As they reached the 6th floor, the noisy chatter from below grew louder. It's terrifying, they're all dead. Qin Xiaohao was cut in half. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to be sick, it's too gory. Have I walked into hell? This is horrible, not a single intact body can be found. Look, that's Wang Qian's corpse. What happened? How are both leaders dead? What do we do now? I heard from the guys on the 6th floor last night that Qin Xiaohao was going to ambush Cao Yang. How are they all dead now? Where's Cao Yang? Has anyone seen him? Do you even need to think about it? Cao Yang must have killed Qian Xiaohao in self-defense. But it's too unbelievable. Is Cao Yang really that strong? Why did Wang Qian die? Among the crowd, a few pale-faced girls vomited violently, shivering as they spoke weakly. Late last night, not long after Qian Xiaohao left, Cao Yang came and kicked us out. Teacher Shen was covered in blood. At the corner of the 6th floor, listening to the murmurs from below, Cao Yang descended slowly. I killed Qian Xiaohao. You can guess the reasons. As for Wang Qian, she jumped out to attack me last night, and I killed her in return. A clamor erupted in the corridor. As Cao Yang and Shen Wanying descended, the crowd recoiled, as if they had seen a ghost stepping back with looks of fear. His gaze swept over them. Cao Yang said, "Last night, Qian Xiaohao mentioned that his father would come for him soon. Whether it's true or not, I suggest you find another place to live to avoid being caught in the crossfire. That's all I have to say. Whether you move or not is up to you." With that, ignoring their reactions, Cao Yang took Shen Wanying's hand and continued downstairs. He was going to rescue his aunt. Watching Cao Yang's retreating figure, the crowd in the corridor exchanged glances. Soon a girl stepped forward. Cao Yang, wait. What are we supposed to do now? With someone taking the lead, the others quickly chimed in. Yeah, there are so many zombies outside, and I've heard there are mutated creatures. Now that you've killed Qian Xiaohao and Wang Qian, what about us? Cao Yang, don't go. Stay and be our leader. Well, I'll follow you. Hearing the voices behind him, Cao Yang remained unmoved, his pace unbroken. What did the lives of these people have to do with him? At best, they were classmates, not even friends. He had no obligation to protect them. Just because he killed Qian Xiaohao and Wang Qian didn't mean he had to shoulder the responsibility of protecting them. His warning before leaving was already more than enough. Seeing that Cao Yang showed no sign of stopping, the crowd in the corridor grew anxious. Perhaps they found Cao Yang's demeanor relatively mild. A young man hurried after Cao Yang, shouting loudly, "Cao Yang, you can't leave. You killed Qian Xiaohao and left us without protection. You have to stay. We forbid you from leaving. You must stay and protect us." Cao Yang, seriously, dude. Moral blackmail. Who gave you the nerve? Wasn't the scene on the 5th floor shocking enough? Turning around, he looked at the young man chasing after him with a twisted expression. In that moment, time froze. Ding. Encountered moral blackmail. Activating God-level choice. Choice A, stay and protect everyone. Reward title moral paragon, 1 free attribute point. Choice B, do good deeds only to be targeted. Kill the young man. Reward 1,000 cubic meters of portable space, 1 free attribute point. This could trigger a reward too. Not bad. System, choose B. As the words fell, time resumed its flow. Cao Yang raised his hand, cold coalescing in his palm. With a casual flick, a half-foot-long ice spike shot out, instantly piercing the young man's head. Ding. Choice completed. Reward 1,000 cubic meters of portable space, 1 free attribute point. Another 1,000 cubic meters secured. He now had 3,000 cubic meters of portable space. Amazing. For the remaining free attribute point, Cao Yang pondered briefly and added it to strength. Now all his attributes had reached or surpassed the limits of humanity. A faint warmth surged within him, and Cao Yang could feel a slight increase in his strength. In the corridor, seeing the young man with his head pierced, the crowd gasped, instantly sobering up. They fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Anyone else want to force me to stay? The corridor was deathly quiet. Cao Yang's brutal methods were no less than Qian Ziaheo's. Who would dare speak now? Afraid they wouldn't die fast enough. Only after Cao Yang's figure vanished down the stairwell did the people in the corridor finally breathe a sigh of relief. Long moments later, at the base of the teaching building, Cao Yang took out a baseball bat. On the way to find his aunt, fighting was inevitable. He could also harvest some crystals. His ice power was limited, he couldn't waste it casually. Otherwise, running out of energy against a mutated zombie would be a headache. The apocalypse was too dangerous. Even with a trump card, he couldn't be reckless. Triumphant form could only be used once a day, and no one knew whether tomorrow or misfortune would come first. Caution never hurt. Last night, Qian Xiaohao was the perfect example. Showing off by using a wind blade to break the door consumed too much energy, leading to his swift defeat. Without Shen Wanying's high-level zombie aura to deter them, a dozen zombies lunged at them before they were all ordinary zombies. With his greatly enhanced strength, Cao Yang was unafraid. Wielding the baseball bat, he dodged and struck 1 hit per zombie. Shen Wanying wasn't idle either, and they dispatched them with ease. After the fight, Cao Yang cracked open each zombie's head one by one. Nothing, still nothing. After 7 or 8 zombies without a single crystal, he finally found a pale blue crystal the size of a mung bean in the 12th zombie's skull. A crystal core. The pale blue crystal, no bigger than a mung bean, shimmered with a dreamlike luster under the sun. Just looking at it, Cao Yang felt a craving. Similar to how one feels hungry and wants to eat delicious food. Cao Yang didn't recklessly pop it into his mouth. First, it was too dirty to swallow. Second, He didn't know whether to eat it or absorb it. Eating it directly was too risky. What if it carried a virus and he got infected? System, how should I use this crystal core? Eat it or absorb it while holding it? Are there any hidden dangers? He needed to clarify everything. In many apocalyptic novels, directly absorbing crystal cores accumulates toxins in the body or has other negative effects. Unlike others who had to fumble in the dark, the system would give him answers. Host crystal cores cannot be ingested directly. The surface contains a weak zombie virus. Long-term ingestion allows faster absorption but accumulates the virus in the body, causing irreversible mutations. Long-term oral consumption not only prevents full utilization of power, but also risks turning into a zombie if severely injured and unable to suppress the virus. The correct method is to absorb it while holding it. Without any breaks in the skin, the zombie virus cannot infect through intact skin. Indeed, crystal cores had hidden dangers. Good thing he was cautious enough. He needed to tell his sister this news. Cao Yang took out his phone and made a call, keeping it brief before hanging up. It wasn't suitable for a long conversation out here. Putting away his phone, Cao Yang cracked open the remains. Fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a crystal core within the skull of the second last zombie. Out of 17 zombies, only 2 yielded crystal cores. An abysmally low probability even a week after the outbreak, when chances were even slimmer. According to the system, as the virus spread over time, the likelihood of crystal cores forming in zombie heads increased. In a few years, every zombie would possess one. Yet by then, ordinary crystal cores would be useless to Cao Yang. He wiped the core clean, choosing not to keep it for himself, but to feed it to Shen Wanying. The theory of crystal core toxicity held no sway over Shen Wanying, for she was a mutant zombie herself. Why fear the virus of a common one? Preposterous. Since finalizing Shen Wanying's nurturing method, she had been fasting since yesterday. How could that be allowed? Wanying, here, eat this. Watching the crystal core brought to her lips, Shen Wanying parted her delicate mouth and swallowed it directly. She knew no refusal, only that this was Cao Yang's command. Moreover, she craved the core. After feeding the core, Cao Yang opened the attribute panel to find no changes. Likely due to the core's low grade and scant quantity, more would bring alterations. He pressed on. Haida University sprawled across vast grounds with tens of thousands of students and faculty. The No. 5 teaching building lay nearly 3 kilometers from the gate, with countless zombies along the way. These zombies gathered in packs, some as few as a dozen or 50, others in the hundreds. To the west of the campus, Cao Yang even spotted a tide of thousands, shifting as if pursuing something. A dense pitch-black mass, horrifying to behold. Such a horde surely harbored high-tier zombies. Colliding with it would spell doom, even with Shen Wanying's protection. To avoid the clash, Cao Yang decisively took a detour. He sprinted over 1,000 meters in the opposite direction, the zombies along the way cowed by Shen Wanying's aura, daring not approach. Cao Yang had no thought of fighting. Escape was paramount. Having run a safe distance, Cao Yang climbed a tall building to gaze afar. The zombie tide had shifted direction, heading north, now several kilometers away. Safe, but farther from the gate. This was within Cao Yang's expectations. The apocalypse teemed with surprises, else a few kilometers wouldn't take 2 or 3 days. An hour would suffice. Back on the ground, Cao Yang didn't insist on using the main gate. Exiting the teaching building via the gate was the shortest route, but having run over 1,000 meters, there was no need to return. Climbing the wall worked just as well. Orienting himself, Cao Yang found he was in the eastern district, about 2 kilometers from the wall. Ahead lay a lover's haven, a scenic grove. In better times, young couples often strolled through the grove, embracing and kissing in moments of passion. The tranquil, birdsong-filled environment was perfect for dates. But that was before the zombie virus outbreak. Now, Cao Yang glanced at the distant grove and decisively chose to bypass it. Never enter a forest applied not only to ancient warfare, but also to the present. Who knew what terrors lurked within? A horde of mutant beasts, perhaps, or mutant plants. Either would be troublesome, risking his life with one misstep. The detour was longer, but safer. With the zombie tide no longer a threat, Cao Yang led Shen Wanying around the grove and continued east. Without the deterrent of a high-tier aura, zombies drawn by the scent of living humans surged toward them. Cao Yang welcomed them, all his baseball bat wreaking havoc. Over 200 meters, he encountered 4 waves of zombies, totaling over 100 with decent spoils. From 117 zombies, he harvested 15 crystal cores, all fed to Shen Wanying as usual. With a total of 17 cores, her attributes finally shifted. Agility and strength each increased by 1 point. Status updated. Strength 24, agility 26. Delightful progress. Shaking the blood off his bat, Cao Yang had traveled far enough to bypass the grove. No longer needing to head east, he could now aim straight for the campus exit. Advancing toward the wall, he eliminated small zombie groups on sight, but avoided those exceeding 50. After 2 hours of weaving and stopping, he had covered just over 500 meters. Dozens of meters away stood the cafeteria. Cao Yang planned to check inside for supplies, focusing on staples like rice and flour that supermarkets lacked. Instant noodles tasted fine, but grew tiresome. If no alternative existed, any food sufficed. But with choices, Cao Yang craved hot rice or steamed buns. Few zombies loitered around the cafeteria, perhaps 100 scattered. Cao Yang approached, using his living scent to lure 20. Luring them a safe distance away, he and Shen Wanying struck together, swiftly annihilating them. Zombies lacked intelligence. With repeated cycles and cleanup, all 100+ were eliminated in under half an hour. With the zombies cleared, Cao Yang headed for the cafeteria entrance with Shen Wanying. Just as he stepped onto the stairs, his arm was yanked, halting him abruptly. A surge of killing intent erupted. Cao Yang spun around to find Shen Wanying already in combat mode, her ruby eyes blood-red, half-foot-long claws gleaming with crimson light. His gaze shifted to the right, where a massive head with gray-black stripes emerged from a flower bed nearly a meter high. Its gaping maw revealed several centimeter-long fangs, still bearing shreds of flesh and blood. Golden-black, beastly pupils burned with savage brutality. What the hell? Where did a tiger come from? Startled by the sudden head, Cao Yang's pupils contracted. He quickly realized it wasn't a tiger, but a mutated tabby cat. This was his first encounter with a mutant beast since the outbreak. Without Shen Wanying by his side the moment he mounted the stairs, he would have fallen prey to the lurking mutant cat's ambush. The atmosphere grew tense. Under Cao Yang's watch, the mutant cat slowly emerged from the flower bed, its body nearly 2 meters long, tail like a steel whip, muscles rippling with visual impact. The mutant cat sensed Shen Wanying's formidable aura, but was reluctant to leave. Devouring these two prey would make it stronger. A low, menacing growl rumbled from its throat. Cao Yang's expression hardened. Undoubtedly, they were marked, and cats held grudges. Today, killing this mutant cat was the only way out. His hand behind his back opened, forming a half-foot-long ice spike in an instant. Cao Yang decided to strike first. He hurled the spike with a sharp cry. Wanying, kill. The roar echoed as Cao Yang's arm swung repeatedly, sending several half-foot-long ice spikes streaking through the air toward the mutant tabby cat's vicinity. These spikes weren't aimed at the cat's vitals. Cao Yang's intent was to seal its escape routes, ensuring it would be hit whether it attacked or retreated. The ice ability's power lay not just in destruction, but in its formidable freezing and slowing effects. Without its speed advantage, the mutant cat's threat would plummet. With a sharp hiss, the mutant cat arched its back, leaping to dodge two spikes, its steel whip tail smashing another midair. A dull thud followed as the last spike struck the cat's forelimb, leaving a several centimeter wound. Cold spread, forming ice crystals along the injury. Ordinarily, the mutant cat could easily shatter such ice, but Shen Wanying would not give it the chance. The moment Cao Yang acted, Shen Wanying transformed into a crimson blur, her speed akin to teleportation, reaching the mutant cat just a step behind the ice spikes. Her half-foot-long blood-red claws slashed with terrifying tearing force. The mutant cat let out a piercing scream, its massive body trying to flee, but the frozen forelimb slowed its movements. Blood splattered. Despite the cat's frantic dodge, it couldn't evade entirely. Deep, foot-long wounds, several centimeters deep, were torn across its body. A single blow inflicted catastrophic damage, exposing white bone and unending blood. A death sentence for the mutant cat. Shen Wanying didn't relent. The first claw was merely the beginning, as subsequent strikes followed in rapid succession, her sharp claws rending the cat into pieces after a few agonized howls. The battle from start to finish lasted less than 10 seconds. Intense, thrilling, and perilous. Fortunately, no mishap occurred. The mutant cat was slain without a chance to retaliate. Had the cat been prepared, the outcome would have been grim. Its aura was terrifying, giving Cao Yang a sensation akin to facing Shen Wanying herself. Cao Yang surmised this mutant tabby cat was likely a first-tier mutant beast. With its compact build, terrifying speed, and sharp claws and fangs, mutant beasts evolved quickly, feasting on sluggish zombies. Without firearms or awakened abilities, humans facing mutant beasts faced certain death. Approaching the dismembered cat, Cao Yang swung his baseball bat at its head several times, only to question reality. Aside from a split in the fur and a little blood, the head remained unscathed. His hand numbed from the impact the bat dented. The defense was absurd. Without Shen Wanying, facing this cat alone would have meant not just defeat, but a struggle for survival. Wanying cracked its head open. A flash of crimson light, and Shen Wanying struck. Cao Yang barely saw her move before the cat's indestructible skull was cleaved into several pieces. My wife is incredible. Truly. Cao Yang crouched, rummaging through the remains. A faint blue glimmer caught his eye, igniting excitement. A crystal core. Retrieving it, he found it several times larger than those from ordinary zombies, about the size of a soybean. It held far more energy. Wiping it clean in a few quick motions, Cao Yang stored it with glee, then turned his attention to the cat's corpse. This massive creature weighing hundreds of kilograms offered not only tough hide, but also claws and fangs, valuable materials for future use. Beyond materials there was meat. In the apocalypse, meat was a scarce resource, especially mutant beast meat, crucial for Shen Wanying's subsequent evolution. But a problem arose. As he approached, Cao Yang spotted a half-eaten corpse in the flower bed. Gray pupils and withered hair marked it as a zombie. He wondered if the mutant cat's meat carried the virus. If so, and if the accumulation exceeded his immunity threshold, eating it would be fatal. System: can I eat mutant beast meat? Is it poisonous? Post-mutant beast meat is non-toxic and rich in energy. Long-term consumption of high-tier mutant beast meat can enhance your 4 attributes and increase energy capacity. Excellent. Cao Yang rejoiced. Not only was mutant beast meat edible, but it also offered numerous benefits. Even if the power went out, he wouldn't worry about running out of meat. For now, electricity still flowed, preserving meat in fridges and freezers. But once the power failed, meat would spoil within days without refrigeration. Mutant beast meat was the perfect superior substitute. Storing the corpse in his dimensional space, Cao Yang took out a wet wipe to clean the blood from Shen Wanying's face, then kissed her firmly. Thank goodness for Wanying, who otherwise the consequences would have been dire. A first-tier mutant tabby cat ambush. Who could guard against that? A single claw to the head would have crushed him even at full strength. Her ruby-like eyes flickered and Shen Wanying leaned closer, seemingly savoring Cao Yang. Glancing at his phone, it was 10:30 a.m. Over 3 hours had passed unnoticed. After all the battles, Cao Yang felt hungry. The cafeteria beckoned and he decided to sample the mutant beast meat with Shen Wanying. Let's check the cafeteria first, then eat. The entrance was unsuitable, too public, and the cat's blood would attract zombies. Already distant ones were approaching. Entering the cafeteria with Shen Wanying, they found a scene of chaos, blood everywhere, tables and chairs overturned. Strangely, the vast hall held not a single zombie. This anomaly suggested a fearsome monster lurking within. Cao Yang felt numb. Was the cafeteria this dangerous? A first-tier mutant cat outside, and now a monster inside. Absurd. Was this cafeteria some kind of blessed ground? On second thought, it made sense. Food attracted surviving students, turning the cafeteria into a buffet for mutant beasts. Guarding here guaranteed meals. The unknown spelled danger. Cao Yang had no idea of the monster's strength, but it was surely stronger than the cat. He decided not to be reckless, preparing to leave with Shen Wanying. Just then, fierce barking and sharp cat cries erupted from the kitchen. The sounds of battle from the kitchen stirred Cao Yang's interest. Should he play the fisherman, reaping the spoils of a conflict between rivals? With luck, he could score several first-tier crystal cores and plenty of mutant beast meat. Fortune favored the bold. After a moment's thought, Cao Yang crept toward the kitchen with Shen Wanying. Cao Yang and Shen Wanying moved with utmost caution. The closer they got to the kitchen, the clearer the mutant beast's roars became. Teeth-grinding sounds of tearing and howling. It sounded like a mutant dog battling several mutant cats, not in the kitchen itself, but in the washing area outside where kitchen staff usually cleaned ingredients. They lightened their steps further. Cao Yang reached the kitchen door and peeked out half his head, the sight making his heart leap. Blood pooled on the ground. 2 mutant cat corpses lay sprawled, their size matching the earlier. A dozen meters away, a sleek black mutant dog over 3 meters long and majestic savagely tore into 3 cats of different colors. Its over 10 centimeter fangs and massive maw left horrific wounds with each bite, but the 3 cats fought back fiercely. Though smaller and lacking the dog's fangs, their claws were razor-sharp, gouging wounds into the black dog. The battle seemed to have raged for a while. The black dog bore over a dozen wounds, some deep enough to show bone, blood flowing freely. Massive blood loss slowed the dog's movements, while the 3 cats were no better off, covered in injuries, one with a broken hind leg. Both cats and dogs were territorial. This powerful black dog likely claimed the cafeteria as its domain. These cats. They must be invaders. Fighting 5 mutated cats alone, killing 2 and severely wounding 3. This was an astonishing feat. Watching the mutated black dog and the 3 mutated cats slow down, Cao Yang's eyes burned with greed. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. This trip was far from wasted. In just a little while, he would harvest 6 first-tier spirit cores and the corpses of 6 first-tier mutated beasts. Conservatively, the mutated beast meat weighed over 1,000 kilograms. Exhilarating. Suppressing his excitement, Cao Yang quietly awaited the battle's outcome. Minutes later, the mutated black dog let out a mournful whimper, its battered body collapsing to the ground. It struggled a few times, but failed to rise, blood quickly staining the earth. The 3 mutated cats fared no better. Under the black dog's frenzied assault, 2 were bitten to death. The sole survivor had a crippled hind leg and a massive chunk bitten from its belly, exposing its internal organs. Because of its injury, it had stayed behind, thus surviving. Meow, staring at the black dog sprawled helplessly on the ground, the calico cat let out a piercing hiss, pacing nervously around it. Cao Yang, however, had no such qualms. He dashed out with Shen Wanying hurling ice spikes he had prepared in rapid succession. Severely wounded, and with a crippled leg, the calico cat couldn't dodge Cao Yang's sudden attack. With a pained screech, an ice spike pierced through its belly. Frost spread, and after a couple of twitches, the calico cat lay still. With only the mutated black dog left, Cao Yang held back. He could see it was near death. Even if he did nothing, it would expire in minutes. After all, he had taken advantage of its efforts, and Cao Yang had always felt a fondness for loyal pets like dogs. He decided to grant this black dog a final dignity. As if sensing Cao Yang's intention not to attack, the mutated black dog struggled several times before laboriously rising. Cao Yang frowned, puzzled by the black dog's intent. With such severe injuries and blood loss, it must have known its death was imminent. Under Cao Yang's watchful gaze, the mutated black dog staggered to a corner, opened its mouth, and pulled out a small black puppy. The puppy's fur was glossy, and it seemed to take after its mother, measuring about a foot in length. What was this mutated black dog up to? A foreboding feeling crept into Cao Yang's heart. Sure enough, after retrieving the puppy, the black dog wobbled toward him, but its injuries were too severe. It collapsed after a short distance. Whimpering softly, the mutated black dog pressed its front paws together, repeatedly bowing to Cao Yang as tears soaked the ground. His worst fears had come true. Damn it! I should have just stabbed you with an ice spike earlier and avoided all this trouble. Cao Yang scowled, cursing under his breath, yet his legs carried him involuntarily toward the black dog. At that moment, the scene froze. Ding! The mutated black dog entrusts its offspring, activating a divine-level choice. Choice A: ignore it. Stew the dog meat, feast on both big and small, slay them, and receive the canine slayer blade. Choice B: accept the mutated black dog's dying wish, raise the puppy and receive pet contract and wisdom elixir. Select B. Time resumed its flow. Cao Yang walked to the black dog, bent down, and picked up the puppy. Ding! Choice completed. Rewards pet contract and wisdom elixir. The system's chime echoed in his mind, but Cao Yang paid it no mind. On the ground, the black dog had already closed its eyes the moment he lifted the puppy. Wanying, extract the spirit cores from those cats, and bring the bodies over. Hearing his words, Shen Wanying turned and walked toward the nearest mutated cat. Minutes later, the last cat corpse was tossed to the ground. Shen Wanying opened her hand, revealing 5 soybean-sized pale blue spirit cores to Cao Yang. Taking a deep breath, Cao Yang stored the cores and the cat corpses, including the black dog's body, into his personal space. He didn't intend to eat them, but planned to keep them. Left here, they'd be devoured by zombies or other mutated beasts soon enough. Holding the yapping puppy up to his eyes, Cao Yang glanced at it. Just like your mother, a female. You'd better behave and not cause me trouble like she did at the end. The puppy didn't understand and just kept barking. Cao Yang felt weary. No good deed goes unpunished. He rubbed the puppy's head in frustration and checked his new rewards. Pet contract: use on a mutated beast to contract it as a pet, ensuring absolute loyalty, never to betray. Wisdom elixir: administered to a mutated beast to awaken its intellect, combined with the pet contract, enables communication through thought. Well, both items were meant for this puppy. Without hesitation, Cao Yang took out the pet contract and slapped it onto the puppy's head. The contract was sealed. Cao Yang felt an unbreakable bond form with the puppy, but it was too young and had low intelligence. Communication was impossible. He took out the wisdom elixir and fed it to the puppy. After waiting, nothing seemed to happen, or rather Cao Yang didn't know what to expect. Could the system have given a fake pill? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a delicate voice echoed through the pet contract. Mommy. Hungry. A mother. I'm a man. Staring at the clueless puppy, Cao Yang's face darkened. Call me father. No, call me master. Mommy. Hungry. His blood pressure spiked. Even with the wisdom elixir, a newborn puppy couldn't have high intelligence. The elixir only enabled basic communication, not human-level intellect. After several corrections, Cao Yang gave up, exhausted. He'd wait until the puppy grew older, its intelligence reaching that of a 3- or 4-year-old child, before correcting it. For now, he'd just let it be. Speaking of which, what did such a small puppy eat? Milk or dog food? He had no dog food. Would cow's milk do? Cao Yang offered the puppy a bag of milk, but it was clearly unsuitable. It drank, but only as if it were water, 1 bag down, and it still cried for food. Maybe I'm wrong. This puppy is a mutated beast, so its diet must differ from ordinary puppies. Could it eat meat? He took a small piece of mutated cat meat from his space. Smelling the fresh flesh, the puppy's black eyes went wide, and its tail wagged furiously. Mommy. Hungry. So it was meat. Cao Yang set the puppy down and dropped the meat on the ground. The puppy pounced like a starving beast, devouring it greedily. Cao Yang stroked the puppy's back, and its tail wagged even faster, unbothered by the touch, while he eat up. In a way, this is revenge. The puppy ate quickly. After downing a small piece of meat, it seemed energized, lifting its head with a soft bark. Wolf mommy. More. It was quite the eater. Cao Yang gave it another piece, and this time the puppy calmed down, trotting over to rub against his feet and spin around joyfully. Humph, this little thing sure knew how to please. He gently patted its head, and the puppy stopped moving, closing its eyes in contentment. He'll name you. Since you're black, let's call you Mayua. The puppy didn't object, wagging its tail even more enthusiastically. Did it like the name? Cao Yang smiled, picked it up, and returned to the cafeteria with Shen Wanying. After feeding Mayua, both he and Shen Wanying were hungry, especially her. He cleared a clean spot in the kitchen, laid out a mat, and sat down with Shen Wanying. The cafeteria had a grill. He found charcoal, lit a fire, and cut mutated cat meat into chunks, skewering them. With 10 pounds of meat, he made 50 large skewers. For himself, he'd do as he pleased. Even leftovers could be stored in his space. The scent of fresh blood and flesh drew Shen Wanying's gaze, but she held back despite her craving. Cao Yang patted her head soothingly. We want to eat it raw? He'll grill it for you, cooked. He had asked. The system raw or cooked made no difference to Shen Wanying, though grilling might lose some essence. It was fine. The mutated beast meat was incredibly tender, sizzling over the charcoal fire. Sprinkled with salt, cumin, and brushed with honey, the aroma was irresistible. Watching the golden crispy skewers, Cao Yang's mouth watered. At his feet, little Mayua wagged its tail furiously, circling his legs. Shen Wanying's eyes grew more eager. Don't rush. There's enough for everyone. He turned to calm them both, then took a plate, stripped meat from one skewer, and set it on the ground. This is yours. Eat up. After settling Mayua, Cao Yang shared the remaining 14 skewers, alternating bites between himself and Shen Wanying. The golden crispy meat melted in his mouth, bursting with flavors of cumin, honey, chili, and flesh. A true delight for the taste buds. A mouthful of grilled meat warmed his stomach instantly. Cao Yang ate with gusto. After 5 skewers, roughly half a pound, he was sweating profusely, his body burning with restless energy, craving release. Damn. Is this meat or some kind of stimulant? Cao Yang could barely hold back, his eyes reddening. Seeing Shen Wanying, who had learned to eat skewers and was devouring them happily, he pounced. Stop eating for a bit. Let's digest. Shen Wanying's cold, beautiful face showed a dazed expression before a blush crept across her cheeks. Cao Yang had chosen his spot wisely. In the kitchen's deepest corner, surrounded by walls with only one entrance which he had blocked. Even if something unexpected happened, they'd have enough time to react. In the kitchen, Shen Wanying's voice, icy yet seductive, grew softer. The meat's energy was so potent that Cao Yang grew fiercer, while Shen Wanying struggled to keep up. Over an hour later, the room fell silent. After venting his excess energy, Cao Yang felt a lingering fear. Mutated beast meat was too intense. Without Shen Wanying, he might have overdone it. But there were benefits too. Name Cao Yang: strength 16, agility 15, spirit 17, physique 16, energy 18. These were his current stats. Strength and physique had each increased by 1, and energy had surged by 3. Half a pound of meat had astonishing effects. This was mainly due to the mutated beast's high tier and Cao Yang's low stats. As his attributes rose, first-tier meat would offer diminishing returns until it became ineffective. In his arms, Shen Wanying, thoroughly worn out, opened her eyes. After resting, she regained some strength and picked up the remaining grilled meat to continue eating. She hadn't even been half full when she was dragged away. Cao Yang waited patiently until she stopped with over a dozen skewers left. He couldn't help but marvel. Truly a first-tier mutated zombie. Dressing, he checked his phone. 1:35 p.m. The sun was at its peak, perfect for traveling. Holding little Mayua, Cao Yang led Shen Wanying out of the room to scavenge the cafeteria. Over a week since the apocalypse, the remaining vegetables and meat had either spoiled or been taken. After searching, he found untouched bags of rice and flour in the kitchen. 12 bags in total, each 50 jin, 5 of flour and 7 of rice. He had collected some pots and pans from Huiyuan supermarket earlier. Rice with grilled meat tonight. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. He stepped forward to store the bags, but from outside the kitchen came the sound of heavy footsteps and a man's hushed voice. Hurry up. We don't have much time. While those beasts are away, grab as much as we can. A group of over a dozen people dashed into the cafeteria, led by a man with a relaxed expression, constantly urging them on. Zhao Yiming was in high spirits. He had planned this trip carefully. The cafeteria was dangerous, haunted by a terrifying mutated dog. Last time he barely escaped because the dog didn't give chase. This time he came prepared. He and Shun Tian, who had awakened wind powers, would lure the dog away. No need to kill, just stall, buying time for the students. But plans changed. He had braced for a tough fight, yet at the back door there was no sign of the dog, only bloodstains. This thrilled him. Though he didn't know what happened, the dog's absence was good news. Luring it away was risky. Eagerly leading his group into the kitchen, Zhao Yiming's expression shifted when he saw Cao Yang and Shen Wanying standing inside. He was too late. Someone had beaten him to it. A man and a woman stood there, The man back turned lightly tapped the bags, and a dozen vanished into thin air. Zhao Yiming's eyes reddened with rage and greed. Those were their supplies now stolen by this pair. That movement, was it spatial power? Did that mean the man had even more supplies? If he could capture this man. The thought made his heart race, his breathing quicken, and his gaze at Cao Yang's back grow greedier and hotter. In Zhao Yiming's eyes, Cao Yang was a walking treasure trove. There was a reason for this. Every awakened ability user only had one power: offensive, defensive, or supportive. No one had ever heard of an ability user mastering two methods. Scientists theorized that lacking a second method was due to some missing factor, either insufficient energy or subpar physical fitness. This theory was widely accepted. To Zhao Yiming, Cao Yang's use of spatial storage meant he had no attack power. What else could he be but a fat sheep? In the apocalypse, might made right. Others hoard food, I hoard guns. Their stores become mine. Just take it all. In just a week since the apocalypse, the power and elevated status of ability users had completely warped Zhao Yiming's worldview. In short, he thought heaven was first, earth second, and he was third, arrogant and inflated. With his strength, if Cao Yang didn't comply, Zhao Yiming wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him. Shen. Teacher Shen Wanying. Blocked by Zhao Yiming's view, Lin Tian didn't see Cao Yang, but was instantly captivated by the cold, stunning Shen Wanying standing nearby. Hearing the exclamation, Zhao Yiming glanced to the side. When he saw Shen Wanying's face, Zhao Yiming grew even more excited. At Ocean University, the reputation of Shen Wanying as the most beautiful goddess professor was exceptionally resounding. Any male student who didn't know her or what she looked like would be scorned by all his peers. Zhao Yiming's heart surged with ecstasy. He felt today was his lucky day. Good things kept coming one after another. Now both the supplies and the goddess were his. The noble status of an awakened had brought him many perks. Girls who once looked down on him could now be summoned with a mere crook of his finger. Now Shen Wanying was no exception. In the control room, after collecting the rice and flour from the floor, Cao Yang turned around, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Yiming and his group, capturing the burning desire and greed in their eyes. Had they set their sights on him, seeing him as a fat sheep to be fleeced? Cao Yang had also seen the theories from online scientists, but if they truly thought he was a weakling without combat power, they were gravely mistaken. Even if he were weak, Shen Wanying was anything but. As Cao Yang turned, Zhao Yiming raised his arm, and the air in the control room surged as a transparent air cannon materialized in his hand. This was the ability he had awakened: air manipulation. His move was to condense an air cannon to launch attacks with considerable power, capable of snapping a Baltic tree trunk in two. Its destructive force was so formidable that even Chen Tian, who had awakened a wind-based ability, admitted inferiority and obediently bowed down as a lackey. Clutching the air cannon, Zhao Yiming said in a deep voice, "The supplies you just collected belong to us. Now I'll give you two choices. First, hand over all the supplies, and I'll let you leave, but Teacher Shun must stay. Second, join us and become one of us. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." As Zhao Yiming's words fell, the scene suddenly froze, and the system's prompt tone followed. Ding. Faced with Zhao Yiming's coercion, the divine choice is activated. Choice A: obediently hand over all supplies, and Shen Wanying slink away in disgrace, rewarded with the title Coward and 10 free attribute points. Choice B: stand your ground. Steal my things and my woman. You've already sealed your death. Slay Zhao Yiming and his crew, rewarded with the Elf Blade Dragon Slayer. Without even half a second of hesitation, Cao Yang said, "Choose B." The choice was made, and time resumed its flow. Gazing at Zhao Yiming and his group before him, Cao Yang's eyes grew increasingly murderous. "I choose 3. Wanting leave none alive. Since they dared to make a move against him, they must be prepared to die." He never tolerated any sand, and half-a-foot-long blood claws suddenly materialized. Shen Wanying, already in an attack stance, transformed into a flash of blood light and instantly appeared before Zhao Yiming and his crew. At that moment, Zhao Yiming hadn't even reacted, confusion still evident in his eyes. Choose 3. What was 3? Wait, was there even a third option? Before he could figure it out, Shen Wanying had already arrived before him with an overwhelming aura of bloodthirsty malice. The half-foot-long claws descended from above, and Zhao Yiming's eyes were filled with bewilderment and terror. Damn it, no martial honor, a sneak attack. He thrust his palm forward, and the air cannon he had prepared shot out, but it was torn apart by the descending blood claws the moment it left his hand. Too close. The air cannon exploded, instantly shredding Zhao Yiming's clothes and leaving several bloody wounds on his body and face. Before a scream could escape his throat, the blood claws swept down, and Zhao Yiming was instantly dead. Having killed Zhao Yiming with a single blow, Shen Wanying's movements didn't cease. The half-foot-long blood claws were like the sharpest steel blades, swift and ruthless, without a hint of hesitation, as fast as lightning. In an instant, a tide of blood erupted at the control room entrance. Lin Tian, the unlucky bastard, was splattered across the face, with Zhao Yiming's blood, unaware of what had happened and soon the ground was covered. Moments later the battle ended. Outside the control room, limbs and fragments lay strewn everywhere. Not a single soul survived. Cao Yang had no time to discern whether these people were good or bad, innocent or not. He simply didn't have the time. His philosophy was simple: enemies must die. He didn't care if they were good people. If they felt wronged in death, they should be more careful in their next life. Ding. Choice completed. Reward: Elf Blade Dragon Slayer. Along with the prompt, a weapon materialized in Cao Yang's portable space. Retrieving the newly acquired weapon, Cao Yang's gaze swept over it, and detailed information appeared before him. Dragon Slayer Tier 1 Weapon, total length 1.24 meters, blade width 3.8 centimeters, forged by the elves, inscribed with sharpness and hardness runes capable of easily tearing through the defenses of Tier 1 mutated creatures. Note: legend has it that this was the Elf King's personal blade, once used to slay a dragon and bathed in dragon's blood. Slay a dragon and bathed in dragon's blood. Yeah, right. What kind of dragon was that so weak? Regardless of whether the description was boastful, the weapon's appearance was indeed stunning. A long straight sword with a golden hilt and a black scabbard. As he drew the blade, a pale blue light flashed. The blade itself was a deep blue with streaks of golden patterns, adding an air of nobility and mystery. Just by its looks, Cao Yang felt he couldn't put it down. Swinging the long blade, the air let out a sharp shriek, a testament to its sharpness. He had been in dire need of a suitable weapon. The baseball bat from before was too pathetic. When he struck a mutated tabby cat's head, it numbed his hand and didn't even break through its defense, which was just absurd. This Dragon Slayer couldn't have come at a better time. With the blade's sharpness, even facing a Tier 1 mutated beast alone, combined with the slowing effect of his ice ability, a single hit would be enough to kill a Tier 1 mutated beast. This Dragon Slayer granted Cao Yang the ability to challenge higher tiers. Thanks for the contribution, Zhao Yiming and his crew. The sun hung high, scorching the earth with its heat. Temperatures near 40 C made even the blowing wind carry waves of rolling heat. It was the fiercest time of the sun. The campus was deserted, and the zombies that once roamed the streets were nowhere to be seen. With no zombies blocking the way, Cao Yang, holding little Moyue, and Shen Wanying retraced their steps. Soon the small grove they had bypassed earlier came faintly into view. His gaze fell on the Lover's Haven, over 100 meters away. After the apocalypse broke out, the grove had grown wildly under the influence of the red mist. From a distance it looked deep, dense, and almost lightless, like a giant beast opening its maw. At the edge of the grove, zombies seeking shelter from the blazing sun walked into the woods, one after another, quickly disappearing from sight, creating an eerily chilling scene. Staring at the distant grove, Cao Yang felt a chill down his spine. In his eyes, the Lover's Haven had transformed into a forbidden zone of life. After a long hard look, Cao Yang lingered no longer, and without looking back led Shen Wanying on. Whatever terror lurked in the grove was beyond his current ability to handle. The priority now was to find his aunt, and then strengthen himself. Once he grew powerful enough, he would crush any monster with a single punch. Under the scorching sun, Cao Yang's figure gradually faded into the distance. Deep within the dense forest, birds were absent. Sunlight couldn't penetrate, and a thick layer of leaves covered the ground. A colossal tree so massive it would take a dozen people to encircle its trunk stood tall on the earth. Within the lush canopy, unknown vibrant flowers bloomed. Pink mist drifted from the blossoms into the distance, and wandering zombies in the woods were drawn to the fragrance one after another. Yet before they could approach within 100 meters, the fallen leaves burst apart, and vines as thick as arms shot out, like venomous snakes, binding the zombies tightly. Leaves drifted down, and the bound zombies vanished without a trace. Soon the dark forest fell silent again, save for the blooming flowers that continued to emit pink mist into the distance, luring zombies and mutated beasts into the trap. On the other side, not long after leaving the dense forest, Cao Yang arrived near the food street. Gazing at the food street dozens of meters away, Cao Yang felt a surge of emotion. Just yesterday, he was an ordinary person who needed Shen Wanying's protection against more than 2 zombies scavenging supplies cautiously, even venturing hundreds of meters to the Huiyuan supermarket. Now armed with his ability and the Dragon Slayer blade, along with Shen Wanying, the food street that had seemed perilous yesterday suddenly felt like nothing special. His 3000 cubic meter portable space was less than a fifth full. If he weren't in a hurry to find his aunt, he would definitely go in for a sweep and take all the supplies he could carry. The fate of others was none of his concern. That wasn't his problem. As long as he was well fed and comfortable, that was enough. For now, he would leave those supplies to the survivors on campus. Wanting let's. Just as he was about to leave, a burst of arguing came from the food street, and Cao Yang swallowed the words on his lips. What was going on? Gossip was human nature, and Cao Yang instinctively looked over. On the food street in front of a supermarket, 2 groups were confronting each other. Indeed, the supermarket was called Yijia Supermarket, a fitting name, and its scale was no less than that of Huiyuan Supermarket. At the supermarket entrance, the two opposing groups were clearly distinct. One group consisted entirely of men blocking the supermarket entrance armed with clubs and other weapons, outnumbering the other with over 30 people. Facing them, the other group was the complete opposite, all women slightly outnumbered with only about 20 people. At that moment, the two sides were separated by a few meters, the atmosphere tense. The women in particular wore expressions of anger, while the men blocking the supermarket entrance looked smug and teasing. Jin Yuhua, don't push it. The supplies on the food street belong to everyone. I don't want to fight you. Tell your men to step aside. At the front of the women, Miao Shui, with her neat and tidy single ponytail, spoke with a voice full of fury. Standing over 7 meters tall with a curvaceous figure, she radiated an air of heroism. A few meters away, Jin Yuhua picked at his ear, completely indifferent to Miao Zui's words, his demeanor dismissive and contemptuous. Want me to step aside? Fine. Leave a few girls behind, and you spend the night with me. How's that? That's not too much to ask, is it? As Jin Yuhua finished speaking, the men behind him burst into laughter and started heckling. Yeah, if you want to get through, let Boss Jin have some fun. Exactly. Men and women working together make the job easier. I like the second one on the left. She's mine, don't anyone fight me for her. Then he'll take the fourth one on the right. Hearing the obscene remarks from the other side, Miao Zui's face flushed red with anger, her fury mounting. Both she and Jin Yuhua's group were originally survivors from the No. 2 teaching building. After clearing the zombies there, they had rescued over 300 people. In terms of awakened, there were more than in the No. 5 teaching building. 4 in total, 2 men, and the first few days were relatively normal, but as status rose and the inflated sense of power from their abilities grew, along with some women throwing themselves at them, the atmosphere in the No. 2 teaching building completely changed. Later, forced incidents occurred. Under the indulgence of Jin Yuhua and his cronies, the situation spiraled out of control. Eventually, Miao Shui led a group of women unwilling to be degraded out of the No. 2 teaching building. In terms of high-end combat power, it was 2 against 2. Jin Yuhua and his group didn't stop them, and Miao Shui ultimately led nearly 40 women out of the No. 2 teaching building to form their own faction. The two sides had since severed ties, and while there were frequent skirmishes over supplies, they had always backed down to avoid conflict. But today, for some reason, Jin Yuhua's attitude was exceptionally resolute. Not only did he show no sign of backing down in the face of her threats, but he was also arrogant enough to target her. Jin Yuhua, I'll say it one more time, move aside. I've had enough of you. Don't force my hand. Miao Shui suppressed the rage in her heart and issued an ultimatum. She didn't want to fight because regardless of the outcome, it would be bad for her. This was the apocalypse, not a game, and the surroundings were far from safe. The zombies were just in hiding, not dead. If the noise attracted them, it would be bad for everyone. What if I do force you? Today I've set my mind on you. You'll comply whether you want to or not. Jin Yuhua's frivolous expression faded, replaced by a sinister glint in his eyes. He waved his arm, and the men behind him parted, revealing 2 figures walking out from the back. The man on the left was slightly chubby, about 7 meters tall, similar to Miao Shui, with a smiling face. The man on the right was of average build, plain-looking with muscular arms that looked sturdy. Seeing the 2 figures emerge, especially the one on the left, Miao Zui's expression changed, and she blurted out, Lin Yuan. You brought him out too. Are you insane? Lin Yuan was the second awakened on the men's side. Usually when Jin Yuhua went out for supplies, he would leave Lin Yuan behind to prevent accidents. Miao Shui did the same, always keeping one awakened at home. But today Jin Yuhua had brought Lin Yuan out. And worst of all, there was another awakened on the right whom she didn't recognize. Miao Zui's heart sank to the bottom. She finally understood why Jin Yuhua's attitude had changed so drastically. Seeing the dramatic shift in Miao Zui's expression, Jin Yuhua grinned, his smile arrogant. I told you. Today you'll comply whether you want to or not. As his words fell, a clear voice came from behind. Oh, is that so? To take down Miao Zui's group, Jin Yuhua had planned all night yesterday. Originally, both sides had 2 awakened with similar strength. Jin Yuhua had no confidence in defeating Miao Zui's group in a fight, but Wang Hao's arrival gave him hope. Yesterday afternoon, his subordinates reported that someone had crawled out of the sewer, an awakened claiming to seek refuge. At first, Jin Yuhua was a bit confused. He even wondered if this guy might be a spy. But after interrogating him, he figured out what was going on. The man was from the No. 5 teaching building. When he went to the food street to gather supplies at noon, he encountered a mutated zombie. His students were all killed, and he only escaped by diving into the sewer. After understanding Wang Hao's background, Jin Yuhua relaxed. Good news, he had gained another awakened. Bad news, the food street was unsafe with a terrifying mutated zombie lurking. After much thought, Jin Yuhua realized that regardless, he had to deal with the mutated zombie problem. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have enough to eat. They couldn't go farther to gather supplies, could they? What if there were mutated zombies farther away too? After weighing his options, Jin Yuhua decided to eliminate the mutated zombie. With 3 awakened working together, how could they fail to take down one mutated zombie? According to Wang Hao, the mutated zombie was speed type, which he could counter. He had awakened a wood type ability, allowing him to control vines for attacks and restrain the zombie. Lin Yuan had awakened an earth type ability, able to form a rock shield around himself to block attacks. With Wang Hao a strength type awakened added to the mix, how could they not defeat a mutated zombie? And on the way they could also take care of Miao Zui's group of women. Jin Yuhua had planned well. Just after noon, he led his men out moving cautiously, but they didn't encounter the mutated zombie. He guessed it had gone elsewhere. That was good. It saved them a tough fight. Any battle would inevitably lead to casualties. At least he had cornered Miao Shui. But it seemed there was an unexpected variable. Hearing the voice from behind Miao Shui, Jin Yua's smug expression froze, and his face darkened rapidly, his gaze turning hostile as he looked past her. Not just him. Miao Shui also turned around in surprise. Today she thought she was done for. Facing 3 awakened at once, no matter how strong she was, she couldn't hold out. Not only she, but all the women with her would be doomed. And even if she were killed, Wang Feifei, who stayed behind, wouldn't fare well either. But she would never yield. She would rather die. Now it seemed things might have taken a turn. Turning around with the group of women a few meters away, Cao Yang, holding little Moyue, was walking slowly with Shen Wanying by his side. Teacher Shen. Miao Shui. He didn't know Cao Yang. With so many students at the university, one had to be exceptionally handsome, like the campus heartthrob, or exceptionally famous, so otherwise even classmates could remain strangers. But Shen Wanying was different. There were few in the entire school who didn't recognize her. Watching the approaching pair, Miao Shui quickly turned her gaze to Cao Yang beside her. With the two of them, and a dog who had just spoken was obvious. Moreover, judging by Teacher Shen's attitude, it was clear that Cao Yang was the one in charge. The fact that they walked so boldly down the street meant they must be formidable, with at least one awakened ability user. If Cao Yang was willing to help, she and the girls behind her could at least leave safely. But after leaving, they would have to find a new place. With an extra ability user at Jin Yua's side, it was too dangerous. Under everyone's gaze, Cao Yang approached Miao Shui and the others. He had originally intended to walk away, indifferent to others' fates, but Wang Hao's appearance changed his. He still remembered that kick from Wang Hao yesterday. If not for his luck in binding the system, he would have been 6 feet under by now. He was a petty man who repaid grievances on the spot. He had thought Wang Hao was dead, and not seeing him at teaching building no. 5, he let it go. But Wang Hao was still alive. Since he wasn't dead, Cao Yang would send him off. No one could lay hands on him and live. Annoyed at being interrupted, Jin Yua's face darkened. His gaze swept over Cao Yang and Shen Wanying with malice, his heart stirring with murderous intent and intense greed. Shen Wanying's appearance made Miao Shui seem less appealing. Kid, you want a medal? Playing hero to save the damsel in distress. Be careful not to lose your life instead. Leave now with Teacher Shen, and he'll pretend nothing happened. Jin Yuhua had no intention of letting Cao Yang and Shen Wanying go. This was just a delaying tactic. If he scared Cao Yang off after dealing with Miao Shui, the 3 of them could easily kill him. Then Shen Wanying would still be his. As his words faded, the scene froze, and a system prompt sounded. Ding. Activating God-level choice. Choice A, play it safe, retreat immediately with Shen Wanying. Reward title coward, 10 free attribute points. Choice B, ignore the threat, kill enemy Wang Hao. Reward 1000 cubic meter portable space. Choice C, threatening me. Coincidentally, Brother Yang fears threats the least. Kill enemy Wang Hao and take out Jin Yuhua and the rest. Threaten Brother Yang. They'll kill you too. Reward 1000 cubic meter portable space, danger perception ability. Good. System, you came just in time. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Cao Yang rejoiced, especially at the third choice. It was danger perception. Was it the kind he imagined? System, choose C. Threaten me. You've already sealed your doom. Did you think Brother Yang was foolish? Your eyes gave you away. Before speaking, hide that greedy look. Your eyeballs were practically falling out. The choice ended and time resumed. He handed the little ink moon in his arms to the anxious Miao Shui beside him. Take care of him for me. He'll be right back. It was always best to kill an enemy with one's own hands. Holding the little ink moon during a fight was inconvenient. Helping Miao Shui out and asking her to watch him wasn't too much, was it? Miao Shui took the little ink moon in confusion, its soft, smooth fur and adorable appearance making her reluctant to let go. A few meters away, Jin Yuhua's face darkened with anger. Cao Yang hadn't answered directly, but his actions spoke volumes. Fine. You insist on playing the hero, don't you? Alright. To avoid causing a commotion that attracts zombies, let's have a duel. Best of 3. I have 3 ability users, 1 round each. You can choose anyone. If we win, Miao Shui and the others including Teacher Shen stay. If we lose, I promise not to touch Miao Zui's group, and he'll clear the path. Huh. Dude, you're playing. Cao Yang was about to strike, but Jin Yuhua came up with this rule. Was he deliberately letting him test how sharp his dragon-slaying blade was? Did he want him to take on all 3? You're surprisingly decent. The question was, since Jin Yuhua went to such trouble to let him shine, should he go easy on him? Go easy? No way. A brutal slaughter. In front of a supermarket on the food street, the ordinary people from both sides had retreated some distance, leaving the central area as a battlefield. Standing 10 meters apart, Jin Yuhua glanced at the uneasy Wang Hao beside him. This guy had looked off ever since Cao Yang appeared. More intriguing was Cao Yang's gaze. He had stared at Wang Hao from the start, his murderous intent unconcealed, until Jin Yuhua spoke. Only then did he look away. All signs pointed to a grudge between them. Though he didn't know the details, sending Wang Hao first was the right move. Compared to Lin Yuan, Wang Hao as a newcomer was the obvious choice to test Cao Yang's strength. Wang Hao, you go first. Called out. Wang Hao trembled, nodded reluctantly, and stepped forward. As Jin Yuhua suspected, Wang Hao had recognized Cao Yang the moment he appeared. After all, he had personally kicked him yesterday. How could he forget? He had thought Cao Yang was surely dead. But here he was alive. Unbelievable. He couldn't fathom how Cao Yang had survived that terrifying mutant zombie, yet here he stood before him. Could he have some hidden trump card? The more Wang Hao thought, the more uneasy he felt. Despite the scorching summer sun, a chill ran through him. Seeing Jin Yuhua's side send Wang Hao first, Miao Shui looked up at Cao Yang about to speak, but he stopped her with a gesture. Hold my dog. They'll be right back. Miao Shui was baffled, the words stuck in her throat. Was this handsome junior so brave? She was a senior. There was no one as handsome as Cao Yang in her year. If there were, she would have noticed, and wouldn't be single now. Okay. Be careful. I don't know that man or his ability. Hearing her careful advice, Cao Yang smiled. Don't worry, I know him all too well. With that, Cao Yang drew the dragon-slaying blade and charged forward. Under the sunlight, the ornate blade flashed a dazzling blue light. Seeing Cao Yang rushing at him with the blade, Wang Hao's pupils contracted in terror. So fast. This wasn't ordinary human speed. Had Cao Yang awakened an ability too? A speed type one, no wonder he survived. Seeing Cao Yang's lethal approach, Wang Hao had no time to think. He roared, activating his strength ability. A surge of energy gathered in his fist, and he threw a powerful wind-splitting punch at the blade. So what if he had a speed ability? If he dared to clash, Eden had smashed that pathetic knife, and then punch him. He had tested it before. A full-force punch could blow a large hole in a foot-thick wall, bend steel bars, and chip a kitchen knife. A mere blade was nothing to him. Fist met blade. Blood sprayed, and a severed arm flew into the air. The sneer on Wang Hao's face froze. His arm was cut off. Wang Hao stared blankly, disbelief in his eyes. Then excruciating pain shot from the stump. Wang Hao let out a blood-curdling scream. Cao Yang paid no heed. He swung his arm, and the dragon-slashing blade traced several deep blue arcs. With dull thuds, severed limbs flew everywhere. Wang Hao, now reduced to a torso, fell to the ground, his limbs severed. All that remained was his head attached to his body. Before Wang Hao could scream again, Cao Yang flicked his wrist. The blade swept across, and the screams abruptly ceased. A moment later, a thin line of blood appeared on his neck. Overwhelming. Instant kill. The food street fell silent. Everyone stared in shock at the center of the battlefield. Jin Yuhua was stunned. He had wanted Wang Hao to test Cao Yang's strength, but he got nothing. He was killed instantly. That blade was the problem. Calming down, Jin Yuhua suppressed his shock and eyed the dragon-slashing blade in Cao Yang's hand warily. Wang Hao, with his strength ability, had been utterly helpless against Cao Yang. Wang Hao wasn't weak. Jin Yuhua didn't take just anyone. Yesterday, Wang Hao had shown his power. Ordinary weapons couldn't even break his skin when his ability was active. The problem was Cao Yang's blade. Could it be that the blade was his ability? After butchering Wang Hao, Cao Yang let out a breath, feeling an indescribable satisfaction. Killing an enemy felt amazing. He raised the blade, pointing it at Jin Yuhua and Lin Yuan. Who's next to die? Jin Yuhua swallowed, his eyes full of wariness. His wood-type ability was severely countered by a blade-type one. Lin Yuan, you go. After a moment's thought, Jin Yuhua signaled Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had awakened an earth-type ability, allowing him to form a thick rock armor on his body, extremely defensive. If not for his wood-type ability countering Lin Yuan, the latter wouldn't have submitted. Specialization was key. Sending the defensive Lin Yuan against Cao Yang was a sure bet. Could a blade shatter stone? Obviously not. This was solid. Hearing Jin Yuhua's order, Lin Yuan nodded. His plump body stepped forward. A faint yellow light flashed, and a rock armor covered his entire body, making him look like a stone golem. Thump! Thump! He pounded his heavy fists against his chest, producing dull booms. From within the rock armor came Lin Yuan's sinister laughter. This is the end, kid. Your blade is useless against me. It'll crush you into paste. The 2-meter-tall stone man charged across the ground, shaking it violently. He opened his stone hand to grab Cao Yang. Seeing the grasping hand, Cao Yang swung his blade. A deep blue light flashed, and stone chips flew. The stone arm was severed. With his arm cut off, Lin Yuan's heavy body crashed uncontrollably. Cao Yang followed up with a slash like a hot knife through butter. Lin Yuan didn't even have time to scream before his head was severed. Boom. The headless body fell with a dull thud. In one exchange, Lin Yuan, the Earth-type ability user, was dead. 10 meters away, Jin Yuhua stared blankly at the corpse at Cao Yang's feet, his eyes full of confusion. Lin Yuan. Dead. Killed in one move. He didn't even last as long as Wang Hao. Coming to his senses, Jin Yuhua gasped, a bone-chilling cold spreading through him. What kind of monster was this? Killing awakened beings like cutting vegetables. Panic seized Jin Yuhua. Just then a sharp gaze swept over him. He shuddered and looked up, meeting Cao Yang's icy eyes. Your turn. My turn. Seeing Cao Yang raise his long blade, Jin Yuhua's hair stood on end. He screamed hoarsely. Charge. All of you attack. Kill him, and whoever does becomes the captain. Food is free, women are free. All of you attack. Don't be afraid. He'll control him with my ability. You strike together. He's alone. We'll wear him down. Behind Jin Yuhua, the grand promises dispelled the fear that had gripped the 30-plus people shaken by the bloody scene. Heavy rewards bred brave men. Besides, Jin Yuhua never treated his brothers as outsiders. He enjoyed the good life and made sure they did too. Lately they had feasted and indulged under him. Thus the men from teaching building no. 2 were loyal to Jin Yuhua. Kill. With a roar, a burly man over 1. 8 meters tall, wielding a club, charged out first, followed by the rest. Watching the dozens rushing at him, Cao Yang smiled cruelly. Wanying leave no one alive. Total annihilation. Beauty could indeed get away with anything. Jin Yuhua did have some skills and was fairly clever. With dozens of people plus Jin Yuhua providing support, Cao Yang was indeed outmatched. But who said he was alone? His trump card was never himself. Behind Cao Yang, a blood-red murderous intent flashed in Shen Wanying's eyes. Half-foot-long claws extended, and a faint blood mist spread. Her figure instantly closed in on the foremost man. Blood spurted. The burly man at the front only saw a red flash before his consciousness sank into endless darkness. Limbs flew everywhere. The burly man was dismembered. Shen Wanying was like a tiger among sheep. Her blood claws swung, and wherever she passed, blood mist filled the air. No one could withstand her, and not a single intact body remained. The onlookers only saw a red flash, and the 30-plus charging men were reduced to scattered fragments on the ground. The street dyed red. By then, Jin Yuhua had just summoned a few vines ready to attack. He was stunned, completely staring blankly at the horrifying scene of corpses littering the ground. Jin Yuhua's gaze was vacant. He had forgotten to control the vines. What had happened? Where were his 30-plus men? How were they suddenly scattered everywhere? Everything happened too fast, too sudden, too unbelievable, making Jin Yuhua feel like he was dreaming. Zoning out on the battlefield was a fatal mistake. If he had controlled the vines to attack Shen Wanying in time, he might have lasted a few more seconds. But by the time he snapped out of it, Shen Wanying had already crossed the dozen meters and appeared before him. Panicked, Jin Yuhua frantically activated his wood-type ability, trying to kill Shen Wanying on the spot. He had used this method on Lin Yuan before, trapping the clumsy man in place until his energy was drained. He believed that once his vines entangled her, Shen Wanying would meet the same end. But he soon realized, watching the vines lash out, Shen Wanying's expression didn't change. Her half-foot blood claws swung, and the vines were instantly shredded. Not just the vines. Jin Yuhua was torn apart along with them. Shen Wanying faithfully carried out Cao Yang's order. No one, including Jin Yuhua, survived. The pungent smell of blood filled the air. The food street was dead silent. Miao Shui and the other girls stared in horror at the scene, swallowing hard. So terrifying. Over 30 people, including Jin Yuhua, had been wiped out without any real resistance. Was Teacher Shen this fearsome? Earlier, Cao Yang taking on 2 alone had impressed them, but there was an even greater powerhouse. Jin Yuhua's group hadn't just hit a wall. They had crashed headfirst into a titanium alloy plate. Looking at Cao Yang's back, Miao Shui felt immense relief. Thank goodness Cao Yang had come to help them, otherwise the scattered remains would have been theirs. On the other side, Cao Yang didn't know what Miao Shui and the others were thinking. The moment Jin Yuhua was killed, the system's prompt arrived on time. Ding. Choice completed. Reward 1,000 cubic meter portable space, danger perception. His storage space had increased again, now reaching 4,000 cubic meters. But what interested Cao Yang most was the danger perception ability. Danger perception, an extraordinary ability to sense danger, keenly detecting impending threats and responding in time to ensure maximum safety. Note: danger perception is not omnipotent. If the enemy's rank is too high, the ability might not always provide timely warnings. Personal strength takes precedence. Cao Yang felt a surge of joy as he read the detailed description of his new ability. From now on, he no longer had to worry about ambushes. If he encountered another mutated tabby cat like before, who would be the one ambushing whom was anyone's guess. Despite acquiring a new ability, Cao Yang did not grow arrogant. As the prompt indicated, the danger perception could only serve as a warning and was not infallible. Strength was paramount. If an enemy far surpassed him in power, even with a warning he might not be able to react in time. System integrate danger perception. An invisible force enveloped his body. After a moment, the peculiar sensation faded. Danger perception was merely a passive ability bringing no significant overt changes. Snapping back to reality, Cao Yang saw Shen Wanying returning to normal. He took out a wet wipe and gently cleaned a stray blood droplet from her beautiful face. Though Shen Wanying had tried to avoid it, her face was inevitably splattered during the fight. He carefully wiped her clean, gazing at her pristine visage, then smiled and planted a kiss on her cheek. Well done. Hearing Cao Yang's praise, the corners of Shen Wanying's mouth lifted slightly, and her ruby-like eyes flickered as if she were pleased. Sheathing his blade, Cao Yang took Shen Wanying's hand and walked over to Miao Shui, whose face had paled. All right, you can give Xiao Moyue back to me now. All right, of course, boss, here you go. Swallowing hard, Miao Shui carefully handed Xiao Moyue to Cao Yang, her eyes filled with reverence. She understood the laws of the apocalypse, and her address shifted with seamless fluidity. Taking Xiao Moyue, Cao Yang noticed the change in Miao Shui. His gaze swept over the many girls whose expressions ranged from fear and shock to dread and awe. Mostly there was reverence and admiration for the strong. Cao Yang suspected a large part of this was due to his handsome looks and the goodwill he had shown. Rescuing a damsel in distress and saving the day. If that wasn't goodwill, what was? Returning his gaze to Miao Shui, he saw her caution and said, "No need for that. Just call me Cao Yang." Hearing Cao Yang introduce himself, Miao Zui's face lit up. "Okay, Cao Yang. If Miao Shui is senior, so am your senior. I've awakened the flame ability. Nice to meet you, senior." Cao Yang didn't put on airs. He wasn't the type to take jokes too seriously. His creed was simple: don't provoke me, and I won't bother you. I provoke me, and it'll root you out. Of course, Miao Zui's beauty also played a part. After introductions, she looked at him curiously. "So, Junior, are you and Teacher Shin coming back with us?" "We're near the activities department, not far from the food street. There are about 40 girls in total. Besides me, there's also Wang Feifei, who awakened the water ability." The events at the food street today had profoundly moved Miao Shui. She was still too weak. If not for Cao Yang's help, she and the girls behind her would have been finished. The formidable strength of Cao Yang and Shen Wanying left her in awe. If Cao Yang were willing to lead them, her burden would greatly ease. In her eyes, Cao Yang scored highly handsome, powerful, and a heroic savior, which significantly boosted his favorability. Though the hero-saving damsel trope was cliché, it was effective. With all these factors combined, she genuinely wanted him to be the leader. Even if he had intentions toward her, she would be open to it. Cao Yang perfectly met her standards for a partner, or rather the standards of 90% of women. Ding. Facing Miao Zui's invitation, the divine choice has been activated. Choice A, stay, of course. With so many girls, wouldn't that mean being a groom every night with a different one each day? Reward, unlock the faction module. Choice B, no, my aunt and sister are waiting for me. Politely decline Miao Zui's invitation. Reward, ability, dynamic vision. The system's prompt sounded freezing the scene. Miao Zui's sudden invitation caught Cao Yang. What did this mean? Repaying kindness with hostility. He saved them without expecting thanks, and now they coveted his looks and wanted to keep him. These women were utterly treacherous. Joking aside, faced with the unexpected invitation, Cao Yang fell into deep thought. It wasn't that Miao Zui's offer was too tempting to refuse, his resolve was firm. Prioritizing his aunt and sister was non-negotiable. What he considered was what to do after retrieving them. Miao Zui's invitation, or rather the system's choice, brought this unconsidered matter to the forefront. Should he wander aimlessly with his aunt and sister, drifting from place to place, attached to an existing survivor faction, or establish his own? Cao Yang dismissed the first option almost immediately. Having been an orphan since childhood, he loathed the feeling of homelessness. At 12, young and brash, he made his first life promise to make his aunt and sister the most honored and happiest women in the world. A life of wandering and exposure clearly contradicted that promise. As for relying on others, he also ruled it out. He wasn't boasting. His aunt and sister were stunningly beautiful, like goddesses from legend. The apocalypse had shattered order, and abilities had inflated ambition and greed. From yesterday until now, how many had coveted Shen Wanying? If one beauty attracted such attention, what about 3 or more? Relying on another faction would be like throwing meat to wolves. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't withstand endless waves of enemies and sieges. In the end, building his own faction was the most suitable path. He had the system, and it had thoughtfully provided a faction module. He was confident in creating the strongest force. Wouldn't that fulfill his promise? To make his aunt and sister the most honored and happiest women with a powerful faction as their backbone. Who would dare covet them? He would crush them. Having no sword and choosing not to use one are entirely different concepts. Having decided on his future plan, Cao Yang looked at the expectant Miao Shui. He held a good impression of this spirited and beautiful senior. Though he couldn't stay, he could offer a few words of advice before leaving. Why? Because it was a privilege of beautiful women, and it cost him nothing. System choose B. The choice was made, and time resumed. Amid the expectant gazes of Miao Shui and the other girls, Cao Yang said, "Sorry, I have to go pick up my family. I can't accept." Ding. Choice completed. Reward dynamic vision ability. A prompt echoed in his mind, but Cao Yang didn't integrate it immediately. The situation wasn't suitable. Rejected outright, the hope in Miao Zui's eyes turned to disappointment, and her spirits visibly. I see. That can't be helped. Actually, I miss my family too, but it's too far. My home is over 1,000 kilometers from Haicheng. Even if I wanted to go back, I couldn't. Good luck on your journey, Junior. She paused, her cheeks flushing slightly as if lost in thought. Then, to Cao Yang's astonishment, she tiptoed and quickly kissed the corner of his mouth. If you still want to come back after finding your family, the position of leader here will always be open for you, provided we can survive until then. Why talk and steal a kiss at the same time? And if you're going to kiss, why just a peck? Did he lack those 2 minutes? Miao Zui's words and sudden move only strengthened Cao Yang's resolve to warn her. You'll remember your promise, Senior. When I return, I won't let you slip away so easily. We'll see when you get back. Miao Shui raised an eyebrow, a hint of challenge in her eyes. Cao Yang didn't linger on the topic. Instead, he warned, I suggest you move everyone out of the school. The Lover's Haven behind the food street is very dangerous. It might harbor a terrifying monster. My instincts tell me it's perilous. At the mention of survival, Miao Zui's expression grew serious. The Lover's Haven. He'll discuss it with Feifei when we get back. Relocating wasn't a snap decision. Scouting, finding a new base, and ensuring safety all took time. Seeing that she had taken his advice to heart, Cao Yang retrieved a crystal core from his dimensional space. Under the sunlight, the pale blue core shimmered like crystal. What's this? A crystal core. Crystal core. Didn't the internet say they were fake? Miao Shui was surprised. In the first few days, she had smashed zombie heads searching for them, but found nothing. No crystal cores do exist, but the drop rate is very low. Not every zombie has one. Cao Yang corrected her. Ordinary zombies rarely have cores. Only high-level zombies are guaranteed to have one. Crystal cores can enhance your strength. You absorb them by holding them in your hand. Never swallow them. They contain a weak virus. Ingesting them might be faster, but carries great risks. Both ability users and ordinary people can use them. He glanced at the girls behind Miao Shui. After more than a week of trials, these girls had grown. They had seen blood, their eyes were resolute, and they wielded clubs, qualified female warriors. This was why Cao Yang was willing to return. If they were lazy parasites content to leech off others, he wouldn't spare them a second glance. Also, be careful of mutant beasts and high-level zombies. I understand. Thank you for telling me all. Miao Shui nodded, her fondness for Cao Yang deepening. The information he provided was invaluable. Just then a girl from behind stepped forward with a grave expression. Sister Shui, we need to go. There are zombies in the distance. Zombies. Cao Yang followed her gaze. 100 meters away, a horde of zombies was charging toward them. The earlier fight and the scent of blood had finally attracted them. Not just behind them. Low growls echoed from all around. Miao Shui also spotted the approaching zombies, her face darkening. They couldn't salvage the supplies now. Their only option was to retreat to the activities department. Stubbornness would mean annihilation. Fortunately, they still had stockpiles there. A day without loot wouldn't hurt much. Sensing her intent to withdraw, Cao Yang said, You're heading back. They'll come with you. Dynamic vision. Coming back with them. Miao Zui's heart leaped momentarily, thinking he had changed his mind, but she quickly dismissed the idea. He probably wanted to avoid the zombies. Powerful as they were, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Okay. She responded swiftly, turned decisively, and led her girls in a rapid retreat from the food street. If they didn't leave now, the zombies would cut off their escape route. Perhaps drawn by the fresh blood and flesh on the food street, the zombies didn't pursue. Miao Shui and her group, along with Cao Yang, safely reached the building housing the activities department. On the second floor, as Miao Shui and the others emerged from a special passage, another group of girls approached. The leader was average in looks and build with no standout features. Shui, what happened? You look battered, and who's that man? Wang Feifei, who had stayed behind, pulled Miao Shui aside, eyeing Cao Yang warily from the back of the group. Due to the actions of Jin Yuhua and his ilk, Wang Feifei had a poor view of men. Miao Shui patted her hand and briefly recounted the incident at the food street. Wang Feifei's wariness faded, and she bowed her head in apology. Sorry, my impression of men soured because of Jin Yuhua and the others. Thank you for saving Shui and the rest. I have no objections to Zui's decision. We really are too weak. Wang Feifei wasn't stupid, just biased against men. From the brief account, she could gauge how dangerous the food street had been. If Miao Shui had fallen, would Jin Yuhua's group have spared her? Obviously not. This Wang Feifei was sensible enough. Cao Yang waved his hand, and with a thought produced a mutant cat carcass from his dimensional space. Earlier at the cafeteria, he had harvested 6 first-rank mutant cat carcasses, each plump and heavy, weighing around 300 to 400 kilograms. Even after removing skin and organs that left about 1,500 kilograms of meat, he and Shen Wanying couldn't finish it all. Giving one to Miao Shui would help them grow stronger and boost their survival chances. That was the real reason he had come. The sudden appearance of the Tumterlong mutant cat carcass startled Miao Shui and the others, and they all turned to Cao Yang. Before they could speak, Cao Yang explained, "This is a first-rank mutant cat. Its meat is rich in energy and can enhance your strength when eaten, but don't overdo it. It can be dangerous." He knew this from personal experience. Half a caddy of that meat had nearly sent him to the afterlife. Like ginseng, too much could cause nosebleeds, but mutant cat meat was far more potent. Overindulgence could be fatal. A first-rank mutant beast? Hearing the benefits, Miao Shui forced herself to look away despite her reluctance. This is too precious. We can't accept it." Cao Yang remained calm. "Keep it. This is why I came. I hope that when I return you'll have built something. If it's just a handful of people, I wouldn't want to be the leader." Miao Shui stopped refusing and after a moment of silence said, "I won't let you down. All right, I'm off." With that, Cao Yang took Shen Wanying's hand and turned to leave. He had only taken a few steps when hurried footsteps sounded behind him. Cao Yang turned around. A few meters away, Miao Shui looked hesitant. That was my first kiss." A senior in college still having her first kiss. Either she hadn't found anyone in 4 years, or she was more traditional. In today's society, that was rare. Whatever the reason, Cao Yang's fondness for her grew. He'll be back. Next time it won't just be a first kiss. How many firsts could a woman have? Though he didn't spell it out, Miao Shui understood. She watched Cao Yang disappear into the distance. Only when his figure was gone did she turn around to find dozens of pairs of eyes staring at her with gossipy, amused expressions. Miao Shui blushed with embarrassment. "What are you looking at? Never seen a beauty before. Hurry up and prepare and store this mutant cat meat. It's hot out, and it'll spoil fast. And get your spirits up. After you eat, go kill zombies. Search carefully. Don't miss a single crystal core. Spoils go to the individual. Work hard to improve yourselves." Meanwhile, on the other side, Cao Yang led Shen Wanying straight out of the campus. This time no incidents occurred. They encountered other groups, but nothing came of it. The others were cautious, and Cao Yang had no interest in causing trouble. They passed each other with a gap of several dozen meters. After more than 10 minutes, the two of them along with the little puppy reached the school wall. The wall of Haida University was 3 meters high. A difficult climb for ordinary people, but no problem for Cao Yang now. However, he didn't cross immediately. Approaching the wall, the danger perception returned no reaction whatsoever, indicating that the other side was safe, and even the surroundings were secure. Unless there existed a mutated creature far surpassing his own strength at this stage, it was impossible for the danger perception to remain silent. But was such a scenario possible? Clearly not. Without rushing to climb over the wall, Cao Yang opened his system. He had yet to fuse the reward from his previous choice. Dynamic vision. The eyes are strengthened, allowing clear capture of high-speed moving objects and prediction of their trajectories, enabling faster reactions. Prolonged use places a burden on the body. This new ability was practically the bane of agile-type monsters. Combined with the danger perception, his safety factor had increased once more. System fuse. As the words fell, a cool stream of air surged into his eyes, a refreshing chill akin to eye drops, immensely comfortable. Moments later, the fusion concluded. Cao Yang opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. His vision was sharper. With a focused gaze, he could effortlessly track the flight paths of mosquitoes. In his sight, their speed seemed drastically slowed, as if moving in slow motion. Powerful. This ability was truly formidable. After testing his new power, Cao Yang turned and said, "Wanying, climb over the wall first. He'll follow shortly." Though the danger perception had detected no threat, caution was never a bad thing. Shen Wanying's expression remained impassive. Her crimson eyes fixed on the wall before her. She slightly bent her form, then in the next second leaped effortlessly 4 meters high, vanishing behind the wall. Impressive, truly badass. Cao Yang was utterly stunned. Was this a high-tier agile zombie? A 3-meter wall was like a step to her, cleared with ease. Envious. Cao Yang certainly couldn't manage that. Stowing his dragon-slaying blade, he took a few running steps, kicked off the wall twice, and with a single hand gripping the top, vaulted over, with light, graceful movements landing outside the school. Upon landing, Cao Yang quickly scanned his surroundings. It was eerily quiet. As far as the eye could see, everything was desolate and ruined, with fallen leaves and trash swirling in the wind. On the main road, vehicles were jammed, as if a traffic accident had occurred. Many cars were charred black, reduced to mere skeletons. The streets were empty, devoid of any moving figures. Occasionally, a few zombies could be seen trapped inside cars locked in by seatbelts, letting out intermittent roars. Cao Yang cast a few glances at these unfortunate zombies, but paid them no heed. Dealing with them would be a pure waste of time. The effort it took to eliminate them could have been used to kill over a dozen others. The main gate of Haida faced south. His aunt's company was southwest, a straight-line distance of 3 kilometers. But clearly distance wasn't calculated that way since Cao Yang couldn't fly or burrow through the ground. Following the main road, the distance was roughly 6 kilometers. Crossing the street to the other side, it was already nearly 2 in the afternoon. In another hour, when the sun wasn't so harsh, the zombies would become active again. Time was tight. Cao Yang led Shen Wanying as they sprinted along the street. After a few hundred meters, they reached a crossroads and changed direction, heading south. The street was eerily silent. Before they had gone far, a rumbling sound came from the distant sky. Cao Yang stopped and looked up. In the southwest sky, a helicopter was rapidly growing larger. Since the apocalypse began, Cao Yang had seen many helicopters fly overhead every day. Back then, many students stood on rooftops waving and drawing SOS signs. But regrettably, not a single helicopter stopped. That was when Cao Yang understood. These helicopters weren't there for rescue. Their targets were important scientists, high-ranking officials, the powerful or valuable experimental equipment. Only in the last 2 days had the frequency of helicopters decreased. Watching the approaching aircraft, Cao Yang's expression darkened. Apart from having almost no vision, zombies possessed exceptionally sharp hearing and smell. Even the slightest sound could agitate them into pursuit. The roar of the helicopter would attract a sea of zombies. Cao Yang had been unfortunate enough to witness this twice. The zombies from Haida converged into an ocean, a dense, endless sea of bobbing heads. Countless zombies howled madly as they chased on the ground, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. A tide of tens of thousands of zombies could overwhelm everything. Unfortunately, judging by the helicopter's flight path, it was heading directly overhead. This meant the helicopter would bring a horrifying zombie horde. Gazing at the end of the street, the scene before him made Cao Yang gasp. Several kilometers away, a massive wave of zombies was charging down the street. Large groups were also pouring from side streets, merging into the horde and swelling its size. At the front of the horde, dozens of darting figures stood out, their speed far surpassing ordinary zombies, leaving the main body far behind. Without a doubt, these were all Haida zombies. A faint sense of oppression weighed on his heart. The danger perception was warning him, and as time passed, the sense of crisis intensified sharply, a piercing sensation stimulating his nerves. The scene froze. A system prompt sounded. Ding. Activating God-level choice. Choice A. Isn't it just a zombie horde? He'll charge straight through, no dodging, no avoiding. Slaughter the horde and earn the title hero. Choice B. Can't mess with it, flee. Turn around without looking back and run. Whoever wants to deal with this damn horde can do it. I'm out. Reward 10 free attribute points. Under the frozen scene, Cao Yang's face twisted with frustration. System, I beg you to have some self-awareness. Do I look like a reckless idiot? Slaughter the horde. My measly 100 pounds wouldn't even be enough to fill their teeth. Choose B. Time resumed its flow. The roar echoed in his ears. Cao Yang, face dark, looked up at the helicopter flying in from the horizon, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Don't let me find out who's flying that thing or which faction it belongs to, or else you'll be in for it. With a furious curse, Cao Yang turned without a second glance, pulling Shen Wanying and running back. That was a zombie horde. A moment's delay meant death. Just as he turned, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Choice completed. Reward 10 free attribute points. Ignoring the newly acquired reward, Cao Yang sprinted at full speed. Rumbling. He couldn't tell if it was the helicopter's roar or the zombie's stampede. Reaching the crossroads, he quickly changed direction, heading east. Continuing north along the main road was suicide. Could he outrun a plane or the horde behind him? The west was also off limits. The helicopter had come from the southwest. Bad luck might lead him straight into a small zombie wave, ending in a cheerful game over. Over 100 meters up inside the helicopter, several figures in camouflage combat uniforms with rifles slung over their shoulders were chatting in the cabin. This helicopter belonged to Universal Biotechnology. The soldiers were part of the Universal Group's private armed force. Their mission this time was to retrieve some experimental equipment from Haida's underground biolab. Sheyu State did not allow overt private armed forces, but as long as they weren't openly displayed, the state would turn a blind eye. Most of these private soldiers were orphans brainwashed from childhood with doctrines of loyalty. From then on, their identities became goods expendables. Ostensibly bodyguards, but in reality, they were private troops. If Cao Yang hadn't been adopted by Han Yuehua, he would likely have become a member of some corporation's private army. At the cabin door, a soldier pointed at Cao Yang running on the ground, grinning. Captain, look. They run like... Inside the cabin, the man called Captain was burly with a stern, square face and striking eyes. Fu Guochang, a squad leader at Universal Biotechnology. After the apocalypse, he awakened the laser eye ability capable of emitting high-temperature rays over 1,000 degrees, elevating his status dramatically. This batch of experimental equipment was relatively important, so he had been specially dispatched to ensure its safe return. Striding to the cabin door, Fu Guochang looked down at the ground. From over 100 meters, Cao Yang and his companion were mere specks. After only 2 glances, Fu Guochang withdrew his gaze and scolded sternly, "We're almost at Haida. Put away your childishness. If you slack off again, you're out of my squad." The reprimanded soldier's face paled, and he quickly straightened up. He didn't want to be kicked out. Just then the pilot's terrified voice came from the cockpit. "Captain, birds. So many birds. They're charging at us." "What?" Fu Guochang's heart lurched. Aircraft dreaded hitting birds, though a single collision could lead to destruction, let alone a flock. Stepping behind the pilot when he saw the so-called flock, Fu Guochang's face turned ashen. Ahead of the helicopter, a dark cloud was rapidly approaching, accompanied by piercing caw-caw, sounds like a death knell. Fu Guochang's eyesight was excellent. He could clearly see the cloud's composition. It wasn't a cloud at all, but a flock of thousands or tens of thousands of crows, each the size of an adult eagle, with a wingspan of nearly 2 meters. Captain, we're going to hit." The pilot's face was terror-stricken as he desperately tried to veer the helicopter, but to no avail. The crow swarm was locked onto the helicopter. "Fire at them. Even if we die, we'll tear a piece of flesh from these birds." In the cabin, Fu Guochang watched the crow swarm charging from the side, a fierce resolve burning in his heart. His eyes blazed with red light, and 2 beams of high-temperature laser shot forth. He knew there was no escape. Over 100 meters up, he wasn't made of steel. Falling meant only one outcome: being smashed to pulp. On the ground, sprinting, Cao Yang heard the sound, and couldn't help turning his head. Then he froze. Crows. So many mutated crows. A vast dark mass blotted out the sky like a moving cloud. Each crow was nearly half a meter in size. Now, as if provoked, they swarmed toward the helicopter. Facing the incoming mutated crow swarm, the helicopter did not sit idle. Inside the cabin, 2 crimson beams sliced through the air. The high-temperature rays carved a bloody path through the swarm, felling numerous crows. Bodies pierced and severed by the heat rained from the sky. Beneath the helicopter, several mounted missiles shot out, exploding within the crow swarm. Flames instantly engulfed dozens of crows. 2 machine guns spat half-meter-long flames. Bullets formed a barrage sweeping through the air, the large-caliber rounds easily tearing apart crow limbs. The helicopter's firepower was astonishing. In mere seconds, hundreds of crows were eliminated. At the cost of several hundred dead crows, the dark cloud of the swarm crashed into the helicopter. Instantly, a ball of flame erupted in the sky. The helicopter, now a fireball trailing thick smoke, spiraled downward at terrifying speed. It was doomed along with everyone inside. Even an awakener couldn't survive such an explosion. The helicopter that had just caused him so much trouble had exploded so absurdly and hastily. Honestly, it was unexpected, a truly shocking twist. Those mutated crows had done a splendid job. Staring warily at the dark clouds speeding away, Cao Yang felt this apocalypse was becoming increasingly perilous. In just over a week, crows had mutated to such a terrifying degree and in such numbers. Ridiculous. From now on, not only the ground, but the skies were unsafe too. This helicopter was the perfect example. Humanity had lost control of the sky. Boom. The helicopter crashed onto the street 300 meters from Cao Yang. The deafening noise snapped him back to reality. 300 meters wasn't far. If not for the zombie horde behind him, Cao Yang would have loved to scavenge for anything valuable. Now, forget it. Focusing on the burning wreckage, 2 white-painted words caught his eye. This was a Universal Group helicopter. He remembered that name. If he ever got the chance, he would definitely get his revenge. For now, keep running. Withdrawing his gaze, Cao Yang led Shen Wanying in a frantic dash along the street, not stopping until they had covered over 1,000 meters. On the second floor of a roadside eatery, Cao Yang and Shen Wanying stood by the window watching the crash site. In less than half a minute, dozens of gaunt zombies burst from a street corner. Gazing at these zombies, Cao Yang's expression grew grim. Even from over 1,000 meters away, his danger perception was warning him. All these zombies were first-year, dozens of them. Ridiculous. Minutes later, a thunderous roar filled the air. Countless zombies surged from the street corner, directly engulfing the burning helicopter. Howls echoed incessantly. Soon it subsided. The zombies, having lost their target, scattered and began wandering aimlessly. Damn it, if you're going to die, at least die farther away. Cao Yang's face was dark. This helicopter had caused immense trouble. Under normal circumstances, he could reach his aunt's company in 2 days. But now the helicopter had attracted a sea of zombies. The path to the company was swarming with an unknown number of them. To get through safely, he'd have to take a detour, a big one. How could he be in a good mood? Wanying, let's go. Leading Shen Wanying out of the eatery, it was now 2:30 in the afternoon. There was still half an hour of safe time left, not to be wasted. Behind the eatery was a residential complex, a typical school district property. Cao Yang planned to cut through it to save some distance. Entering the complex with Shen Wanying, the scene inside was similar to the street. Chaotic, littered with trash and bodies with smashed heads lying on the ground. Priorities were on moving forward. Cao Yang didn't linger. Following the concrete path past a few buildings, several figures armed with clubs and other weapons came into view a dozen meters away. The figures were all men, likely residents of the complex. Behind them was a supermarket. It seemed this group was there to scavenge supplies, with these men standing guard at the entrance to avoid being caught off guard by zombies. As Cao Yang spotted them, the men at the supermarket entrance also noticed him and Shen Wanying. After all, they were only a dozen meters apart. Unless blind, it was impossible to miss them. Upon seeing the pair, the men tensed up momentarily. There were several survivor groups in the complex, and supply raids were common. But soon they realized something was off. Just two people. Two was perfect, a fat sheep. At the supermarket entrance, several pairs of eyes burned with greed as they fixed on Shen Wanying, their intentions stirring. Over the past few days, they had captured many people either from outside or within the complex. Their methods for men who obeyed a beating and then recruitment into their group for those who didn't. Death. Women were captured and used as tools, with the prettiest ones offered to their boss. In their eyes, Shen Wanying was breathtakingly beautiful, with a figure that was simply stunning. She was a celestial maiden descended to earth, not to be let go. Besides the boss, current women were getting stale. If they captured Shen Wanying, maybe the boss in his good mood would reward them with the others. As for the man standing, as for Cao Yang beside them, they didn't even spare him a glance. Just a nobody on the roadside. With their numbers and strength, why fear a single man? Unless he was an awakened, but their boss was one too. At the supermarket entrance, seeing Cao Yang and his companion glance their way before turning to leave, the slightly pudgy man on the left couldn't hold back. To him, Cao Yang had spotted them and, gripped by fear, was trying to flee. How could that be allowed? Damn, those two are trying to run. You lot hurry up and block them. They'll go inside and call the boss. Move it. Whether we feast today depends on you. Hearing this, the men surged with adrenaline, brandishing clubs as they charged recklessly at Cao Yang and his companion. The apocalypse had amplified the darkness in human hearts, and though dangerous, it had also granted them pleasures they'd never tasted before. Women who once stood aloof, unreasonable, demanding dowries of hundreds of thousands or millions, were now worse than stray dogs. They could do as they pleased with them with no one to intervene. Was the apocalypse bad? No, for them it was absolutely wonderful. Insisting on seeking death, Cao Yang had no interest in the few men at the supermarket entrance. He merely glanced their way before intending to leave. But just as he took a few steps, a fierce shout rang out from a dozen meters away. Damn, either stop right there. Don't run. If I catch you, we'll break all your limbs. Kid, don't you dare run. Why couldn't they just live peacefully? Why insist on courting death? Hearing the curses from the supermarket, Cao Yang's gaze turned cold as he swiftly spun around. The distance of a dozen meters was short. By the time Cao Yang turned, three men wielding clubs had already closed in to just a few paces. The foremost man, eyes blazing with excitement, raised a steel pipe high and swung it down at Cao Yang's head. If he were an ordinary person, that blow to the skull would be instantly fatal. Even an awakened, unless they were defensive-oriented, would suffer severe injury from such a strike. His attacker had no intention of letting him live. Cao Yang was no saint either. With a thought, Dragon Slayer materialized in his hand. A crisp sound of the blade unsheathing echoed, and a flash of deep blue light streaked through the air. Half the steel pipe flew away, and the charging man's steps halted abruptly as a line of blood appeared on his head. Showing no mercy, he felled the first man with a single stroke. Cao Yang pressed forward, and under the terrified gaze of the other two, swung his blade to cut them down. Meanwhile, the pudgy man rushed frantically into the supermarket. Beside the checkout counter, a burly man in a short-sleeved shirt sat atop it. The man looked peculiar. His arms and hands were covered in an abnormal abundance of hair, with only his face faring slightly better. In his large fan-like hand, he held an ice cream bar, seemingly unfazed by the cold, devouring 2 bites at a time. No one knew how long he had been sitting there, but the ground was littered with ice cream sticks, at least a dozen by a rough count. His name was Siekuin, a resident of the compound. Before the apocalypse, he was thin and short, barely over 1.6 meters, shorter than many women. Due to his height, he couldn't find a partner, and even blind dates rejected him for being too short, until the apocalypse broke out and he awakened the Minotaur ability. In battle, he could transform into a Minotaur. Influenced by the ability, his physique underwent a dramatic change. He grew taller and became incredibly muscular, though his body was now covered in dark fur. But he didn't mind at all. In this apocalypse, he didn't need to be handsome. As long as he was strong, what woman couldn't he have? Not only would he have them, but had also have the most beautiful. Chewing loudly on an ice cream bar, Siekuin heard footsteps and turned to see Wang Fatty running toward him. Wang Fatty, why aren't you keeping watch outside? It's only 230. The zombies haven't come out of their dens, yet have they? A den was Xie Kun's joking term for the zombies' avoidance of the sun. Wang Fatty waved his hands frantically, his chubby face jiggling. Brother Cohen, there's a top-tier chick outside. I swear on my manhood, she's absolutely stunning. More beautiful than any actress with a figure that's off the charts. You've got to come see. Oh. Xie Kun's eyes lit up as he leaped off the counter. Lead the way. Wang Fatty acknowledged and ran ahead. Xie Kun didn't bother calling the lackeys who were moving supplies inside the supermarket. His awakened ability gave him full confidence in his own strength. Stepping out of the supermarket, Xie Kun immediately saw what was happening a dozen meters away. 3 of his men had been slain in an instant, so fast that he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It seemed Wang Fatty had misjudged. The opponent wasn't a fat sheep to be fleeced, but a tiger in sheep's clothing. That speed was anything but ordinary. He was an awakened too. Realizing Cao Yang's identity as an awakened, Xie Kun's expression turned serious and his thoughts of taking the woman vanished. Yet he didn't retreat. Instead, he strode purposefully toward Cao Yang. He decided that this time he wouldn't go for the woman. He wanted that man. After dispatching the 3 worthless fools, Cao Yang looked up toward the supermarket entrance, having spotted Xie Kun the moment he emerged. He decided that this time he wouldn't go for the woman. He wanted that man. After dispatching the 3 worthless fools, Cao Yang looked up toward the supermarket entrance, having spotted Xie. Brother, well done. Huh? What? Cao Yang nearly stumbled. Dude, I just killed your men, and instead of picking a fight, you're praising me. What the hell? This sudden twist almost threw him off balance. Huh? Wait, is this right? Unable to figure out the man's game, Cao Yang decided to observe for now. If this guy really meant no harm, head back off and leave. Stopping 5 meters away, Xie Kun halted. Between strangers, this was a safe distance. Any closer would be inappropriate. With Dragon's Lair in hand, Cao Yang remained vigilant. What do you mean? Xie Kun let out a hearty laugh, which given his burly frame carried a hint of boldness. Nothing much. A few clueless fools offended you and got what they deserved. What's your name, brother? Xie Kun, boss of Building 3. Cao Yang. 2 simple crisp words. Cao Yang was increasingly puzzled about what this guy wanted. Wait, do I even know him? Could this guy have some social superpower? Calling me brother right off the bat. Sensing Cao Yang's wariness and distance, Xie Kun cut to the chase. Brother Cao Yang, you're an awakened too, right? Though phrased as a question, Xie Kun's tone was certain. Cao Yang didn't deny it. Yes, so what? Xie Kun grinned. Brother Cao Yang, want to join my faction? We can conquer together, and I'll make you the second in command. Food, drink, entertainment, even women. Anything I have, I'll share. How's that for sincerity? As for women, Xie Kun enjoyed them, but wasn't obsessed. In the apocalypse with power, what beautiful woman couldn't be had? If he could win over Cao Yang, losing a few worthless lackeys, even all of them, was nothing. This world, after all, belonged to the awakened. As Xie Kun's words faded, the scene froze, and the system's prompt echoed. Ding! Divine choice activated. Choice A: accept Xie Kun's invitation and become his subordinate. Reward Eternal second title 10 free attribute points. Choice B: refuse. Who the hell do you think you are to make me your subordinate? Directly reject Xie Kun's invitation. Reward Eye of Insight. Hearing the voice in his mind, Cao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He knew this guy's sudden warmth couldn't be innocent. Now the truth was out. So he wanted to recruit him. No wonder he didn't care about losing a few men. Choosing between a few lackeys and an awakened was a no-brainer, even a fool could see it. But becoming his subordinate. Dream on. Setting aside the need to pick up his sister-in-law, just the idea of being a lackey was enough for him to refuse outright. Otherwise, why not just stay at school? What could this black gorilla in front of him possibly offer compared to the valiant Miao Shui? Would this guy turn hostile if he refused? No matter. Head just send him to join his men underground. Without a moment's hesitation, Cao Yang silently commanded, System choose B. Sorry, I have no plans to join any faction for now. I've got things to do. Since the other party had been polite and sincere and no lines had been crossed, Cao Yang's reply was courteous. Respect was mutual. Ding. Host has rejected the invitation, completing the choice. Reward Eye of Insight. The system's reward was as timely as ever, but now wasn't the time to inspect it. That would have to wait. And just as Cao Yang had anticipated the moment the refusal left his lips, Xie Kun's once hearty expression darkened. Brother Cao Yang, are you sure you want to refuse? I've been very sincere. Won't you reconsider? Xie Kun tried to sway him, a hint of threat creeping into his tone. Beside him, the previously anxious Wang Fatty's eyes flickered with delight. Xie Kun's cold-bloodedness had terrified him. Brothers had just been joking with were now corpses. Not only did their boss refuse to avenge them, he didn't even care about their deaths. And on top of that, he wanted to recruit the killer. The promises he made Wang Fatty's eyes burn with envy. He was gripped by fear, worried that if Cao Yang accepted, he might be taken out next. He was sure Xie Kun wouldn't lift a finger to save him. But to his surprise, Cao Yang refused. This was great. His life was spared. Now he just hoped they'd fight, preferably killing each other. Had seen it clearly now. Xia Kun wasn't a boss worth following. If he didn't escape soon, he might be the next one on the ground. Standing behind Xia Kun, Wang Fatty's shifting expressions went unnoticed by his boss, but Cao Yang saw everything clearly from across the way. He didn't bother exposing him. A minor character easily dealt with wasn't worth his attention. Unfazed by Xia Kun's threat, Cao Yang's tone turned cold. No need to reconsider. I said I'm not joining, and that's final. If you have a problem, lay it out. I have things to do, and no time to waste on you. This was a complete break. Humiliated in front of his men, Xia Kun's fury boiled over. Fine. Then let's settle this. You killed my men. Today either you stay as second in command or you leave the woman with me, or you're not leaving. Xia Kun roared, energy surging within him as he activated his ability. In an instant his form underwent a dramatic transformation. His body swelled, fur grew denser, and two horns burst through his scalp, curving outward. All traces of human features vanished from his face. The change was swift. In less than a second, Xia Kun had transformed from a man into a 2-meter-tall beast covered in black fur, with bull horns atop its head. Panting hot air through his nostrils, feeling the wild power within, Xia Kun was eager to see Cao Yang's expression. But as he looked down, a figure rapidly loomed before him, the deep blue tip of a blade aimed straight at his head. Xia Kun's pupils contracted in shock. Fast. Too fast. The bastard had no honor ambushing him. A minotaur in his third. Cao Yang couldn't care less what Xia Kun was thinking. Once the fight was on, why give the enemy time to prepare? What kind of idiot does that? Did he think this was a tournament match waiting for the referee to say go? Since the enemy was confirmed, he'd finish it as fast as possible to avoid complications. Roaring in the face of danger, Xia Kun raised an arm as thick as an adult's waist to block, intending to withstand Cao Yang's sudden strike. It was the best move in the moment. Cao Yang's attack was too fast to do anything else. If he could survive the first blow, he'd use his overwhelming strength to teach Cao Yang a harsh lesson. Xia Kun had full confidence in his defense. The black fur might be ugly, but its defensive power was formidable. The Minotaur ability, despite its hideous appearance, was top tier in both defense and attack. Zombie bites couldn't even break his skin. He barely felt them. With his thick arm raised in defense, Xia Kun's face brimmed with confidence. But the next second, the searing pain in his arm made his expression twist in shock. With a wet tearing sound, the razor-sharp Dragon Slayer cut through Xia Kun's blocking arm like paper, then carried on undiminished, slashing into his chest. Blood splattered as the blade fell, leaving a terrifying wound 1/2 meter long and over 10 centimeters deep across Xia Kun's chest. A gruesome sight that revealed shattered white bone and torn internal organs within the cavity. In a single exchange, Xia Kun was gravely wounded. Dragon Slayer was too sharp. It could tear through the defenses of a one-star mutated creature, let alone Xia Kun, who hadn't even reached that level. Thus, Xia Kun was doomed. If he had been more cautious from the start, and Cao Yang hadn't used his ability, he might have lasted a few more seconds. But there were no ifs. Cao Yang wouldn't give Xia Kun a chance to react. After the first slash, he spun, and the blade, which had angled down to the left, swept in an arc, tracing a cold, deep blue line through the air. Xia Kun froze in place, his face frozen in shock and disbelief as the life within him rapidly faded and his limbs grew cold. With Xia Kun dealt with, Cao Yang, still holding Dragon Slayer, strode step by step toward the terrified Wang Fatty. This was the man who had been among the group at the supermarket entrance, the one who had tipped off Xia Kun. The motive was obvious, wasn't it? 3 of his buddies had already fallen. Out of kindness, had sent this fatty to join them in the afterlife. No, don't spare. The fight had ended too quickly. Xia Kun had been utterly crushed with no chance to fight back. Wang Fatty, terrified out of his wits, kept pleading as Cao Yang approached. Cao Yang couldn't be bothered to listen. With a wave of his arm, Wang Fatty's pleas were cut short, and his obese body crumpled to the ground. Did he know he was wrong? No, he only knew he was about to die. Judging by how smoothly they operated, they'd done this plenty of times before. Surely those they'd stopped had begged for mercy too, hadn't they? Had they ever given those people a chance? Thud. A dull sound rang out as Xia Kun's bullhead hit the ground, the cut as smooth as a mirror, a testament to Dragon Slayer's sharpness. Looking at Xia Kun's fallen body, Cao Yang found himself missing Qian Xiaohao more than ever. That guy was a real asset, triggering 3 divine choices in a row. Xia Kun was a disappointment, only triggering 1. Too weak. If everyone were like Qian Xiaohao, wouldn't he skyrocket? What zombie hordes or mutant bird swarms? Head just bulldozed through them. Grumbling inwardly, Cao Yang sheathed Dragon Slayer and returned to Shen Wanying's side before opening the system to check his new reward. Eye of Insight consumes mental energy to inspect a target's detailed information, including 4-dimensional attributes, abilities, and skills. Oh, this new ability was impressive. With this Eye of Insight, whenever he encountered an enemy, he could grasp all their details. Specific rank 4-dimensional attributes, what abilities they'd awakened, and their skills, all laid bare. The enemy would have no secrets from him. Knowing everything about the enemy while they knew nothing about him. Did the outcome of the battle even need to be considered? Abundant rewards. On the system interface, besides the newly acquired Eye of Insight, there were also 10 free attribute points. He hadn't had time to integrate them while evading the zombie horde earlier, but now was the perfect opportunity to use them all. As for how to allocate them, that was another matter. Upon contemplation, Cao Yang had the answer in his mind. 1423A allocated according to this ratio. In the martial world, speed is the ultimate key. If one is too slow, even with dynamic vision, to track the target's movements, can their speed keep up? He wielded the dragon-slaying blade, so his need for raw strength was not high. The most crucial point was that he was different from other awakened. He had the system granting him ample opportunities to acquire free attributes, allowing him to develop in a balanced manner. Under Cao Yang's control, the new ability and attribute points fused simultaneously. A warm current surged through his body, strengthening his physique, while his eyes tingled with a numbing sensation. After a moment, the fusion concluded. Cao Yang opened his eyes, feeling a lingering sense of unfulfillment. He opened his personal panel, and the 4-dimensional attributes had already been updated. Name Cao Yang. Strength 17. Agility 19. Spirit 19. Physique 19. Energy 21. The increase in spirit attribute had also boosted energy by 3 points. Closing the panel, he glanced at the distant supermarket, but had no intention of approaching it. Leading Shen Wanying, he pressed onward. Delayed by Xia Kuan and his group for a considerable time, it was almost 3 in the afternoon. To be honest, he felt like he was falling apart. He didn't want trouble, but people always recklessly sought death. The power of a femme fatale was indeed extraordinary. Inside the supermarket, over a dozen people watched Cao Yang's departing figure, not daring to breathe. Of course they were terrified. Their leader had been taken down in an instant. The glance Cao Yang had cast their way nearly made their hearts stop. He didn't want trouble, but people always recklessly sought death. The power of a femme fatale was indeed extraordinary. Inside the supermarket, over a dozen people watched Cao Yang's. The boss is dead. What now? The news will eventually reach the other groups. Without an awakened as our backing, we're no match for them. Let's take our belongings and pledge allegiance to another boss. After all, who we follow doesn't matter, right? I think we should just leave the compound and go elsewhere in case that big shot makes a surprise return. I feel the same. So we pack up, split the supplies, and go our separate ways. That sounds good. After dealing with Xia Kuan, the journey proceeded smoothly. They crossed the compound without further incidents, but this stroke of luck didn't last long. On a street 200 to 300 meters from the compound, Cao Yang watched zombies emerge from various buildings and shadows. He couldn't help but pull out his phone to check the time. 1502. It was already 3 o'clock. No wonder these zombies were coming out. He looked up at the sky. The sun still radiated light and heat, but the temperature had dropped. Let's keep moving. Despite the zombies emerging, Cao Yang had no intention of stopping. As long as they didn't encounter a horde or a large group, he and Shen Wanying could handle it. At worst, they'd be slower. On the bright side, wasn't this a chance to collect more crystal cores? They were vital resources for enhancing strength. After advancing a few dozen meters, a dozen zombies approached. When they were less than 10 meters away, one zombie twitched its nose as if catching a scent. Before the zombie could roar, Cao Yang dashed forward. A deep blue blade of light flashed, and a head rolled to the ground. Shen Wanying followed closely, her blood claws lashing out, charging straight at the zombies. The battle ended swiftly. Over a dozen zombies lay either decapitated or dismembered, not a single roar having escaped their throats. This also prevented nearby zombies from being attracted. Flicking the blood off his blade, Cao Yang took out a wet wipe and gently cleaned Shen Wanying's delicate face, then instructed. Be careful. From now on, don't dismember them. Just aim for the neck. Shen Wanying tilted her head, seemingly uncertain if she understood. In Cao Yang's arms, little Moyue stretched her front paws, yawned, and glanced around with her watery eyes before turning over and continuing to sleep. The little one was still young, in the phase of eating and sleeping to grow. Once she was bigger, she'd be able to help. Ruffling the little creature's furry head, Cao Yang muttered, I treat you so well, now even letting you ride me. When you grow up, if you don't repay me properly, just wait and see how I deal with you. After clearing the battlefield, Cao Yang's face lit up with joy. Maybe luck was on his side. These 16 zombies yielded for crystal cores. Storing the cores, the duo pressed on. They eliminated small groups of zombies and decisively detoured around any group exceeding 50. It wasn't that they couldn't handle such numbers, but it would take time and risk attracting more zombies, potentially trapping them in danger. At 7 in the evening, after another skirmish with a small zombie group, Cao Yang surveyed the sky. The sun had set and darkness was falling. It was time to find a safe place to rest. The afternoon hours had been relatively smooth. They encountered many zombies, but none in large numbers. usually a dozen or two, rarely exceeding 50, and only a few times. This was unusual. Cao Yang guessed that the helicopter's noise at midday had drawn most of them away, in a way that had been a small favor. Bullshit. Without that helicopter, he wouldn't have had to take such a long detour. In those 4 hours, he and Shen Wanying had covered 6 kilometers, 4 of which were spent evading large zombie clusters. Checking the route on his crooked navigation app, he saw that his current location was 7 kilometers from his aunt's company. Forget straight-line distances, he couldn't fly. If no incidents occurred tomorrow, 7 kilometers could be covered in a day, strictly speaking 3 hours. But the probability of no incidents, too low. Between 1200 and 1500 other survivors would be active too. Expecting awakened ones to stay out of trouble was like hoping tigers would eat grass. Taking stock of today's gains, 98 ordinary crystal cores and 7 first-tier cores. 2 hours ago, while detouring, they had encountered a first-tier strength-type zombie. Over 2 meters tall with gray skin and an imposing aura, it charged like a roaring truck, smashing and crushing zombies like ragdolls in its path. Then, Shen Wanying ended it with a single claw swipe. To be honest, this slow strength-type zombie was nothing but a target dummy against her. Its vaunted defense was like paper against her almost bug-like tearing ability. A first-tier core with the nearly 3-digit haul pleased Cao Yang. Gazing at the cold, stunning figure before him, he couldn't resist leaning in for a kiss. Let's go find a safe place to rest. Cao Yang had high standards for a night's shelter. He absolutely avoided shopping malls, office buildings, and even hotels. Who knew what lurked inside those places? He couldn't exactly conduct a thorough search, could he? That would leave no time for rest. The most suitable spots were small restaurants with 2 or 3 floors, small areas that were easy to clear. Unbeknownst to Cao Yang, as he searched for a place to rest, he and Shen Wanying had already caught the malicious attention of 2 individuals. On the rooftop of the Haida Dongfeng Road Public Security Bureau substation, a middle-aged man of average build was idly scanning his surroundings with binoculars. Suddenly the man froze, adjusted his binoculars frantically, and then lowered them, his flushed face brimming with excitement. Zhou Feng, get the hell over here. I found something good. At the low call, a thin, dark-skinned young man, clutching a black object, ran over. What? Old son, what did you find? Zhou Feng looked utterly confused, having no idea what Sun Jiong was yelling about. Both were criminals. Before the apocalypse, Zhou Feng had been arrested for theft, and Sun Jiong for attempted assault. They were being held at the station awaiting trial. But the trial never came. The apocalypse arrived first. After a series of upheavals, this group of criminals had taken over the station. Today it was their turn to keep watch on the roof. Sun Jiong pointed in the direction of Cao Yang and his companion, his voice trembling with excitement. Over there, about 500 or 600 meters away, there are 2 people. The woman is more beautiful than any celebrity. Take a look through your scope. Really? Zhou Feng raised the black object in his arms, a menacing tumter-long black sniper rifle, and rested it on the parapet. Peering through the scope, he quickly found the target Sun had mentioned. Shen Wanying's exquisite features and devilish figure made him swallow several times. Holy shit. She's stunning. All those goddesses I used to simp for can't even compare to her. Zhou Feng looked up, meeting Sun's gaze, both seeing the fire in each other's eyes. If it were an ordinary woman, they'd have reported it. The current boss of the station was truly terrifying. But faced with Shen Wanying, greed took hold. Old son, what do you think? Let's do it, Sun Jiong urged. Tell me more. Zhou Feng nodded, and the 2 huddled together, quickly devising a plan. Zhou Feng would snipe the man from a distance, using the rifle to intimidate the woman into staying put. Then Sun would sneak out the back door, take her away, and they'd share her. They quickly reached an agreement. Zhou Feng set up the sniper rifle and began aiming. Hundreds of meters away, Cao Yang had found a suitable restaurant and was about to lead Shen Wanying inside when a deadly sense of crisis struck. A prickling sensation made Cao Yang's expression shift abruptly. Without checking the source, he snapped his head back. The next second, a piercing shriek tore through the air before his eyes. He could even smell the acrid scent of burning air. A dull thud sounded as a crater the size of a child's fist exploded in the ground. It was a sniper bullet. Someone was trying to take him out from a distance. Cao Yang's face turned icy as he whipped his head toward the source of the danger. In an instant, he locked onto the 2 men on the rooftop over 500 meters away. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the system's chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Divine choice activated. Option A, charge at the 2 reckless criminals attempting to snipe you, slay them both, and earn the title Berserker. Option B, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Retreat strategically and plan carefully, earning 10 free attribute points. With a cold glare fixed on Zhou Feng and Sun over 100 meters away, Cao Yang snorted and chose to retreat. He wasn't an idiot. Charging blindly into an unknown number of enemies holding a strategic position was suicide. What if a whole squad popped out with guns? He could dodge one sniper shot, but a hail of bullets. System Option B. As the words left his mouth, time resumed its flow. Without hesitation, Cao Yang pulled Shen Wanying back, disappearing around a corner. Back on the rooftop, Zhou Feng jerked his head up, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. No way. Without any warning, he dodged my sniper round. Is this guy cheating? It wasn't surprising he was stunned. He was using a Weilong Type 2 sniper rifle with a muzzle velocity of 870 meters per second, over twice the speed of sound. At 500 to 600 meters, the bullet would hit almost instantly in less than a second. How could anyone? Was he even human? Beside him, Sun Jiong, watching through binoculars, was equally startled. The scene was too bizarre, too terrifying. Without any warning, the guy tilted his head back and dodged a sniper bullet. Freaking insane. What chilled him most was that the target had immediately turned and spotted them. Seriously, was this even reasonable? Dodging a sniper round from 500 to 600 meters and pinpointing their location in an instant. What kind of superhuman was this? Both Zhou Feng and Sun Jiong were terrified. After a full 2 seconds, Zhou Feng rasped, "What do we do?" A thief by trade, he was cautious and cowardly. Cao Yang was too eerie and terrifying. He was scared. But Sun Jiong was different, driven by lust. He didn't care about that. At 500 to 600 meters, he didn't believe Cao Yang could fight through the zombies to reach them. And even if he did, he'd have to get past the boss at the station first. What pissed him off most was that their plan had failed. The tasty morsel had slipped away. With a vicious glint in his eyes, Sun Jiong gritted his teeth and hissed, "Keep at it. I don't believe he can dodge every time. We can't have that woman, but no one else will either. At this distance, I don't believe he dares to charge." Zhou Feng was convinced and lowered his head to aim again, but quickly looked up with frustration. "Damn, we wasted too much time. The kid's gone." Just as he spoke, the rooftop door swung open, and a fierce-looking woman with an shaped scar on her face stepped out. "Why did you fire?" The two exchanged glances and began to explain, though they polished the story. In their tale, they portrayed Cao Yang and Shen Wanying as powerful, awakened a threat they decided to neutralize from a distance. Unfortunately, Zhou Feng's hand had slipped from overindulgence, missing the shot and scaring them off. "You'd better be telling the truth," the scarred woman snorted before turning away. After she left, both Sun and Zhou let out a sigh of relief, exchanging glances of mutual luck. The scarred woman was Mao Yanfang, vicious by nature. Before the apocalypse, her husband and his mistress had disfigured her face, and in a rage, she brutally dismembered them. Caught and brought to the station, she awakened with a flying dagger ability after the apocalypse broke out. Now the second in command, she often abused the men there. Steel wool was child's play for her. Next street over from Dongfeng Road, at the Heozeli Spicy Chicken. This shop was Cao Yang's carefully selected spot, just over 100 meters from the station. Swallowing his pride wasn't his style. Since they'd made a move on him, he wouldn't let it go. Without his danger sense, he'd be cosplaying as a headless horseman by now. A direct headshot meant instant death, with no chance to recover using full recovery. The enemy held the station with unknown numbers, unknown awakened, and unknown firearms. To retaliate, he needed a long-term plan. After eliminating the few zombies in the shop, sealing the doors and windows with tables and chairs, Cao Yang led Shen Wanying upstairs. The bedroom on the north side of the third floor was his deliberate choice. Deep within the shop, windowless, so even with the lights on they wouldn't be spotted. Placing little Moyue on the bed, Cao Yang opened the system interface. With the 10 free attribute points just awarded, he allocated them in a 3-3-3-1 ratio across his 4 attributes. He focused on balanced development, ensuring no weakness or glass cannon situation. Ordinary awakeners had no choice but to grit their teeth and boost their strength, even if it meant being unbalanced. But Cao Yang was different. He was a man with a system. As long as he made the right choices, he could gain free attributes. Was it too much to ask to become a 6-sided warrior? 20 points in an attribute was a watershed. A single point difference meant a completely different level of power. After this boost, he could advance to Tier 1. Once the attributes were allocated, a scorching energy burst from his heart and surged rapidly through his limbs and bones. The enhancement had begun. This time was entirely different from the last. His heartbeat was exceptionally powerful, the blood in his vessels boiling and surging. Under the scouring of this warm current, strands of black waste blood were expelled through his capillaries, solidifying into black scabs on his skin. Inside, it was like a furnace, his blood and chi surging, his sinews, bones, and flesh subtly strengthening. Over 10 minutes later, Cao Yang opened his eyes. The explosively increased power filled him with confidence for the night's revenge plan. He summoned his attribute panel, his gaze sweeping over it, a deep joy flashing in his eyes. Name: Cao Yang. Strength 20, agility 22, spirit 22, physique 20, energy 56, tier 1 ability, ice control skills, virus immunity, healing art, perfect state, danger perception, dynamic vision, eye of inspection. The boost this time was immense. With the 10 free attributes distributed, he now had no weaknesses. A true 6-sided warrior. Coupled with his various abilities, both offense and support, his combat power was explosive. He could crush any opponent of the same tier under his fist. Of course, Shen Wanying with her own bag of broken abilities didn't count. Teleportation plus defense ignoring attacks. Instant kill on contact. Who the hell could withstand that? The biggest change was in the energy bar. It had more than doubled, and the energy was purer, manifesting as greater destructive power. Closing the panel, Cao Yang opened his hand. Cold air coalesced, forming an ice-blue ice spike in his palm. The temperature in the room plummeted. Breaking through to Tier 1, the ice spike's size skyrocketed, doubling from its previous half-foot, yet the energy consumption remained the same. With the increase in spiritual power, his control range expanded, and his command over the ice force became more adept. He withdrew the ice force, and the spike dissipated. But Cao Yang didn't stop. Under his control, faint ice crystals coalesced before him, eventually forming a thin layer of ice armor that covered his body. It worked. Cao Yang was overjoyed. In the past 2 days, he had tried to change the ice spike's form, an ice pillar, an ice river, or even an ice shield. But he simply couldn't do it. The ice force remained immovable. At best, he could condense the spike into an ice ball. But what use was that? To crush enemies. It consumed more energy than the spike, and its destructive power was unsatisfactory. Due to the change in form, it even slowed down, making it easier to dodge. It was worse than useless. Now, with his tier advancement, he could finally achieve it. Cao Yang was highly enthusiastic about his new ability. After over 10 minutes of experimentation, he reached a conclusion. Under normal conditions, maintaining the ice armor consumed 1 energy point per minute. With 56 energy points, he could sustain it for nearly an hour without taking damage. But if attacked, the duration would plummet depending on the attack's intensity. Cao Yang lightly slashed it with Dragon Slayer, and instantly 1 energy point evaporated. A forceful slash cost 10 points immediately. Shen Wanying was even more absurd. Her blood claws, carrying a tearing force, ignored defense entirely. 1 swipe nearly shattered his ice armor. This ability was simply unreasonable, too monstrous. He had specifically told Shen Wanying not to use force, or else he would have had to test the effect of perfect state early. After a round of tests, his energy was down to a pitiful 5 points, 40 of which were scratched away by Shen Wanying's light swipe. He fought for ages with Dragon Slayer, but it was no match for her casual scratch. The contrast was too stark. Cao Yang nearly felt defeated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to Tier 1. Through the Master Servant contract, you can randomly unlock one of your servant's new abilities. Randomly unlock a new ability. Listening to the system's prompt in his mind, Cao Yang recalled Shen Wanying's abilities: virus immunity, regeneration, hyperspeed movement, and tier. He already had virus immunity. He didn't need regeneration as he had healing art and had little demand for recovery-type abilities. That left hyperspeed movement and tear. Both were quite broken. One granted terrifying burst movement speed akin to teleportation, while the other ignored defense. But didn't he lack claws? Could it be applied to Dragon Slayer? Or bolder still, to his ice spikes? Start the random selection. Cao Yang murmured silently, praying inwardly. Anything but regeneration. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the servant's new ability, hyperspeed movement. A 1 in 3 chance, and he didn't get the least needed regeneration. Not bad luck. Murmuring fuse in his mind, a warm current surged into his body and rapidly flowed down into his legs, continuously reshaping them to adapt to the new ability. The fusion ended. Cao Yang carefully sensed the change. He could feel the terrifying explosive power hidden in his legs. Whenever he wanted, he could unleash that fearsome energy instantly. Hyperspeed movement instantly unleashes extremely terrifying movement speed, achieving the dreadful effect of short-distance teleportation. Note, this ability causes immense damage to the legs. Insufficient physique may lead to disability. Simultaneously, using this ability greatly consumes stamina. Please use it with caution, as you do not possess the regeneration ability. The stronger the ability, the greater the cost. Could it cause disability? Cao Yang felt it wasn't a big problem. He had healing art and perfect state. Even if disabled, he could heal it. So the side effects were practically non-existent for him, while the combat boost was substantial. He stamped his foot, a faint bloody mist spreading. Cao Yang's vision blurred, and his figure had already appeared outside the room. So fast. Hiss. So painful. Wincing, the pain from his legs nearly made Cao Yang lose his composure. Looking down, his pants were stained red by the blood mist. So this was the source of the blood mist when Shen Wanying moved at high speed. Raising his hand, a green light glowed in his palm. Life energy seeped into his legs, quickly erasing the pain. Simultaneously, his remaining 5 energy points were consumed down to just 1. On the 3rd floor of the Hao Zai Lai restaurant, the rich aroma of grilled meat filled the air. The rice cooker beside it bubbled, puffing out white steam. Next to the grill, Cao Yang transformed into a barbecue chef, deftly flipping skewers. The charcoal below blazed fiercely and drops of oil sizzled and popped crisply upon contact. The grill and charcoal were taken from the cafeteria earlier. The grill was multifunctional, usable with both charcoal and electricity, but Cao Yang felt charcoal grilled tasted better. After various tests and healing his leg injury, Cao Yang's internal energy was nearly depleted, leaving only a pitiful 1 point. Under these circumstances, Cao Yang naturally couldn't cause any more trouble. The third floor was quiet, filled only with the sizzle of oil and the sound of rice about to steam. Beside Cao Yang, Shen Wanying silently watched the grilling skewers. At her feet, little Mo, you crouched, gently wagging her tail. The atmosphere was peaceful and serene. With a click, the rice cooker switch jumped from cooked to warm. The rice was done, and the meat in Cao Yang's hands was nearly ready too. About 10 minutes had passed. Cao Yang opened his attribute panel to check. In those 10 minutes, his energy had recovered from 1 point to 3 points, roughly 1 point every 5 minutes. With his current 56 energy points, recovering from 0 to full would take 280 minutes, nearly 5 hours. This was without external aid. If he used crystals or ate mutated beast meat, the recovery speed would certainly increase significantly. Taking out little Mo's plate, he removed 5 skewers of meat and placed them on it. Cao Yang crouched down and set it on the ground. Having waited so long, little Mo was practically drooling. Seeing the plate offered, her tail wagged even faster. Yet with the grilled meat right before her eyes, she didn't pounce immediately. Master, can you eat? Hearing the childish voice in his mind, Cao Yang smiled and rubbed little Mo's fluffy head. Go ahead, it's for you. If it's not enough, there's more. Master is so kind. Little Mo was very well behaved, quiet, obedient, and had strong comprehension. Along the way, after several lessons from Cao Yang, she had changed her address from Mama to Master. This comforted Cao Yang greatly. Finally, he didn't have to be a male mother. The future was right. Little Mo's mother was nearly 3 meters long, not counting her tail, and reached the waist of an adult male. Otherwise, how could she have killed 5 same-tier mutated cats? In nature, larger bodies meant fewer natural enemies. Lions were formidable, the kings of the grasslands, but they would deter around adult elephants. Cao Yang believed that with his nurturing little Mo, reaching her mother's height was just the beginning. As her tier increased, she would grow larger. Riding her out would surely be very cool. After settling little Mo, Cao Yang pulled Shen Wanying to sit down and brought over 2 bowls of steaming rice. Wanying tried the freshly steamed rice. Taking the chopsticks, Shen Wanying tilted her head slightly, her ruby-like beautiful eyes filled with confusion and curiosity as she watched Cao Yang's actions. Then she tried to pick up a few mouthfuls of rice and bring them to her lips. After chewing a few times, Shen Wanying's face clearly showed dislike. She quickly put down the chopsticks and picked up a skewer of grilled meat from the plate beside her. With a bite of the meat skewer, a happy expression appeared on her delicate face. Seeing this, Cao Yang didn't insist. He had only tried it. Seemed rice held no appeal for Shen Wanying. Since Shen Wanying didn't like it, he would eat it himself. The combination of grilled meat and rice along with some snacks from the supermarket made for a delightful meal. During the meal, as the grilled meat was digested, Cao Yang could feel his energy recovery speed skyrocket, nearly 10 times the natural rate. A few bites of meat restored 1 point. By the time he was full, he would likely recover over half. Perhaps because he had broken through to tier 1, half a caddy of meat at noon had made him feel hot all over, but now half a caddy had no effect. After eating nearly a full caddy, he only felt half full. The meal lasted nearly half an hour. The freshly grilled meat and the leftovers from lunch were completely cleaned up. Cao Yang himself had eaten over 2 caddies. Little Mo, still growing, digested quickly and ate nearly a caddy. Shen Wanying was terrifying, consuming almost 5 caddies, more than Cao Yang and little Mo combined. Satisfied and full, Cao Yang held Shen Wanying and rested for a while, mainly to see how long the effect of the grilled meat would last. After over 10 minutes, his internal energy recovery slowed, returning to 1 point every 5 minutes. Energy, 41.57 points. Normally 40 minutes would restore at most 8 points plus the previous 3, making 11. A meal of grilled meat had restored 30 energy points. That was over half his total capacity. Not only that, but his energy cap had also increased by 1 point. The meat of high-tier mutated beasts was truly extraordinary. There was no improvement in attributes, probably because he had just broken through to tier 1. 2 caddies of meat was too little. To boost his strength, he would likely need to eat much more. The system had said before that long-term consumption was needed to enhance power. 2 caddies was nothing. If every serving of mutated beast meat boosted attributes, the mutated cat's tier would be far beyond tier 1. He took out his phone to check the time. It was 8:04 p.m. Outside, it was already dark. The roars of zombies on the street came one after another, more frenzied than during the day. Looking down at his embrace, Shen Wanying sat on his lap, eyes closed, as if digesting the grilled meat she had just eaten. He patted her back gently. Shen Wanying opened her eyes, her red, beautiful orbs filled with confusion. Take these crystals to boost your strength. In the afternoon, he and Shen Wanying had eliminated 700 to 800 zombies, harvesting 98 ordinary crystals and 1 Tier 1 crystal, including the 6 mutated cats that made 7 Tier 1 crystals in total. Cao Yang set aside 60 ordinary crystals and 5 Tier 1 crystals for Shen Wanying. He couldn't help it. He was different from her. Could a mutated zombie be compared to a human? Shen Wanying could swallow them directly while he had to hold them in his hands to absorb, which was much slower. Looking at the crystals offered before her, Shen Wanying took them. Her intelligence was still in its early stages. If Cao Yang gave, she used. The moment she took the crystals, to Cao Yang's shock and disbelief, her red lips parted, her small hand went to her mouth, and she swallowed all 60 ordinary crystals plus 5 Tier 1 crystals in one gulp. Damn. Unbelievable. So many crystals downed in one mouthful. Wouldn't something go wrong? Cao Yang's expression was tense, his eyes fixed on Shen Wanying. Soon he was dumbfounded. It seemed nothing had happened. After swallowing dozens of crystals, Shen Wanying showed no abnormality. Her expression didn't change. She simply closed her eyes, leaned against Cao Yang's chest, and returned to her previous state. Cao Yang felt a wave of dizziness. This was a mutated zombie. Truly Since Shen Wanying was fine, Cao Yang relaxed. Looking at little Mo Yue, who was lying on the ground digesting with her eyes closed, he felt a growing sense of urgency. He thought that having a system to add points was already outrageous enough to surpass Shen Wanying easily. But reality gave him a harsh blow. He was cheating, and Shen Wanying was too. Shen Wanying, you started it. At this moment, Cao Yang's heart was filled with urgency. If he couldn't surpass Shen Wanying, even while cheating, how shameful would that be? With a crystal clenched in each hand, Cao Yang closed his eyes and began absorbing them to enhance his. This was his first time absorbing crystals, and it felt novel. Wispy threads of energy seeped from the crystals into his palms, then coursed through his arms into his body. The energy was meager and somewhat impure. Guided by his ice control ability, it circulated once through his body, was refined and purified, and finally returned to its origin. After just this one cycle, Cao Yang could feel a slight increase in his physical attributes. Then, the 2 ordinary crystals were completely depleted. Opening his eyes, the pale blue crystals had turned grayish-white, devoid of any blue luster, with only mottled gray spots remaining. This crystal was useless now. The residual gray spots were likely the zombie virus. The feeling of cultivating immortality was growing stronger. Discarding the spent crystals, Cao Yang checked the time. 2 minutes had passed since he started absorbing. Quite fast. He wondered if increasing the quantity would slow down the absorption speed. This time Cao Yang took out 10 crystals at once, 5 in each hand. Absorbing 10 crystals simultaneously, the energy surging into his body increased dramatically, far beyond the 2 crystals earlier. Guided by the ice control ability, the improvement in his physical attributes became noticeable. Cao Yang quickly immersed himself in the pleasure of continuous growth. Only when the energy within the crystals was exhausted did Cao Yang open his eyes, still savoring the experience. Checking the time, 10 minutes had passed. The increased number of crystals hadn't consumed more time, but neither had it shortened it. Cao Yang didn't try to increase the crystal count further. His danger perception was warning him, indicating it was no longer suitable to add more. He replaced the batch of crystals and closed his eyes again. At the Dongfeng Road Public Security Bureau. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy iron door was locked from the inside. Outside the gate, over a dozen zombies continuously slammed against it, their frenzied roars echoing endlessly. The zombies' hearing was acute. From the distant streets, more were being drawn by the commotion. Inside the gate, over a dozen people wielded crude spears, their arms swinging as they thrust, each strike piercing a zombie's skull. These so-called spears were merely mop handles with fruit knives tied to the ends, looking extremely makeshift. It was thanks to these people's efforts that the gate hadn't been overrun by zombies. Unbeknownst to them, a pile of corpses had already amassed outside the gate. Seeing the corpses pile higher outside the gate, while zombies surged endlessly from the streets, the night patrol squad leader Li Chuan wore a grim expression. Gongzi Tieju, it's your turn today. Lure the zombies away. The rest of you help me clear the ones at the gate. Upon hearing Li Chuan's order, the 2 men known as Gongzi and Taiju wanted to refuse, but remembering the dire consequences of defiance, they reluctantly left the group with fear etched on their faces. Luring zombies was done from the 3-meter-high wall, but that didn't mean it was safe. 2 days ago, the 2 people responsible for luring zombies had vanished without a trace. Without even a scream, they disappeared inexplicably. At this late hour, disappearance meant death. Under such circumstances, who would willingly lure zombies? Yet they dared not refuse, for the alternative was worse than death. They could only hope that nothing would go wrong. After the 2 left, Li Chuan continued directing the remaining people to clear the zombies while he turned back to glance behind him, envy flickering in his eyes. On the 3rd floor of the comprehensive office building, lights blazed brightly under the night sky. The original office space had been cleared out and transformed into a banquet hall. Several office desks were pushed together to serve as banquet tables. The hall was thick with smoke and steam. The tables were laden with various foods: boneless chicken feet, hemp biscuits, peanuts. Dozens of people were reveling, bare-chested, drinking until their faces were flushed, the air reeking of alcohol. Scantily clad women moved among them, constantly refilling their drinks. Occasionally hands would reach out from unknown places to grope them, their startled cries drawing even more unrestrained laughter from the men. The entire venue was steeped in an atmosphere of decadence. These people were originally detainees in the Security Bureau. After the apocalypse erupted, led by awakened individuals, they seized control, taking over the Bureau and stealing the weapons. These people were already audacious by nature, and with weapons in hand, coupled with the collapse of order, they became utterly reckless. Under the awakened leader's command, they first cleared the Security Bureau, and once settled, immediately began looting the surrounding area. Supermarkets and food stores were all their targets. Food, take it. Drinks, take it. Fun items, take it. Anything useful they saw they hauled away, leaving nothing behind. If anyone resisted, men who disobeyed were beaten to death on the spot, while those who complied were captured as slave labor. Women fared even worse. Regardless of compliance, they were captured for exploitation. The only difference was that pretty women received some preferential treatment because they were to be offered to the leader. Those who refused to cooperate were tortured to death on the spot. Under this system, the number of people in the Security Bureau skyrocketed, surging by over 100 in just over a week, with an endless supply of various supplies. Today, under the leader's command, they had captured another large supermarket. Although the other side also had awakened individuals, their leader, Cao Yang, was more powerful, killing the opposing awakened one with sheer force. Some disobedient men who resisted were also slaughtered without mercy. The battle ended in a complete victory. They not only hauled back several trucks of supplies, but also captured over 20 people, more than half of whom were women. At the front of the banquet hall, in stark contrast to the noise below, it was quiet here, so much so that no one dared to disturb it. A large table was laden with various foods: roasted chicken, roast duck, even steak, far more lavish than what those below were having. Beside the table were 2 chairs. One was empty, while the other held a man with a fierce face, exuding an innate authority. Standing beside the man were women dressed in security uniforms, their expressions filled with reverence and fear as they looked at him. These women were, of course, not security officers. They merely wore the appropriate attire. After all, who doesn't love a uniform? The man was now the leader of the Security Bureau, named Cao Yang, and a level-wanted criminal with over a dozen lives on his hands. He had been on the run for years and was only captured the day before the apocalypse broke out. Before he could be transferred to the main bureau, the apocalypse erupted, and Cao Yang was fortunate enough to awaken the metal manipulation ability. Using his ability, he easily opened the detention center's doors and then launched a killing spree, slaughtering every security officer in his path with ferocious brutality. Eventually, he led a group of criminals to seize the Security Bureau and open the armory. Since his metal manipulation ability made firearms less of a threat to him, he confidently distributed them among his underlings. Now, under his leadership, their influence was growing rapidly, with more and more followers. Cao Yang's ambition was swelling uncontrollably. Gently swirling the wine glass, he gazed at the crimson liquid within, then threw his head back and drained it in one gulp. Glancing at the empty seat beside him, Cao Yang pulled a woman into his embrace, his large hands slipping through her clothes to fondle her freely. The woman's expression was one of humiliation, but she dared not resist. "Xiao Lan, where's Mao Yanfeng? Didn't you go to fetch her?" Hearing Cao Yang's question, Cao Lan trembled all over, recalling the bloody scene she had witnessed earlier, her body shaking uncontrollably. "A Master Captain Mao said she was busy and couldn't come down." Cao Yang naturally knew what Mao Yanfeng was busy with: torturing unfaithful men to death. As long as she obeyed him in major matters, he didn't bother with her. After all, awakened individuals always had privileges. Setting down the glass, he pulled another woman into his arms. Cao Yang rose with a slight tipsiness, and the clamor below instantly fell silent. Dozens of eyes looked up at him with reverence. A smirk curled at the corner of Cao Yang's mouth. He relished that look of awe. Waving his hand casually, he declared loudly, "Today we've won a great victory with countless spoils. I've always been generous to my men. Drink as much as you like tonight, and enjoy the women as you please. Long live the boss. Long live the leader." Unlike the revelry at the Security Bureau, Cao Yang was diligently enhancing his strength for the night's revenge. After absorbing all the ordinary crystals in one go, Cao Yang looked at the gray depleted crystal in his hand, curled his lip, and tossed it to the ground. He opened his palm, revealing 2 deeper blue crystals the size of soybeans. First-tier crystals. His eyes burned with desire as he held one in each hand, closing his eyes to begin absorption. The moment the energy entered his body, Cao Yang shuddered. Compared to ordinary crystals, the first-tier crystals contained a vast and forceful energy. Simply put, it packed a punch. The energy was so violent that it stung his arms, but under the influence of his ice power, the sensation gradually faded and his trembling body stilled. If he weren't a physique-enhanced awakened individual, absorbing 2 first-tier crystals right after breaking through would have left him seriously injured by the rampaging energy. But Cao Yang was different. He was a versatile all-rounder warrior. His physique was not his weakness, and absorbing 2 first-tier crystals at once was no problem. Sensing something amiss, Shen Wanying, who had been digesting with her eyes closed, opened them. Seeing Cao Yang's slightly pained expression, a flicker of concern passed through her beautiful eyes. Only when he calmed down did she close her eyes again. After about 10 minutes, having drained every last bit of energy from the crystals, Cao Yang opened his eyes, and a powerful aura surged forth. At his feet, Shen Wanying, who had been lying on the ground digesting with her eyes closed, was startled by the aura. She lifted her head, her black eyes fixed unblinkingly on Cao Yang. Feeling his explosively enhanced strength, Cao Yang's face lit up with joy. With a thought, he summoned his personal status screen. Named Cao Yang: Strength 21, Agility 23, Spirit 28, Physique 22, Energy 75, Ability, Ice Manipulation, Portable Space 4,000 cubic meters, Skills, Virus Immunity, Healing, Full Battle Mode, Danger Sense, Dynamic Vision, Insight, Ice Super Speed. Looking at his current stats, Cao Yang's face was full of delight. The 38 ordinary crystals and 2 first-tier crystals had brought a massive improvement. All 4 attributes had increased to varying degrees, with Spirit gaining the most, a jump of 6 points, followed by Physique, which rose by 2 points. The other attributes, Strength and Agility, had only increased by 1 point each. After all, as an elemental type awakened, his growth naturally leaned towards Spirit, with the rest being incidental and uncontrollable. Similarly, Enhancement type awakened prioritized Physique or Strength. Aside from attributes, his energy had skyrocketed from 57 to 75 points. An 18-point increase, 3 times that of Spirit. For ability, users more energy meant greater strength. With 75 points of energy, Cao Yang could unleash a sustained barrage of attacks for a considerable time. Closing the status screen, Cao Yang looked down. Shen Wanying and Shen Wanying, lying on the ground, were both staring intently at him. With a light smack, he kissed Shen Wanying on her red lips. He lifted her and set her aside. "You continue. Don't mind me." With a slight nod, Shen Wanying obediently closed her eyes. Cao Yang then bent down and patted Shen Wanying on the head. "You too." Having calmed both the girl and the dog, Cao Yang rubbed his stomach. After absorbing the crystals, he felt a bit hungry, likely because the process had also digested the barbecue in his stomach. Normal digestion would take a few hours, but now he could eat again. Mutant beast meat was excellent, nutritious, strength-enhancing, and delicious. It was a true feast for the taste buds, satisfying his appetite while boosting his strength. What could be better? Walking over to the grill, Cao Yang took up the role of barbecue chef again, grilling and eating, washing it down with an iced beer. Pure bliss. Half an hour later, Cao Yang let out a burp. In that time, he had grilled and consumed nearly 2 pounds of meat and 3 bottles of beer. Given his current physique, 3 bottles of beer didn't even get him tipsy, a deliberate restraint. This was the apocalypse, fraught with danger. Who knew when a few mutant zombies might pop up? Getting drunk. He wasn't tired of living. A little indulgence was enough. By the time he was full, Shen Wanying had finished digesting and walked over without needing an invitation, her refined and aloof demeanor exuding an ethereal grace. Not only Shen Wanying, but Shen Wanying also came running over, wagging her tail. "Hungry?" Handing the skewers to Shen Wanying, Cao Yang also arranged some for Shen Wanying. In the last half hour, he had grilled at full speed, covering the grill 3 times. The grilled skewers amounted to dozens of pounds, enough to last them 2 or 3 days. Watching Shen Wanying munch on her skewers, Cao Yang gently stroked her head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. The grilled skewers amounted to dozens of pounds, enough to last them 2 or 3 days. Watching Shen Wanying munch on her skewers, Cao Yang gently stroked her head, a hint of confusion in his. Under the night sky, the neon lights of Haisha flickered, devoid of their former vibrancy, replaced by a deep silence and chill. Beneath the glow, shadows flitted across the streets. Zombies roamed aimlessly, chasing and running, their roars intermingling with the cries of unknown monsters, creating a city of monstrosities. Human civilization was so fragile, easily shattered by an unknown virus. The once bustling city had become a dangerous steel jungle. Soon, when the unmaintained power grid failed, this splendor would vanish entirely, becoming a mere yesterday's dream. Taking a deep breath, Cao Yang withdrew his gaze and looked toward the security bureau 100 meters away. With his enhanced vision from breaking through and various visual abilities, Cao Yang's eyesight was excellent. This distance was nothing. Even under the night sky, he could easily see the situation at the security bureau. He saw the team clearing zombies at the bureau's gate. Through the lit windows, he even caught a glimpse of a debauched banquet inside. Men stripped to the waist, laughing and drinking freely. Cao Yang felt a sense of absurdity. Weren't they afraid that drunk zombies might break in and wipe them all out? Probably not. Cao Yang was speechless. He had been wondering how to wipe them all out, and they were handing him an advantage. If they all got drunk, it would be much easier to eliminate them. But he couldn't let his guard down. His figure vanished from the rooftop. Cao Yang didn't return to the third floor, but instead went to the street below. Under the night sky, Dragon's Lair gleamed with a cold blue light. With each swing of Cao Yang's hand, it effortlessly severed zombie heads. Having broken through to the first tier, his strength had greatly increased. With his various abilities, as long as he didn't face a horde of first-tier zombies, he had enough confidence to slay them. Since he was full, he might as well use these zombies to burn off some energy and harvest a few crystals to boost his strength. Wielding Dragon Slayer, Cao Yang moved through the night like he was in an empty realm, slaughtering wildly in front of the Boji shop. The oncoming zombies fell like wheat before a scythe. Cao Yang was now too powerful. A first-tier fighter with all-around stats coupled with the sharpness of Dragon Slayer made him akin to a special forces soldier mowing down ordinary zombies with a machine gun. Not to mention these ordinary zombies. Even first-tier ones, as long as they didn't come in a group of several, were nothing but cannon fodder before him. Cao Yang was in the zone, slaughtering madly. He swept through with overwhelming force, his blades light, cutting a swath of carnage, leaving heads rolling and corpses strewn everywhere. His body seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of energy. The grilled meat he had just eaten was continuously being digested, providing him with stamina, slowly enhancing his physique, and even his energy was steadily increasing. Cao Yang wasn't worried about his safety. He was right in front of the Boji shop. If danger arose, a single mental call would bring Shen Wanying rushing down. Frenzied and bloodthirsty, Cao Yang exuded a murderous aura. The thick blood vapor from the intense battle spread, drifting farther and farther. Hundreds of meters away, a massive creature, nearly 3 meters long, was lying on the ground, tearing at something, with white bone fragments and shreds of flesh constantly falling to the ground. Suddenly, a thick scent of blood drifted over. The colossal beast lifted its head sharply, its dead gray eyes fixed on the direction of the smell. The next second, it abandoned its meal and charged into the darkness. In a pitch-black alley, crashes rang out incessantly, accompanied by the roars of monsters. Two towering burly beasts over 2 meters tall clashed violently, exchanging blows, tearing with their teeth, each inflicting horrific wounds on the other. Flesh and blood flew, and black blood splattered. But in the end, the beast on the left proved superior, its terrifying claws directly crushing the other monster's head. The victor was a blue-black creature with a bald head, gray eyes, shriveled skin, and a mouthful of sharp, protruding fangs. Its 2-meter-tall muscular frame bulged, and its claws were as sharp as steel blades. Having crushed its foe with a single claw, the monster opened its sharp claws, revealing a soybean-sized blue crystal glowing faintly in the darkness. The monster opened its gaping maw and stuffed the crystal into its mouth, easily crushing it with its sharp teeth. Then it pounced on the defeated corpse, tearing and devouring. As it consumed, flesh buds sprouted from its wounds, healing at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, the massive corpse was half-eaten. Suddenly, the monster lifted its head, revealing a blood-drenched skull-like face. Its dead gray eyes fixed on a certain direction. After a moment, it abandoned its meal. He plunged into the darkness. In the pitch-black night, numerous shadows sprinted down the street with incredible speed. Along the way, zombies were either knocked flying or torn to shreds. Some had their heads crushed, and with a flash of a pale blue crystal core, the shadows devoured it. Certain monsters with keen senses could even discern which zombies had crystal cores in their heads. A large number of mutated beasts, drawn by the scent of blood, came charging from all directions. The zombies seemed endless, impossible to kill completely. Cao Yang, wielding the dragon-slaying blade, fought with a frenzy. Layers of corpses piled up beneath his feet, yet still zombies charged forward fearlessly. In nearly half an hour, Cao Yang had eliminated over 300 zombies, leaving him no time to collect the crystal cores. The ceaseless tide of zombies had thoroughly exhilarated Cao Yang. The mutated beast meat was incredibly sustaining, continuously restoring his stamina, making him feel like a perpetual motion machine. But now it was about enough. The grilled meat he had just eaten was mostly digested. He'll kill for a bit longer, then stop. He'll call Wanying down to intimidate these zombies and happily collect the crystal cores. Cao Yang was gleefully making his plans when suddenly a powerful aura surged from the darkness, and his danger sense immediately sounded the alarm. Not daring to be careless, he dispatched the zombie in front of him with a single swing of his blade, then fixed a solemn gaze on the distant darkness. A harsh scraping sound like claws dragging on the ground echoed from the darkness. Slowly, a hideous zombie dog, its body covered in rotting flesh, emerged. It had deathly gray pupils, a blood-drenched maw filled with flesh, and gore, a withered body, and a ferocious aura. The moment he saw the zombie dog, his eye of insight fed back the corresponding information. Zombie dog. Strength, 23. Agility, 27. Spirit, 3. Constitution, 25. Rank 1. Abilities: Zombie virus. Summon companions. Zombie virus contains intense zombie virus. Ordinary people scratched or bitten will rapidly mutate into zombies. First rank cultivators, if not treated promptly, will transform within 10 to 30 minutes. The higher the rank, the greater the immunity to the virus. Those above the third rank are immune. Summon companions can summon nearby companions by howling, provided there are companions. Looking at the information before him, Cao Yang's pupils contracted. So he had indeed attracted something formidable. A first-rank zombie dog. A savage roar exploded. The zombie dog's gray pupils stared at Cao Yang for a few seconds before its massive body transitioned from stillness to motion, lunging at him with incredible speed. Intimidated by the high-rank aura of the zombie dog, the nearby zombies fell into brief chaos, afraid to continue their charge. Any zombie that stood in the zombie dog's path was sent flying or torn apart, showcasing its terrifying ferocity. Cao Yang flicked his arm, and the dragon-slaying blade gleamed with deadly sharpness. He did not dodge the charging zombie dog. Under his dynamic vision, the mutated creature's sprinting form gradually slowed down. The distance of several dozen meters was covered in an instant. From over 10 meters away, the first-rank zombie dog leaped fiercely, its maw wide open, aiming to bite Cao Yang's head off. To an onlooker, Cao Yang seemed frozen in shock, unmoving, as the zombie dog lunged. Just as it seemed he would meet his end, he suddenly moved. Under dynamic vision, the zombie dog appeared to be moving in slow motion, every trajectory clearly visible. Cao Yang swung his arm, the dragon-slashing blade tracing a blue arc. Seemingly slow yet incredibly fast, his strike landed before the dog could. With a dull thud, Cao Yang sidestepped slightly. The zombie dog mid-pounce was decapitated, its massive body crashing onto the pile of corpses. Instant kill. The dynamic vision ability was incredibly useful. Originally, Cao Yang couldn't keep up with the zombie dog's speed, given the significant gap in agility, unless he used super speed movement. But with the aid of dynamic vision, the zombie dog's trajectory was easily captured. It was as if the dog had actively collided with his blade. It couldn't have been easier. The only pity was that this was a zombie dog. Its flesh was full of the virus and inedible. Only the crystal core was usable. He let out a breath, wanting to relax, but his danger sense was still warning him. There's more. Following the sensed source of danger to the distance, under the night sky, a figure as sturdy as a tank was charging toward him. Occasionally it passed under the lamplight, revealing a flash of blue-black skin. A savage roar approached from afar. Cao Yang dared not be careless facing this never-before-seen monster, keeping his dynamic vision locked on the charging figure. Monster Nightmare. Race: Mutated Zombie. Strength 30. Agility 31. Spirit 5. Constitution 30. Rank 1. Abilities: Mutated Zombie Virus. Devour Recovery. Night Demon. Mutated Zombie Virus. Devour Recovery can quickly recover from injuries by devouring flesh. Night Demon. The Nightmare is a child of the night. When night falls, all attributes increase by 1 to 10 points. The higher the rank, the greater the boost. Damn, what formidable stats. Except for its lackluster spirit, its remaining stats of strength, constitution, and agility all broke through the 30-point mark, even surpassing Wanying's attributes. Its abilities were also outrageous. If injured, it can quickly recover by devouring flesh, and under the night sky, its attributes can be greatly enhanced. Are all mutated zombies this overpowered? Fortunately, his Wanying was even more overpowered, with various bug-like skills that completely outclassed the Nightmare. Under dynamic vision, the Nightmare's speed was significantly reduced, but it was still terrifyingly fast. Like a charging rhinoceros, the mutated Nightmare was terrifying. It simply smashed through anything in its path: zombies, trash cans, cars, all sent flying, showcasing its formidable power. This Nightmare was far more fearsome than the zombie dog from before. If the two had encountered each other, the zombie dog would likely have been torn apart in an instant. The roars continued, the earth trembling. The mutated Nightmare arrived with a ferocious aura, its sharp claws swinging viciously at Cao Yang's head. The Nightmare was the most terrifying monster Cao Yang had encountered since becoming an awakener. With an agility of 31 points, it was so fast under the night sky that it could almost leave afterimages. If he didn't activate his dynamic vision, his eyes couldn't even track its figure. But there were no ifs. Under dynamic vision, watching the blue-black claws rapidly enlarge before him, Cao Yang's nerves were taut. A faint mist of blood erupted, and in the next second his figure vanished from the spot. The moment Cao Yang disappeared, the blue-black claws swung down with a bloody wind. The gale dispersed the lingering blood mist. Enraged by the mist strike, the Nightmare opened its maw and let out a furious roar. Its skeletal head whipped around, scanning its surroundings. A faint blood mist drifted, and a deep blue blade light glinted with an eerie sheen in the night. The next second, Cao Yang's figure reappeared not far from the nightmare. The deep blue blade of the dragon-slaying sword hung by his side, a single drop of blood dripping from its tip to the ground. A bloody wind blew past. The nightmare's skeletal head slid off the wound on its neck as smooth as a mirror, as gushing blood spurted out. The nightmare's massive heavy corpse fell to the ground with a dull thud. A few meters away, Cao Yang let out a long breath. A faint life-giving glow flickered on his skin, healing his legs that had been damaged by using his ability. The super-speed movement ability was indeed terrifyingly powerful, akin to teleportation, but the toll it took on his body was immense. When the life glow faded, Cao Yang turned around, his gaze fixed on the depths of the darkness, his expression still grim. The warning from his danger sense had never disappeared. He had indeed enjoyed the slaughter earlier, but he had been too reckless, directly poking a hornet's nest. However, it didn't matter. Come. Let them all come. Like the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather, as long as they dared to come, head wipe them all out tonight in one go. A divine choice was activated as the host found himself in peril. Choice A: if things look bad, beat a hasty retreat. Turn around and flee without a word. Retreat directly to the third floor and cling to Shen Wanying's leg. Reward title: Cowardly Retreater. Choice B: the monsters are fierce, but my sword is not dull. A spirited youth in fine clothes indulge in slaughter. Eliminate the incoming mutated beasts. Reward 1 fragment of a sequence 9 ability. Cao Yang looked on in bewilderment. System, I understand the logic, but why is the reward so stingy this time? And what's with the fragment? What is this sequence 9? Can you not be so cryptic? Host sequence 9 refers to the 9 supreme abilities, including time, space, fate, causality, creation, destruction, life, death, and illusion. These supreme abilities are too powerful and defy logic. If one's own strength is insufficient, forcibly awakening them could lead to instant death. Therefore, each supreme ability is divided into 9 fragments. After hearing the system's explanation, Cao Yang's mood immediately calmed. No wonder it was an ability fragment. If it was an ability like time or space, then it was understandable. After all, they were precious and powerful, so a higher acquisition difficulty was reasonable. Since the system wasn't just messing with him, there was nothing more to say. Between the title and the sequence 9 fragment, the choice required no thought. Although a title also provided a boost to strength compared to a sequence 9 fragment, it was utterly outclassed with no comparison at all. He was still at his peak strength with various trump cards yet to be used. On top of that, he could summon Shen Wanying at any time. Why should he retreat? Although his danger sense was still alerting him, the level of danger was not fatal. System, I choose B. Time began to flow again. The hisses of zombies echoed in his ears, and the stench of rot washed over him. In the darkness, several figures were sprinting. Under the streetlight, their full forms were soon revealed: withered, rotting limbs, sharp claws, and fangs. Zombie dogs. Seeing these zombie dogs, Cao Yang understood. The zombie dog had the ability to summon companions. These must have been called by the one he killed earlier. A quick scan revealed 5 charging shadows, a full 5 first-rank zombie dogs. If only they were mutated dogs, that would mean another 1 or 2,000 kilograms of meat. Cao Yang grumbled inwardly, but his concentration did not slacken. One slip-up could mean death. The power of frost circulated within him, and a chill spread. A layer of ice blue armor quietly covered his entire body. Just as the ice armor fully formed, the 5 zombie dogs in the distance had already pounced. 2 on the left, 2 on the right, and 1 leaping from a few meters away, its maw wide open, aiming straight for Cao Yang's head. Facing the attack from 3 sides, Cao Yang remained calm. Under his dynamic vision, the speed of the 5 zombie dogs continuously slowed. The next second, a mist of blood surged, tinging the ice blue armor with a faint red hue. With the boost of super speed movement, Cao Yang, wielding the dragon-slaying blade, instantly appeared on the left. The deep blue blade light slashed down at the 2 zombie dogs. The sharp blade traced a zaped curve like a hot knife through butter. With 2 successive dull thuds, 2 massive heads flew off. The uncontrolled heavy bodies, their momentum unbroken, crashed to the ground. In a single exchange, 2 first-rank zombie dogs were instantly killed. The 3 remaining dogs, 1 in the middle and 2 on the right, having missed their first strike, lunged at Cao Yang again to tear him apart. His legs were painfully stiff, and his boda's protective mechanism prevented him from moving them. This was the disadvantage of the living compared to zombies. If it were Shen Wanying, there would be no delay. A life glow flickered, and a healing spell quickly mended his damaged legs. In just a second, Cao Yang would be able to move them again. But the 3 zombie dogs wouldn't give him that respite, pouncing on him in an instant. Being unable to move his legs didn't mean he was completely defenseless. Twisting his body 90 degrees facing the 3 charging zombie dogs, Cao Yang swung his arm. The dragon-slashing blade slashed diagonally, and a grotesque head rolled off. Simultaneously, a foot-long ice spike shot from his left hand, plunging directly into the gaping maw of another zombie dog. The sharp ice spike instantly pierced through its neck. A terrifying cold spread and the mutated dog's head was encased in a layer of frost. It was deader than dead. 3 down, 2 to go. In the next second, the last zombie dog pounced, sinking its teeth fiercely into Cao Yang. The ice armor emitted a crisp cracking sound. The zombie dog's maw clamped onto his right shoulder, its sharp claws frantically raking his body. Yet the ice armor held firm, showing no signs of breaking. This was the formidable defense of the ice armor. As long as the energy wasn't depleted, its defense would never be breached. Of course, this ferocious assault also caused Cao Yang's internal energy to drain rapidly. But that was all it was. A second had passed. Not only had Cao Yang's legs regained their mobility, but his left hand was also free. With a thrust, Cao Yang drove the ice spike down the sharp point, instantly piercing the zombie dog's skull. The heavy corpse slid to the ground with a dull thud. Thus, the 5 first-rank zombie dogs were completely annihilated. From start to finish, the battle had lasted less than 10 seconds, yet its danger level had surpassed even the encounter with the nightmare. Lifting his leg to kick away the corpse pressing on his foot, Cao Yang stared grimly into the darkness. Even after eliminating the 5 zombie dogs, his danger sense was still warning him. There were still monsters lurking in the dark. But in the next second, a scene before his eyes made Cao Yang's vision darken. The sense of crisis vanished instantly, and several figures in the darkness rapidly retreated. What? They ran away. Were they that timid? He had been ready for a battle of attrition, his full-strength stance prepared to activate at any moment, and yet they ran. If he had known, he would have pretended to be heavily injured to lure all the monsters in the dark out. These were all first-rank crystal cores, and now they were all gone. Cao Yang was so regretful, he could grind his back teeth to dust. The monsters lurking in the darkness had been scared off. Although Cao Yang felt regret, he had no intention of chasing them. He was not intoxicated by his temporary victory. Even though he still had strength to spare and hadn't even used his trump cards, it didn't matter. A good swimmer often drowns. Most who drown are those who can swim. Because of overconfidence and carelessness, by the time they realize the danger, it's already too late to escape. With the successive battles over, Cao Yang began to assess himself. Protected by the ice armor, he hadn't been injured. The only damage was self-inflicted from using his abilities. However, his energy consumption was considerable. His 75 energy points had been nearly halved, leaving 42. Super speed movement and the healing spell were major energy drains, but the biggest consumer was the ice armor. The last zombie dog that had pounced and clawed at him had a high attack speed and destructive power. In just 1 second, it had directly vaporized nearly 20 of his energy points. Without the protection of the ice armor, even though he had broken through to the first rank and had a constitution of 20 points, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. His arm would definitely be crippled, and he would be disemboweled. With such severe injuries, without a healing spell, he could basically start preparing for his funeral. But the ice armor had endured it all, costing only 20 energy points. Say what you will, the ice armor was incredible, a divine skill. Closing the panel, Cao Yang scanned his surroundings. Due to the influence of the high-rank mutated zombie and his own half-hour of slaughter, the street was empty, with only a few scattered zombies wandering about. There were no more than 30, and every single one bore some injury. Some were missing arms or legs, and the most severely injured had lost their lower bodies crawling on the ground. This situation extinguished Cao Yang's desire to continue the slaughter. After the consecutive battles, his stamina had also suffered a considerable drain, and the grilled meat was almost completely digested. Wanying, are you full? Come down and clear the battlefield if you are. Cao Yang contacted Shen Wanying through their mental link. Earlier, sensing the aura of the high-rank mutated creature, Shen Wanying had wanted to come down, but he had stopped her through the contract. The enemy was not strong and was within his capacity to handle, so Shen Wanying's assistance was unnecessary. He treated those mutated creatures as whetstones to hone his own skills. The effect was indeed remarkable. After several battles, Cao Yang had gained a great deal, acquiring new insights and understanding of the abilities he had recently obtained. If he were to face the siege of 5 first-tier zombie dogs again, he could annihilate them all at a much. Shen Wanying did not keep Cao Yang waiting long. No sooner had he spoken than a slender figure leaped down from the 3rd floor, landing lightly beside him. The familiar scent of her mixed with the aroma of roasted meat. To Cao Yang's surprise, Xiao Moyue had also come down, held in Shen Wanying's arms. Ruffling Xiao Moyu's head, Cao Yang chuckled softly. Why aren't you staying obediently upstairs? What's the fun in coming down here? Master, help. With a soft bark, Xiao Moyue struggled out of Shen Wanying's embrace, jumped to the ground, and bit down on a zombie's head. After shaking her head a few times, she quickly returned to Cao Yang's side, wagging her tail. Master, a crystal core. Opening her mouth, she spat out a crystal core the size of a mung bean onto the ground. Staring at the core from Xiao Moyu's mouth, Cao Yang's eyes widened in surprise. This little one had some tricks. The first one yielded results. All right, you can help out too, but don't wander too far. Patting the little one's head, Cao Yang gave a few words of instruction. Praised Xiao Moyue barked twice and scampered happily toward the zombie corpses. The thrill of the kill was one thing, but cleaning up the battlefield was a headache. Every zombie's head had to be checked. Though tedious, the joy of harvesting crystal cores was genuine. At the university's activity building. Although the zombie tide had halted due to the helicopter crash and hadn't directly entered the university, a large portion of the horde still wandered onto the campus. Because the activity building was far from the main gate, not too many zombies had drifted over, perhaps a few hundred or 1,000. Now these zombies were densely gathered below the activity building. With all doors and windows blocked, they couldn't break in and could only roar and howl at the women above. On the second floor, led by Miao Shui, the women all held spears made from mop handles and knives. In pairs they occupied each window, continuously attacking the zombies below. One by one the zombies' heads were pierced. The uncontrolled corpses were soon trampled underfoot. The battle had been going on for some time. Corpses littered the ground below the building. The women were drenched in sweat, their thin clothes clinging to their bodies. Despite their exhaustion, not a single woman complained. Instead, they were full of energy, striking with extra force. It was only when a crisp voice rang out that they stopped. All right, everyone fall back and rest. Let Fei Fei and the others take over. Replenish your strength. At the activity room entrance, Miao Shui walked in and set down freshly roasted meat. This meat came from the corpse of the first-tier mutated cat Cao Yang had left behind. Hearing her voice, the women's faces lit up with joy. They retreated from the windows, set down their spears, and sat on the floor without regard for appearances, grabbing skewers of meat and stuffing them into their mouths. Can't you all mind your manners a bit? Legs wide open, completely exposed. Those in pants are fine, but those in skirts are showing everything. Wang Bingyue, put your shirt down. Your underwear is showing. And Sun Ting, don't think I didn't see you. You're even worse. Why did you take off all your clothes? Taking in the sight of the room, Miao Shui felt like she was seeing stars. Exhausted, she thought it was fine before noon. How did it come to this after eating some grilled meat? In the activity room, the women looked at each other, seeing only innocence and confusion in each other's eyes. What was wrong with taking off clothes when it was hot? Sun Ting, who had stripped down to her black lace bra, looked innocent. We're all women here. I just took off my top. What's the big deal? This afternoon, Bingyue and the others were running around the hallway naked. I wouldn't do that in front of men. Hey, you can talk without dragging me into it. Wang Bingyue, who had been quietly devouring grilled meat, looked up. Her delicate, pretty face was flushed red with embarrassment, and her tone was full of displeasure. Is that the same thing? Miao Shui felt a headache coming on. After Cao Yang left that afternoon, she had immediately ordered some meat to be roasted. Improving their strength couldn't wait. She wanted to surprise him when he returned. To prove that she was capable too. Although she remembered Cao Yang's warning not to eat too much meat, what exactly was too much? To be cautious, she decided everyone should eat 1 or 2 tails, then increase gradually. The plan was good, but digestion took time. After the first 1 or 2 tails, everyone was fine, so they continued. By the time they reached 3 tails, some of the women with faster metabolisms couldn't handle it. Sweating profusely, their bodies flushed red, they couldn't stop taking off clothes from the heat. Unlike Cao Yang, who could exercise with Shen Wanying to burn off excess energy, these women could only sprint down the hallway. To avoid wasting the meat's effects, Miao Shui organized the women to clear out zombies and collect crystal cores, aiming to build momentum. Her plan was good and execution wasn't a major issue. But the problem was these women under her command were becoming more and more unruly. When Cao Yang returned and saw this wild bunch, what would he think of her? Would he think she was a poor manager and had led them astray? Silently turning to face the night outside the window, Miao Ziya's eyes glimmered with a faint trace of longing. Cao Yang, are you doing well? I miss you. Everything is fine here. I haven't encountered any Haida zombies or mutated beasts. Once we find a suitable place, we'll leave the university. I remember everything you said. I want to call you, but I'm afraid of disturbing you. At the restaurant, Cao Yang was in a state of bittersweet torment. He didn't let a single one of the over 300 zombies go, including some unlucky souls killed by mutated zombies, and even put the disabled ones out of their misery. This time they had escaped the first blow, but not the second. Killing was satisfying, but cleaning up was a hassle. Fortunately, he had Shen Wanying and Xiao Moyue to help, otherwise he would have been completely overwhelmed on his own. It took a full 10 minutes to finish cleaning the battlefield. From nearly 400 zombies, Cao Yang harvested 75 crystal cores, a higher yield than in the afternoon, averaging 1 core for every 5 zombies. Adding the 6 zombie dogs and 1 mutated night demon, the gains from over an hour were immense. In terms of high-tier cores, it far surpassed what he had obtained after leaving the school that afternoon. Of course, this was also related to his breakthrough to the first tier. If he had been first tier in the afternoon, he would have fought his way through a mere 50 zombie horde. He would have crushed them directly. Master Yaya found 16 crystal cores. Did Yaya help Master? A childish voice echoed in his mind. Cao Yang looked down to see Xiao Moyue, covered in blood and dirt, wagging her tail happily by his leg, her little head tilted back, her dark eyes full of anticipation. How strange. He could actually see anticipation in a little puppy's eyes. Ridiculous. Without minding her filth, Cao Yang crouched down and patted her head. Watching the little one close her eyes in enjoyment, he smiled softly. Xiao Moyue is already amazing. You've been a huge help. This wasn't a lie. She was so small, lacking his dragon-slaying ability or Wanying's half-foot-long defense-ignoring claws. 16 cores was quite a lot. Praised by Cao Yang, Xiao Moyue wagged her tail even more vigorously. Her adorable silly appearance made him chuckle. Come on, let's go upstairs and wash up. We're all filthy. It wasn't just Xiao Moyue. Cao Yang himself was drenched in blood. Compared to their peaceful cheerfulness, the atmosphere at the police station was becoming eerily tense. It was past 10 o'clock at night. The office building gradually quieted down. A group of drunken men lay on the floor, some with women in their arms, snoring in a cacophony. At the station's main gate, Li Chuan, the leader of the night patrol squad, breathed a sigh of relief as he saw the zombies in the distance stop approaching. Finally, those damn zombies have calmed down. My men, and I can get some rest. After prolonged combat, his arms were so sore from repetitive thrusting that he could barely lift them. The night patrol squad was no easy job, dangerous and exhausting. All right, everyone, take a break. At his command, the dozen or so men around him collapsed to the ground. Strangely, as soon as they lay down, a few started snoring. Li Chuan glanced around, but didn't mind. Since there were no zombies nearby, snoring was fine. He couldn't push them to death, could he? Never underestimate the anger of someone dead tired, or if he woke them, now they might fight him. With a monthly salary of only a few hundred, why risk his life? In the darkness, tens of meters from the station, several pairs of green gleaming pupils fixed on Li Chuan and his men. Under the faint light, their bodies, comparable in size to oxen, were barely visible. These were the first-tier mutated dogs scared off earlier by Cao Yang. Unlike zombies, mutated beasts, though not highly intelligent, had an instinct to avoid danger. Cao Yang was too fierce, killing first-tier zombie dogs as easily as chickens. The observing dogs were terrified. In their eyes, Cao Yang was like a lion king patrolling his territory. How could they dare to seek death? When Cao Yang's gaze swept over them, the dogs scattered in panic and then discovered the situation at the police station. There were people. For mutated beasts, the flesh and blood of the living were also resources for evolution, no less important than crystal cores. Compared to the dry, tasteless zombies, living human flesh was a delicacy. These fleeing dogs set their sights on Li Chuan and his men inside the gate, but didn't attack immediately. They were observing. Normally they would have pounced, but the shadow of Cao Yang's terror was too fresh. They were still afraid of these terrifying upright apes. Wild beasts were patient hunters, especially after being startled. They waited for over 10 minutes. When Li Chuan and his men collapsed on the ground looking weak and defenseless, the dogs could no longer suppress their savage instincts. Among them, the largest dog, over 3.5 meters long and taller than an ox, suddenly stepped forward. Drool dripped incessantly from its massive maw. This step was like a signal. Soon the dog broke into a run, charging at the station like a black shadow. The others followed their leader. With a thunderous crash, the massive figure slammed into the iron gate at the station's entrance. Like a speeding truck, the terrifying force sent the gate flying, its bars twisted and deformed. The deafening noise startled Li Chuan and his men. Several sleeping men jolted upright. Before they could understand what was happening, a whoosh of wind came. The iron gate flew through the air with immense force, hitting several men and sending them flying several meters. They landed on the ground, spitting blood. Brothers who had been lively moments ago were now flattened like pancakes. The horrifying sight terrified the remaining men. A few of the more timid ones trembled and wet themselves. Run, run! Piercing screams echoed in the night. Li Chuan snapped out of it and fled without looking back, charging madly into the building. The others followed suit, running for their lives. But before they could get far, a gust of bloody wind swept over. The last man turned in terror, only to see a massive maw closing in on him. Ordinary people were as fragile as infants before the terrifying size of a first-tier mutated dog. The man was pierced by fangs over 10 centimeters long, pinned to the ground, and savagely torn apart and devoured. Spitting blood, the man beat feebly at the dog's muscular body before going still. On the rooftop, the sentries Sun Jiong and Zhou Fei were startled by the roar. They looked down, and the bloody scene drained their faces of color. Quick, quick, kill those monsters. They'll go downstairs and inform the leader. Sun Jiong reacted faster. His frantic shouts snapped Zhou Fei out of his daze. Zhou Fei raised his sniper rifle, aimed at the dog devouring its prey, and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the bullet tore through the air and pierced the dog's body. Zhou Fei hadn't aimed for the head. The dog's head was constantly moving, and he was too scared, his hands shaking. Afraid of missing, he chose the torso. Given the power of the sniper rifle, any hit would be fatal. As he expected, the large caliber bullet exploded a hole the size of an adult's head in the dog's body upon impact. The dog let out a pained howl and collapsed to the ground. The roar, screams, and gunfire echoed under the night sky. On the 5th floor of the office building in the chief's office, Cao Yang, who had just fallen asleep a few minutes after playing cards, sat up abruptly. He knew something was wrong. Dressing quickly, he burst out of the room. Before he had gone far, he ran into Sun Ziyong, who had just come down from the rooftop. "Chief, something's..." Seeing Cao Zhiqiang, Sun Ziyong's panic subsided somewhat. But before he could finish, Cao Zhiqiang cut him off roughly. "Don't waste my time with bullshit. I'm not deaf. Go wake up the men downstairs and tell them to get weapons from the armory and fight." Cao Zhiqiang's face was dark, his demeanor murderous. He threw a key into Sun Ziyong's arms. Yes, chief, I'm on it." Catching the key, Sun Ziyong, afraid of incurring Cao Zhiqiang's wrath, turned and ran downstairs. Cao Zhiqiang strode to the room at the end of the hallway and impatiently pounded on the heavy iron door. The door and walls were soundproofed. If he didn't knock hard, the person inside might not hear. With a clang, the iron door opened. A tall woman covered in blood with an shaped scar on her face appeared in the doorway. Her face was twisted with rage, the scar writhing like a disgusting, terrifying centipede. Mao Yanfang was itching to kill someone. She hated being disturbed while torturing unfaithful men. Earlier that evening, she had been annoyed by gunfire, and now someone was banging on her door again. Did they think she was too easygoing? As the door opened, a sea of blood spread before Cao Zhiqiang's eyes. Though only a glimpse, the hellish scene inside made him frown involuntarily. Dismembered corpses, piles of skulls, scattered flesh, and the faint moans of dying men. He thought he was ruthless enough, but compared to this insane woman, he was just a rookie. "Cao Zhiqiang, I'll curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Didn't I tell you never to disturb me? Are you deaf, or has a donkey kicked your head?" Before the screeching curses could finish, Cao Zhiqiang's face turned livid, veins bulging on his. If he weren't unaware of the outside situation and desperately needed fighters, he would have taught this madwoman a lesson right then and there. As the chief of the police station, Mao Yanfang showed him no respect, which made him lose face. Suppressing his fury, Cao Zhiqiang roared, "Shut your filthy mouth. Something's happened. If you don't want to die, get out here and deal with it." The cursing stopped abruptly. Mao Yanfang, though mad, was not stupid. Hearing this, she immediately stepped out of the room, leaving a trail of bloody, high-heeled footprints. What exactly is going on? Her manic expression instantly turned calm, and her speech became. His composure was remarkably calm and methodical. Cao Zhiqiang, upon hearing this, turned and walked downstairs, speaking as he went. "I'm not sure. The gate is breached. We don't know what's happening yet. Let's go down and check first. I've already sent someone to get the weapons." Mao Yanfang followed behind, her face cold and silent. On the 3rd floor, Sun Ziyong came rushing down with an armful of firearms. Seeing the figures sprawled on the floor in deep sleep, he grabbed the nearest one and slapped him hard across the face. Surprisingly, this method worked wonders. The man, who had been sleeping like a log just moments ago, snapped his eyes open instantly. Before the man could curse, Sun Ziyong roared, "Stop sleeping, damn it. The zombies are attacking. Grab a weapon and support at the window." These words worked better than any hangover cure. The man sobered up in an instant, his pent-up anger vanishing, replaced by a cold sweat of terror. He snatched a gun from the floor and rushed to the window. When he saw the mutated hounds below slaughtering Li Chuan and the others with abandon, their massive frames and terrifying blood-drenched maws, he felt as if the sky was falling. He pulled the trigger and began to fire indiscriminately. The gunfire was initially rapid but sparse. However, as the men were jolted awake, the shooting quickly became dense and intense. Downstairs, after one of the mutated hounds was severely wounded, the others became much more cunning. They would bite their prey and then dash straight into the darkness, their figures swift as the wind. Bullets sparked against the ground behind them, unable to find their mark. On the street over 100 meters away, Cao Yang had just led Shen Wanying back to the 3rd floor when a sharp gunshot rang out from outside. The sound of the gunfire was familiar, identical to the shot that had tried to snipe him that afternoon. It came from the Public Security Bureau. What was happening? He had no mood to wash up. Cao Yang wanted to know exactly what was going on over there. With a few leaps, he reached the rooftop of the 3rd floor and gazed towards the direction of the public security. Over 100 meters away, the muzzle flash on the roof of the Public Security Bureau was exceptionally conspicuous, more than a foot long. It was the same sniper rifle that had targeted him that afternoon, but whether it was the same person was unclear. Cao Yang's position was too low, he couldn't see the people on the roof. A zombie tide, or a high-tier monster. After a moment's thought, he decided to go over and take a look and then decide whether to act based on the situation. "Wanying, let's go." Throwing out these words, Cao Yang sprinted at top speed across the rooftops, his figure leaping continuously. Soon he brought Shen Wanying to the top of a 5-story building near the Public Security Bureau. By the time he arrived, the sporadic gunfire had become a dense barrage intermingled with curses and all kinds of screams. Looking down, he saw a massive pile of zombie corpses heaped at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. The two heavy iron gates had been violently smashed open, flying several meters away, the iron bars bent out of shape. A few unlucky souls were pinned beneath the iron gates, coughing up blood incessantly, clearly beyond saving. In the courtyard of the Public Security Bureau, 5 mutated hounds, each nearly 3 meters long, were sprinting. The night was their best camouflage. Several men trying to flee hadn't even made it to the office building before they were seized by blood-drenched maws and dragged into the darkness. Under the cover of night, the crunching and chewing sounds sent chills down one's spine. The worst part was that these captured people were still alive, their miserable wails echoing far into the distance. By the windows on the 3rd floor of the office building, over a dozen men armed with various firearms were frantically pulling triggers, firing at the ground below to vent their fear of the unknown. But it was nothing more than futile rage. They were mere mortals. Their eyes couldn't even track the speed of the mutated hounds, let alone hit them. They could only fire blindly. Yet this method couldn't even touch a single hair on the hounds. In less than half a minute, not a single living person was left in the courtyard. At the same time, the figures of the mutated hounds had vanished. But the sounds of tearing and chewing flesh indicated that these hounds had never left at all. On the rooftop, Cao Yang took in the entire scene at the Public Security Bureau. He was stunned, a flicker of uncertainty in his heart. The Public Security Bureau was so close to the Bobo-G shop, just over 100 meters. When those mutated hounds had fled earlier, it seemed to be in the direction of the Bureau. So these high-tier mutated hounds attacking the Public Security Bureau. Could it probably be related to him? Just then the scene froze, and the system's notification sounded. Ding! Faced with the tragic scene at the Public Security Bureau, a God-level choice has been activated. Choice A: we are all human, we should stick together to continue the flame of humanity. Decisively step forward and help the people of the Public Security Bureau eliminate the high-tier mutated hounds. Reward: title Saint. Choice B: what do I care about the lives of others? These people once tried to snipe me. My greatest mercy is not lifting a hand. Pretend you didn't see anything, turn around, go home to your wife and kids. Reward: 10 free attribute points. Choice C. Choice C: no risk, no reward. Seize the chaos fish in troubled waters. Eliminate both the mutated hounds and the forces of the Public Security Bureau to be the ultimate victor. Reward: 1,000 cubic meter portable space. Hearing the notification in his mind, Cao Yang didn't hesitate for a moment. I choose C. A 1,000 cubic meter portable space was quite enticing. Once the reward was issued, his storage space would total 5,000 cubic meters. While 10 free attribute points were good, he couldn't bring himself to turn and leave. You can get attribute points anytime, but your enemies must be killed right now, immediately, without delay. Moreover, the benefits of staying might not necessarily be worse than 10 free attribute points. At the very least, he could obtain the corpses and crystals of 5 first-tier mutated hounds. There were also hundreds of zombie corpses outside the Public Security Bureau waiting for him to open like blind boxes, and the weapons in the armory would belong to him as well. At the very least, he could obtain the corpses and crystals of 5 first-tier mutated hounds. There were also hundreds of zombie corpses outside the Public Security Bureau waiting for him to open like blind boxes. On the 3rd floor of the office building, Gao Jiqiang stood in the hall, his face ashen. His strength was a bit above that of an ordinary person, just barely enough to make out what the dark figures were. Dogs. Huge dogs, bigger than the cattle raised at home. Without a doubt, after the apocalypse, these dogs had all mutated. Now he understood the reason for the disappearance of those 2 people a couple of nights ago. Faced with such terrifying mutated hounds, let alone ordinary people, even he felt immense pressure. The appearance of the mutated hounds made him realize that even awakened weren't invincible. He could smell death. Going up against these hounds would mean his death. In the hall, no one spoke. Fear was etched on every face. The oppressive atmosphere continued to spread, a heavy weight that made everyone feel they could hardly breathe. No one knew how much time had passed. 10 minutes. Maybe longer. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from downstairs. The sudden thunderous noise startled everyone in the hall. Well, what was that sound? You don't know. Could it be those monsters charging up? Someone in the hall spoke, their voice trembling with fear. Gao Jiqiang's face darkened. With a sweep of his hand, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Everyone gather around. Point your guns at the door. With all these guns, I refuse to believe we can't kill those monsters. Perhaps these words gave everyone confidence. The cold weapons in their hands reminded them that they were holding humanity's great creations. Nothing could withstand a hail of bullets. Finding their backbone, the crowd quickly gathered. Under Gao Jiqiang's command, dozens of people formed 2 rows. The first row knelt, the second row stood behind them, maximizing their firepower. Gao Jiqiang and Mao Yanfeng stood at the very back. Bullets and flying knives were ready at their sides. The moment the mutated hounds dared to charge, and they could launch an attack immediately. From the building opposite the Public Security Bureau, Cao Yang had a clear view of everything. On the third-floor corridor, several dark figures flashed past the open doors at incredible speed. An ordinary person might have thought they were seeing things. The mutated hounds had already reached the third floor. A single door separated them outside, where 4 terrifying hounds inside were dozens of ordinary people, their guns aimed at the entrance. Cao Yang knew it was time. Wanying, let's go. Time to reap. His figure leaped from the rooftop, his legs absorbing the impact on the balcony, a few times landing effortlessly downstairs. Once on the ground, the two didn't pause. They dashed swiftly into the Public Security Bureau. In the third-floor hall, everyone stared unblinkingly at the door. Both the stronger Gao Jiqiang and Mao Yanfeng and the ordinary people heard the sound of rapid approach from outside. But now the sound stopped just as it reached the door. No one let their guard down. They knew the monsters hadn't left. They were just lurking outside. Separated by a single door, no one dared to fire. No one dared to gamble. If they hit, fine. But if they missed, the enraged hounds would charge in, and if their ammunition ran out, they would be waiting for death. In the corridor, the 4 mutated hounds stopped 10 meters from the door, not daring to approach rashly. Their beastly instincts told them there was danger inside. The death of their companion had taught them one thing: while the upright apes inside weren't as terrifying as that demon, they still had ways to kill them. The two sides were locked in a stalemate, but it was soon broken. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. The 4 hounds simultaneously turned their heads to look behind them. When they saw the figure coming up the stairs, the fur on all 4 hounds bristled. Mutated hound, damn. It's that demon. Woof! The largest hound let out a savage roar. This roar seemed to convey some command, and in an instant all 4 hounds moved at once. Still as a statue, swift as a rabbit. Like arrows from a bow, 4 dark shadows shot out, crashing headlong into the door ahead, without looking back. To the hounds, the demon behind them meant certain death if they charged. The upright apes behind the door were terrifying too, but they weren't pushovers. They would rather face those upright apes than confront Cao Yang. At the stairway entrance, Cao Yang was dumb. Just now all 4 hounds had turned their heads, their fur bristling, looking like they were about to attack. It startled him, making it seem so real. And then, they ran. Was he really that terrifying? Boom. Under the brutal impact of the 4 hounds, the door flew off with tremendous force. In the hall, everyone was startled by the deafening noise. The next second they saw the door hurtling towards them. Driven by their instinct to avoid danger, they instinctively dodged to the sides. Seeing this, Gao Jiqiang's pupils contracted. It's over. He had miscalculated. After all his calculations, he never anticipated the door being smashed to pieces. If only he had opened the door earlier, then the moment the hounds appeared in the corridor, they would have been exposed. The door wasn't a defense, it was an obstacle. Don't move. Nobody move. Attack. Gao Jiqiang's veins bulged on his forehead as he roared hoarsely, his voice echoing through the hall. But it was all too late. The violently flying door directly slammed into several men who couldn't dodge in time, leaving them bloody and broken. The rest scattered like startled birds and beasts, fleeing to the sides. The formation crumbled instantly. Only 4 or 5 people remained in place. Rat-a-tat-tat. Hearing Gao Jiqiang's roar, these few survivors simultaneously pulled their triggers at the doorway. Bullets and flying knives shot out in a torrent. Thud, thud, thud. The bullets hitting the high-tier hounds produced a series of dull sounds. The hound's thick fur easily stopped these small-caliber rounds. Only a few rifle bullets managed to barely break through, sending spatters of blood into the air. Woof! The pain only inflamed the hound's savagery. With the narrow doorway now clear, the hounds had no further constraints. Their bodies turned into dark shadows charging through the hall. Like tigers among a flock of sheep with fangs and claws, the hounds became terrifying machines of slaughter, reaping the lives of everyone in the hall. Everyone was driven mad with terror. Gripping their guns, they fired frantically. Bullets flew everywhere, missing the hounds, but hitting many of their own. A rout is like a landslide. Chaos reigned in the hall. In just half a minute, 60 to 70 corpses lay on the ground. Half had died under the hound's fangs, but even more had been killed by stray bullets. Only about a dozen people were still standing in the hall, every one of them wounded. The worst part was that they had run out of ammunition. In contrast, the 4 first-tier hounds were virtually unscathed aside from some minor scratches. Thanks to their powerful regenerative abilities as mutated beasts, even these flesh wounds had mostly healed. Pistol rounds couldn't even penetrate their defense. Rifle rounds only barely broke the skin. To truly harm a first-tier hound, one needed a heavy sniper rifle, like the Weilong Type 2. How the hell were they supposed to fight this? Watching the hounds relentlessly attacking, Gao Jiqiang struggled with all his might to control the bullets around him for defense. Yes, defense, not offense. The hounds were too fast, faster than he could react. He could only barely protect himself with his ability. But his energy was limited. He was just an ordinary ability user, not even having broken through to the first tier. By now his energy was nearly depleted. Gao Jiqiang had never felt such despair and helplessness. He was at the end of his rope, yet the hounds seemed completely unaffected their attack speed, showing no signs of slowing. He didn't understand why such terrifying monsters existed, why they had targeted them, and he refused to die here. A war. Gao Jiqiang's body swayed. The next second, a blood-drenched maw loomed before him, sinking its teeth into his shoulder. Fangs over 10 centimeters long pierced straight through his shoulder. Blood gushed like a fountain. The intense pain made Gao Jiqiang's vision go dark. He nearly passed out from the agony. "They'll fucking kill you." Gao Jiqiang roared in madness, squeezing every last drop of energy from his body into a single bullet. The bullet, carrying the desperate fury of Gao Jiqiang, cut through the air and struck the hound's head. Gao Jiqiang's eyes were bloodshot, fixed on the hound before him. He wanted this hound dead. He would drag one down with him, even if he died. Thud. With a muffled sound empowered by his ability, the bullet tore through the hound's fur, bursting into a spray of blood. But after penetrating about a centimeter, it was firmly lodged in the hound's skull. Struck in the head, the hound felt the pain. It shook its massive head, violently tearing the flesh. Gao Jiqiang's arm, caught in its jaws, was ripped off. He himself was flung several meters away. He crashed to the ground like a broken doll, his eyes vacant, as if he had shattered. He kept muttering, "How is this possible? How could it not die? That was my all-out attack. I don't believe it. It's fake, all fake." Gao Jiqiang's spirit was broken. He couldn't accept it. At such close range, his full-powered strike had only caused a minor injury to the hound. Not even severe damage, let alone a kill. It hurts. Get away. Don't come near. Don't come near." On the northwest side of the hall, a piercing scream echoed. Mao Yanfang lay collapsed on the ground, her left leg severed at the thigh, the wound marked by gruesome teeth impressions. A few meters away, a hound dropped the leg from its mouth and slowly approached, its claws padding forward. Mao Yanfang's eyes were filled with terror. Her energy was spent, her body empty. She didn't have a single flying knife left. Faced with the terrifying hound, she couldn't mount any meaningful attack. If the two ability users ended up like this, what hope was there for the ordinary people without weapons? Under the hunt of the other two hounds, the last dozen or so people were all killed in no time. From the moment the door was smashed in to the annihilation of everyone in the hall, barely 2 minutes had passed. For versus 89-87 dead, 2 severely wounded. At the cost of injuries so minor they could barely be considered wounds, the 4 hounds had wiped out everyone in the Public Security Bureau. At the entrance to the hall, Cao Yang strolled over leisurely, his gaze sweeping across the scene. Honestly, he was astonished. With so many firearms, including the devastating heavy sniper rifles and awakened individuals, he had thought that even if this group from the Bureau weren't, even if they were opponents, they could at least take down 1 or 2 mutated canines, right? After all, in his eyes, first-tier mutated canines were rather weak at the level of 1 strike per kill. But the outcome was unexpected. The battle ended shockingly fast. The 4 mutated canines annihilated everyone in the Public Security Bureau with 0 casualties, and thermal weapons had little effect, only causing minor injuries. The root cause was still the vast disparity in strength among ordinary people, akin to a 3-year-old child wielding a knife against a special forces soldier in body armor. The knife is indeed a threat, but what use is it if you can't hit the target? On the ground, a corpse suddenly twitched, and the faint sound instantly caught Cao Yang. His gaze fell upon a corpse dozens of meters away, struggling to rise from the ground, its eyes a dead gray, its face covered with cyan-black veins. It had clearly turned into a zombie. The fangs and claws of the mutated canines contained the zombie virus. One couldn't expect the canines to brush their teeth and wash their claws after eating zombies, could one? These corpses, too late to be devoured, were infected by the virus and had turned into zombies. In a few more minutes, all these corpses would likely become zombies. Finish this quickly. Unsheathing Zhanlong, Cao Yang grinned at the 4 mutated canines that had gathered together, baring their teeth and growling as if in intimidation since his appearance. "Don't be afraid, it'll be quick and it won't hurt at all." As the words fell, Cao Yang dashed forward instantly. The 4 mutated canines, which had been majestic and unstoppable moments before, bristled with hair, activated their powerful mobility and lunged at Cao Yang from several directions. Activating dynamic vision ice armor covering his entire body, the 4 mutated canines slowed down in his sight. Amid a faint haze of blood mist, Cao Yang's figure accelerated again, vanishing from the canine's view in an instant. With the target gone, the 4 rushing mutated canines halted abruptly, their beastly pupils filled with confusion. Where had that terrifying demon gone? In their bewilderment, Cao Yang's figure materialized behind the 4 mutated canines. His left hand flung out 3-foot-long ice spikes, precisely piercing the necks of 3 canines. The terrifying cold surged, freezing their heads into blocks of ice in an instant. The sole remaining mutated canine did not escape its fate either. A flash of deep blue blade light passed, and its head was severed on the spot. A faint green glow spread over his legs. The healing spell had been working since he activated hyperspeed movement, continuously restoring his strained legs. After a brief pause of half a second, Cao Yang regained control of his legs. In one encounter, the 4 mutated canines were completely wiped out, and his own paralysis time was reduced to half a second, almost negligible. This was the growth Cao Yang had gained since his last battle. Indeed, only combat could make one strong. While Cao Yang was acting, Shen Wanying was not idle either. Manifesting blood claws, she harvested the zombies rising from the ground one by one. Now these people were thoroughly dead. Save me. In the northwest corner of the hall, watching Cao Yang display his prowess, Mao Yanfang's eyes blazed with a fierce will to survive. She had lost a lot of blood, her face pallid without a trace of color. She didn't know who Cao Yang was nor why he was here. She only knew she didn't want to die. Stunning. A living transformation. Hearing the cry for help, Cao Yang turned his head and took in Mao Yanfang's condition at a glance. Her injuries were severe, her left leg was severed at the root, and a pool of blood had spilled on the ground. An astonishing amount, at least 1,000 milliliters. Only someone with an awakened vitality could survive such a wound. An ordinary person would be near death. But for Cao Yang, if he wanted to save her, a single healing spell would suffice. Though it couldn't regenerate severed limbs, it could certainly save her life. However, Cao Yang had no intention of saving her. At best, he might mercifully send her off, sparing her further suffering. After all, he was here for revenge, not charity. Everyone in the Public Security Bureau was his enemy, and mercy to an enemy was cruelty to himself. This woman was a ticking time bomb. Cao Yang couldn't guarantee that the two who had tried to snipe him in the afternoon hadn't reported his information to Mao Yanfang. No, don't save her. A timid voice came from the entrance of the hall, crisp and pleasant. Though the speaker hadn't been seen yet, the first impression was that she must be a beautiful woman. Cao Yang followed the sound, and the next moment his face darkened. At the entrance stood a woman of rather unsightly appearance, about 1.55 meters tall, somewhat plump with dark skin. Her expression was fearful, but her eyes were filled with hatred as she looked at Mao Yanfang. As for this woman, how to put it? Saying unsightly was an understatement. She was simply ugly, dark, fat, and short, almost hard on the eyes. If Cao Yang reacted this way, it was even worse for the cruel and ruthless Mao Yanfang. Seeing the hope of survival slipping away, Mao Yanfang glared at the woman at the door with venomous eyes and screeched curses. Shut up, you damn bitch. If you say one more word, I'll slice your mouth to ribbons and carve off your fat, making you taste the agony of 1,000 cuts. The girl at the entrance was terrified but didn't back down, and her gaze was exceptionally resolute. Sir, please don't save her. I'll serve you like a beast of burden, and I can tell you a secret. I promise you won't regret it. A secret? Cao Yang raised an eyebrow and probed. Is this secret about the crystal core? Crystal core? Isn't that something made up by those people online? Li Mingio's eyes showed confusion and bewilderment. Her expression seemed genuine, unless this fat woman was an excellent actress. But if it wasn't the crystal core, what secret did this woman mean? Intrigued by the secret, Cao Yang pointed at the venomously screeching Mao Yanfang nearby and asked, judging by your hatred-filled expression, do you have a grudge against this woman? Clenching her fists, Li Mingyao said hatefully, she killed my father. Just because my dad was married twice, this woman had him arrested, then brutally tortured and dismembered him into hundreds of pieces. Please don't save her. I swear my secret will satisfy you. Dismembered into hundreds of pieces. How twisted. If it was a vendetta for her father, that explained why this fat woman was so determined to kill Mao Yanfang. In the northwest corner, Mao Yanfang's face bore an unhealthy flush. Cyan black veins had spread from her neck to her face, and she seemed somewhat delirious in a crazed state. Your father deserved to die. All the scumbag men in this world deserve to die. If I'd known, I would have steamed your father's flesh and stuffed it down your... This woman had gone mad. Cao Yang flicked his arm, and a foot-long ice spike radiating piercing cold precisely struck Mao Yanfang's babbling mouth. With a squelch, the pale blue ice spike pierced through her neck, carrying a spray of blood. The cold surged, freezing the blood into crystals midair. On the other side, Cao Yang didn't spare the mentally disturbed and dying Gao Jiqiang, sending him off from a distance as well. Cao Yang had used his inside eye on these two. They were merely ordinary awakened beings, differing in their abilities. One was metal manipulation, the other throwing knives. Only Gao Jiqiang's metal manipulation had some potential. If developed, it could be strong. But unfortunately, he was too arrogant and didn't even know about the crystal core, so he never got the chance to develop. This proved once again that no matter how powerful one's ability, if you don't grow, you're still trash. Who remembers those who fall by the wayside? At most, people sigh and say someone's ability was strong, but it was wasted on a useless person. Ding. Eliminated the mutated canines and the Public Security Bureau forces. Reward 1,000 cubic meters of portable space. A system notification sounded in his mind, but Cao Yang paid it no mind. He was now more curious about what secret this fat woman at the entrance had. I've killed Mao Yanfeng. Can you tell me your secret now? Holy crap. What the hell? Curious about the black fat woman's secret, Cao Yang spoke while using his inside eye on her. The feedback left him dumbfounded. Name Li Mingyao. Strength 11. Agility 12. Spirit 15. Physique 11. Energy 8. Ability Shape-Shifting Enchantress. Skill Transformation Wang Hao. Shape-Shifting Enchantress, a transformation type ability. By touching or absorbing part of a target's corpse tissue cells, she can transform into the target's appearance, inheriting up to 70 of the same tier target's power. Inheritance includes the target's attributes, abilities, and skills. If the target's base attributes are lower than her own attributes take precedence. Contact requires 3 uninterrupted hours to initiate transformation. When transforming into a higher tier, target power automatically drops to 70 of the same tier. At the current stage, she can retain at most 1 transformation target. Transformation Wang Hao can transform into Wang Hao, height 155 centimeters, weight 82 kilograms, slightly dark skin, unsightly appearance, no energy consumed during transformation. So Li Mingyao was actually an awakened. Including the dead Gao Jiqiang and Mao Yanfeng, this small public security bureau had 3 awakened individuals. Indeed, everyone here was a genius with pleasant speech. Cao Yang liked it here. At the entrance, seeing Mao Yanfeng killed Li Mingyao was filled with excitement and gratitude toward Cao Yang. The vendetta for her father was finally avenged. If her awakened ability hadn't been so useless and restrictive, her father would never have died. Hearing the question, Li Mingyao walked through the hall toward Cao Yang. She didn't intend to hide anything. Her secret was her identity as an awakened. She would keep her word and tell Cao Yang everything while also revealing her true appearance. She would fulfill her promise to serve him like a beast of burden. Cao Yang's outstanding appearance and formidable strength played a large part in her decision. If he were like Gao Jiqiang, she'd have to wait for the next life to repay him. Cao Yang was excellent in every way and had avenged her father if she wanted to latch onto his coattails. The apocalypse was too cruel. Without a strong protector, she wouldn't survive long. Weren't Gao Jiqiang and Mao Yanfeng strong? Yet they died horribly without even a chance to resist, let alone a weakling like her. With the nature of her ability, she believed Cao Yang wouldn't refuse. But just as she took a few steps, the words on her lips were cut short by Cao Yang's sudden exclamation of "WH. What's wrong? What's wrong?" Cao Yang's mouth twitched. Nothing. Just tell me your secret directly. Sensing Cao Yang's odd expression, Li Mingyao looked down at her current body and suddenly understood. He must have been put off by her ugly appearance. To be honest, if not for self-preservation, she wouldn't have chosen to look so ugly. The men in the Public Security Bureau wouldn't even touch her. They'd take detours when they saw her. Before, she would have been happy about that, but not now. She had to dazzle Cao Yang. Taking a deep breath, Li Mingyao canceled her ability. Her formerly chubby figure instantly elongated and rose, becoming slender and striking. Her slightly dark skin turned snow white. Her once unsightly face became delicate and refined. An oval face, almond-shaped eyes, rosy cheeks, radiating youthful vitality. In the blink of an eye, she performed a living transformation before Cao Yang. Restored to her original appearance, Li Mingyao's expression became much more confident. I'm done pretending I'm coming clean. This is my real look. My secret is that I'm an awakened. Though he had already checked Li Mingyao's information with his insight, Cao Yang was still stunned when she revealed her true appearance. The contrast was just too stark. 1 second, she was a short, dark, stout figure. The next, she was tall, long-legged, curvaceous, with rosy lips and white teeth. A stunning beauty. Such a contrast would leave anyone amazed. With a charming smile and sparkling eyes, Li Mingyao saw Cao Yang's stunned expression from a few meters away, filling her heart with joy and pride in her own beauty. Before the apocalypse, countless men had shown her such expressions along with various pickup lines. She found it annoying thinking of them as flies buzzing around her head. But now, basking in Cao Yang's admiring gaze, she felt no displeasure. Instead, she straightened her posture even more, trying to appear even more radiant. This must be what it means to adorn oneself to please a loved one. So how is it? Am I okay like this? I meant what I said before, and am still pure. My first kiss and everything are still intact. Her beautiful eyes gazed timidly at Cao Yang not far away, as Li Mingyao eagerly displayed herself. By the end, the heavily suggestive words made even her own cheeks flush. What she said before, serving like a beast of burden. The implications of beast of burden need no explanation, right? Forget being an ox, but a horse. That could be tried. Cao Yang was quite willing to have such a beautiful, unattached woman by his side, especially since Li Mingyao was an awakened with great potential based on her description alone. With proper nurturing, not only would her abilities become versatile, but with her power to transform into any target, he would enjoy endless pleasures at night. Li Mingyao's ability had high potential, but it was weak early on and had many restrictions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been unable to avenge her father. But with a strong backer, that problem was solved. She could soar immediately. At least at this stage, Cao Yang had a perfect target for her to transform into. Shen Wanying's various bug-level abilities were extremely formidable. If Li Mingyao could transform into Shen Wanying even with only 70 of the same tier power, she could instantly kill first-tier mutated creatures. Shen Wanying's strength lay in her bug-level abilities, not her attributes. Even without inheriting attributes, just having the abilities would be enough to one-shot first-tier monsters. A true mechanic-based powerhouse. Cao Yang beckoned to Li Mingyao, who looked expectant and nervous, and said in a gentle tone, "Come here. Tell me more about yourself." Though he had already checked her info with his insight, Li Mingyao didn't know that, and he wasn't about to tell her everything. Receiving Cao Yang's signal, Li Mingyao's face lit up with joy. She knew that her confession had won Cao Yang's approval. Now she just had to demonstrate her value. Hurrying over to Cao Yang, Li Mingyao suppressed her excitement and spoke gracefully. "My awakened ability is called Shape-Shifting Enchantress. Its specific effect is..." Li Mingyao explained in detail from the ability to its skills, including the process of transforming into Wang Kunqian. She had obtained a small piece of Wang Kunqian's flesh, about the size of a fingernail. A fingernail-sized piece is the minimum requirement for transformation, otherwise I have to maintain physical contact for over 3 hours. Cao Yang nodded inwardly as he listened. Li Mingyao was sensible, hiding nothing. She spoke boldly. Meta's eyes was clear and articulate, and her gaze didn't waver, consistent with what his insight eye had shown. From this, he could roughly gauge Li Mingyao's attitude. This woman genuinely wanted to latch onto him, and from her speech and manners, she seemed well-bred. Well, it was true she wanted to cling to him, but it was also true she desired him. Money gives one courage. With wealth, one's back is straighter, and one's boldness grows. In the apocalypse, that translates to strength. Cao Yang was confident in his own strength, and this natural aura was naturally attractive, much like how a man engrossed in his work exudes a special charm. After learning about Li Mingyao's situation, Cao Yang asked curiously, "Gao Jiqiang was more powerful than Mao Yanfang, right? With your identity as an awakened, and your special ability, once you revealed it, no man would refuse you, would they? Why didn't you approach Gao Jiqiang?" Cao Yang genuinely couldn't understand. If no one in the Public Security Bureau could help her take revenge,